guys are hearing impaired, so we're going to go slow so that they can understand everything that we're saying and everything that the board is saying. When one of these individuals right here wants to speak, they're going to raise their hand and they're going to look at you, and then they're going to go slow. Mr. Dice has a phone interpretation in which he's going to be here, and he can use, we're going to try to see if there's no feedback, so he can call in and it actually, he can.
I need the phone number.
The phone number for this conference phone?
Is it the same?
Same when they transfer to that.
The office phone
Hey,
number?
Barb, he's gonna call, can you transfer to the phone?
The boardroom phone?
Yeah. It's 361. Yes, I'm not sure. We're gonna try this.
Yeah.
Okay.
People have a nice house I find from the pool.
Just go ahead and put her through the conference. Answer to the boardroom, conference room, boardroom. So he is signing to a person that's actually going to speak to us.
Okay.
Hello? You did it twice.
May have, can you hear us?
Hi, yes, I'll be interpreting this call.
Okay, and your name, please?
Whose name?
Your,
Interpreter?
yes, we just want to make sure we've got everybody introduced.
Okay, we're, the interpreter is not allowed to give a name.
Oh, okay,
I apologize.
that's fine, not a problem. Okay, are we live? Okay, I also, if you cannot, if you have a question, if we're not clear on something, please let us know, okay? Okay.
Okay,
All right,
I'm sorry, are you guys in the same room?
we are all in a conference room. There is 5, 6, 7, 8, there's 8 of us here in the conference room.
Okay, this is the interpreter again. According to the federal law, because we work for FCC, we are not allowed to continue interpreting the call because of safety. FCC does not allow us to interpret if you're in the same room or the same place. That's different than what.
Okay,
So, I can't continue interpreting.
okay.
I apologize.
Hey, hang on just for a moment, ma'am. The order in which they're coming in requires them to be at our location or to call in. So they have an ability to call in. It's very easy for them to just go out to their location, like to leave the building, and they can continue the call if it's their preference.
All right, I understand, but what I'm saying is the federal government forbids us to interpret this call. You need to call an interpreter on site, not use the phone interpreter.
Well, can you
The
tell me?
federal government does not allow us to do that.
So if they were to leave the premises, would it be allowed?
If you've got it, I mean, it's a possibility, but if the interpreter realizes that you're in the same room or the same area, the same building, the same anywhere, the same, then it's not allowed.
Okay, but
And the federal government is the one that controls us, and I can't do anything about that.
that, we understand. The question is, if Mr. and Mrs. Dice were to leave the premises, could they call you and still use the interpretation service?
If the interpreter doesn't realize that you're in the same area, that's a possibility. But because I know that you're in the same area.
But they're not, they're gonna leave.
Yeah, there's some confusion. When you say in the same area, are you talking about us on the board?
Okay, so here's what happens, okay? The FCC, the federal government. If they realize, if they know that we are interpreting this situation, then I can lose my job and we can lose our funds.
And we're not trying to be, questioning that aspect. It's a matter of trying to determine, is there some environment, some situation we can put together where the people are property owners are in a different location than us. And using, and using your service is the problem because the interpreter is not on site here? Or does the interpreter need to be with the property owners who are requesting the service? Or, we just don't quite understand where the issue is.
Right. I get it. Okay. So I'm gonna explain just a little bit of what happens. Okay.
Sure.
This service for Sourcing is for phone calls only. So anytime, you would not be in a room with an individual and call them on the phone if they were here. Right?
Right,
So anytime communication access is needed through the phone, they can use Sourcing.
okay, so
But for this kind of a meeting, you need to call an interpreter on site. Because we are not allowed to do that.
Could they call from home? Can they leave here and call from home? So they're not in the same.
That is up to your desk client, if they do that.
So they could go home and call us and we can carry on with you.
or
Or
another
another
interpreter.
Is that correct?
It is possible, yes. And he's saying, I can call, if I call from home, you'll have to find an interpreter to hire. I don't have an interpreter in this town.
Okay, so we can't engage your services
Like this.
like this in this moment.
Right, right. And it's not because I'm like, oh, I can't do this.
No, we're not questioning.
The federal government.
Right, we're not questioning that aspect. We're just trying to see if there's some way to accommodate the property owners and them making a presentation, us communicating back and forth, and using your service to help facilitate that.
Okay, so it's possible, and I'm not the interpreter, I just can't. So if they go home and that's their decision and they want to go home and do it that way, then that's up to you guys.
But that's okay.
What happens is this kind of situation should require a hired interpreter on site.
Why?
On their site or our site?
On your, wherever, this situation right here, where you're both in the same room.
We're proposing that we not be in the same room. We are proposing.
I understand that. I understand what you're saying.
And I don't,
understand what you're saying.
I'm not trying to be obstinate, but when you say an interpreter on our site, that is sitting in our meeting room with us. And that doesn't make sense to me because the people that are requiring the interpretation service need to be with the property owners so that they can interpret what the property owners are trying to communicate to us, as well as to
Okay. I
communicate
can
what
explain
we're.
this a little bit better. Let me explain a little bit better. This situation right here with them both, with you guys in the same, is not able to happen this way.
We understand
You
that.
have, for this situation, you have to call under ADA, you have to call an interpreter to come in and interpret between the two. So you guys, instead of trying to use this free service for the deaf, should have called an interpreter to come on site where you are responsible to pay for that,
Right, and we.
under the law.
Okay, I understand that, I think we understand that when we're all in the same room. Okay, and we were trying to create an environment and a situation where we were not in the same room. And see if we could handle it through that path of having the people requiring the service in a different location, be it at home or someplace else. Anyway, I think I don't know if there's anything else.
Well, she just needs to understand that in the way that this panel has come together, people call in all the time. It's very frequent that people can have a telephone conference, in which that case, if the property owners had elected to have a telephone conference and have an interpreter, I don't think there'd be an issue.
Yes, you're right. If they decide they want to call in, yes. If they decide they want to be in front of you, then no.
Okay, then that's their decision.
It is their decision under the law. Yes,
Thank you
it
so,
is their decision under the law.
thank you so much for, and they'll make that decision, and then move forward.
Okay.
We can- Okay, thank y'all so much. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Hit the hang up button. It's still green.
Still green.
You want to find the paper.
Just hit the green.
Well, I don't know.
Yeah, hit the green.
Maybe this other green button. will be green?
Yeah, hit the green. Well.
There.
And that just,
That's-
well, that doesn't mute it, but that's okay. I think that's what just muted.
Is it? You need to get the call.
And the calls.
Did you in the call? Did you in the call?
We did. I think so.
I heard,
Okay, good.
okay. I heard.
Okay.
We clarified. We went down 50.
It's red.
Okay.
No.
I think we're.
Well, it's red, but it normally just reads black. It's just like normally not lit up.
Sort of.
Well, I mean,
I don't
try. I'm trying to push a lot of buttons over there. You're handing me your problem. I mean, here we have it.
We can add it to those.
There, now it's off. It's off.
Right, well, it's still acting like,
Oh.
no.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, but that's not it.
I know.
In boomerang mode.
You mean the server?
So do we want it on, or what are we trying to do?
We're trying to turn the telephone off.
Do we just take it out of the room and then it's not on? It's not in here?
That's not it. You should have it on. Call multiple members. That's what you did. Is you were on multiple calls when you double clicked the thing.
So,
I think this to Just have it like in the call.
Reboot it.
Okay,
All right.
okay, so what would you like to do?
Okay, we are not trying to make the complicated.
Yes.
I know.
We just have a few factors. Okay? Other thing, interpreter. It's a third party,
Hey,
but the English opinion, there is no difference. Whether we use interpreter through the it is a third party.
hey,
I understand.
I have fish. The
And
teacher.
interpreter, they don't say, but I know you don't feel comfortable with that,
Right. We don't, yeah,
but
How we can believe in this talent.
yeah, right.
for us, we get people living in this county. There is no other dead people here,
Oh, I did not know.
but the only two.
You have a choice. You can go home and call in here and we can do it.
That's the second man.
One paper. Just one paper.
Yeah. Choice one is write the paper. Choice two is go home and call the interpreter. It's up to you.
But the interpreter is a third party.
Okay, how from you, I'm come home, Facebook call with you. Paper thing.
Well, you wanted to do that, so what do you want to do?
Baby,
You
come
wanna
back.
find? What do?
But when you find him, you tell you have that. Okay,
Either one or two.
what?
You want to do one? You want to write?
Hmm.
Okay. It's okay.
Okay, do
We
you?
will go slow.
Okay, okay.
So does everybody understand what they've chosen? They want to write all the communication, and that's okay.
Yeah.
We'll go slow.
And that's for them, or should be right? as
We're
well?
gonna write as well.
Okay.
If there's a question, we're going to write it down.
If I can add something, I can pull something, I can put something on the screen and type what you're saying, whatever you're saying, and so you all could say something and I could type it, and that way they could read it. Yes, on the screen, if you, I mean, if that's helpful to people,
We can do
so
that.
just,
Yeah, that'd be good.
I may not be very fast, but I'll try. I'll try to,
That's
try
okay.
to.
It's day to big room.
Okay.
All right, I'm going to,
In their swearing, can you just have them write?
yes,
I think we can do your phone, get you the phone.
I was just looking, at the date and time. That was all.
You know what? That's a good
We
idea.
can do that.
Yeah, we can do that.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, so you can. I see. So we can actually talk on the phone and it will put on this, on their phone what we're saying.
Yeah.
That as well. Okay?
Let's try to limit our conversation.
Okay, it is Wednesday, June 15th at 8:57. And I'm opening a session of the Aransas County Appraisal Review Board. Do we have a quorum?
Yes, we have.
Very good. We are going to open a hearing. We're going to commence a hearing on case ID 2022-620, account number 67234. This hearing is being recorded and streamed live on YouTube. Let's verify exactly what's on under protest.
Q1, Q2, and Q4, which is failure to send required notice.
Okay, so we have market and equity and Q4, which is a failure to send required notice. So we'll address all three of those items during our hearing. Okay. So we are the appraisal review board that will be hearing your protest today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience. You can use this survey form, and the instructions on how to complete it and how to return it are on the survey form. It is a voluntary survey. You also have the right to appeal our decision.
Okay.
If, and the appeal information will be provided to you in the determination package, the information that will be mailed to you after this hearing. In accordance with tax code section 41.45H, all written material and evidence that has not been provided must be provided at this time. Do we have any evidence, other evidence that needs to be provided? Has it been provided? I haven't looked at this case.
It's just in the protest form.
Fine. The ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing an affidavit to that effect. I, Scott Waggart, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code 41.66F. I, Joanne Pleasant, do solemnly swear,
Just talk.
okay, that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Ronald McCann, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
And I, Peggy Bird, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct. My name is Michael Soto.
Okay, your suggestion, Mike, was to
Just have them read it
yes.
and sign it.
Okay. At this point, we need you to swear in. So if you will just read this and state your name, and then we'll have you sign, okay? And you'll do the same thing, please.
Say your name.
Oh, let me hear you. You agree, we have agreed.
My name is Harry
Holly,
Don.
okay,
Kathy. Sign.
oh. Do either of you hold a license with the Texas Appraisers Licensing and Certification Board?
No.
And that's fine, I just need to ask. All right. This are the hearing procedures and show how we will run the hearing. It's going to go in one of two ways. Either you can present first, or you can ask the district to present first. At this point, don't worry about the times. It's just really a choice of whether you would like to go first in presentation or the district to go first in presentation. And you get to make the choice. Okay, so you're going to go first. Excellent. Okay, you may proceed with your presentation.
Okay. I thought.
Oh, wait, wait.
And this may be easier than I think. Can I ask a question? What value?
Should have.
Yes, what value do you want? Number.
Have two, 22. That's what have,
Type this out.
The blue,
no, but have. Oh, prove with Joe.
He's got it wrote down.
What value? What, let me write it down.
Mike, he has.
Find the thing that you have.
Applicant on this protest form.
174, okay, my number is higher than that. even. Okay, so, okay. Okay. Mhm. Okay, I understand. Okay. I understand. This is your number? Okay, he has presented information indicating 181,688 based off of 7 houses on Sunset Drive. He has indicated 7 sales or 7 properties with values, and his median price is 133. And our property should be appraised at 181,668 on those 7 comparables.
Okay. Oh, they go.
Next door.
Yeah. 2.9.
Yes.
Next door is the same floor plan and same size. Can we look at the property card next door?
Number 2.
That's number 2. It has a value of 213,090.
How number T, so number 5. If I have. What's that about? Okay,
If we were to reduce your house to 213,090, would you agree?
it won't be too quick. It won't be. Too pretty. Okay. Okay.
Okay,
So, even though in the form. Even though.
Um, this price, 213,090, is next door. But at January 1, it was only 90% complete. So I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt at the lower price at 213. I understand that you want it lower.
Oh, okay. If I hope, okay. 235.
Okay.
Okay. Okay.
Do you agree at 213,090?
If I. Okay. And then 230. If. What would be?
We did not understand why we were gone time.
yes,
If the same house, the same, the donkey at 199, 120, the other house is 156. That's why we are here. We don't understand why the other house is lower the ours.
Okay.
The other thing,
Okay,
When you pull it out.
okay. We need to add 2 more requests, homestead and DD. Have you filled out an application?
I don't have paper.
Okay. I can help you with that.
Okay.
After the hearing, I will give you the documents to sign.
Okay. Sure. They would do. Okay.
The other question that you had was delivery of notice. Do we have the right mailing address? Question mark.
I have both. When they pay with that.
Can you pull up the property card? Just pull it up on our evidence.
Look, they fall.
okay,
Wow.
Can you write it?
We show.
Fulton, yeah. PO box.
Okay.
Thank you.
Hmm.
Yeah,
sorry,
yeah, that's what we have, but this is correct. That's correct. Okay.
you have the PO
see,
box?
that's the old address.
Yeah, I
that's the
understand,
old-
that's what I showed. you.
Yes, I
That's not
understand.
correct.
This is the new one. This is,
That's our mailing address.
Yes.
Like,
I understand.
Because
Do you have any other questions?
So, you,
You're good?
you, ah,
You good?
you're good.
But I need to make it jump. But I need to vote with God. We don't have to down.
You did a good job.
Thank you.
As well as the few for.
Read it out loud.
Yes,
Yeah.
we're ready.
Just speak out loud. Speak out loud.
That way you can be near those. Yeah, that'd be easier. Thanks.
I'm going to make a motion on your account, which is 02022-620. Account 6734. 67234. In reviewing your evidence that you brought to us, the appraisal review board is going to reduce the value on your property from $266,200 to $213,090. Additionally, we have corrected the address that you provided to us. And the chief appraiser has spoken with you about a homestead and a disability exemption, which will get handled after this meeting.
Okay,
Second.
thank you.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Excellent. We made it work. That's okay. Yep. And if we have the opportunity to meet again, I'm sure we can come up with maybe a little better environment to handle your
But
situation.
that's okay, right,
Right,
it's okay.
okay.
But they need to bring a doctor through the interpreter, that's done.
Okay.
Everything is complicated.
This work.
Thank you very much.
Thank
No problem.
If you can come with me, we can fill out my, yes.
Have a nice day.
Thank you. Good job.
Okay.
All right. Cool.
Yeah,
Yeah, we're good.
very good.
Bye.
See this job.
So while we have a
Is
little
it
bit
first
of
time?
that's good. That's the first time I've ever been. And I think somewhere along the way, yes. Right.
That was.
That's right.
I understand all that.
I wanted to thank all of you guys for soldiering through the last 2 days. In case you hadn't been counting, we handled a total of 71 cases.
Oh, my God.
Isn't that right?
So,
I said 30.
yeah, now, while that's good, we also have a fair number of cases, probably 60 plus, that we'll be handling throughout the day.
No, I like that.
And they haven't decided yet whether we're going to just devote a day or some dockets to handling it, or whether we'll work it into free time. So we'll deal with that later. But thanks again, because that was, I know that was exhausting. Yes,
It's very.
right. And that was a good experience with
So these people, these deaf people, they live in this part of the country club, but like in the back area or something? Yes.
Staying in the street is recognized city place.
Okay.
Active non.
Not in the country.
In the country club environment, but not considered.
Yeah. Okay, I thought so.
You did well.
Thank you. It worked out.
Thank you for the guidance.
Do you sign a bit?
Just.
Yeah, I was impressed.
Well, idea,
Yeah.
thank you, I just know. The basic thing is just to have real eye contact and communication, like they're usually super good.
She has better hearing.
Yeah.
Or say they say we get that. She would think that much better. Now, I need more coffee.
At least it's not an all day, like case after case for 2 days in a
Oh,
row.
we don't.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, I gave them,
That was rough.
I gave them the news on, I don't know if you heard, I mean, we handled 71 cases in the last 2 days, which is actually just slightly higher than what we planned for, you know, with 32, but,
Poor guy, we made it through that in one day.
yeah.
2 days.
Well, but when they schedule, they normally they use 8 per docket as a
Yeah.
guide.
Yeah,
Okay,
so I mean, it was all scheduled for one day.
that's just from the tablets perspective, I think. I don't think that they anticipated or even thought that we would do all 70 in
I
one
don't
day.
know.
We're so good.
At least they didn't say that to me, so.
Yeah, we scheduled almost double that in 2 day period, but you never know how agents are gonna do it. Sometimes they don't even show and they'll just turn in affidavits and those go much quicker.
Yeah, we had a lot of. We talked about charter.
No, that's good. I mean, he's representing his client.
No, no, I'm not discrediting him, I'm saying we had a lot of information to look through, so it took more time. It's-
Yeah,
Some not so accurate, but you did have a lot.
I'm glad you said
Get
that.
referring to the.
Yeah, but we, you know, he was educatable and.
Yeah.
We educated him.
I love that educator. He kept saying, I like that word. Oh, gosh.
Now I know what's on the other end of the little counter letters. too. For property tax reduction.
Oh.
I received 2 of them. for the property. Now I know the end result.
It was,
And it was about 11 o'clock last night that my hand finally uncrimped from signing all the determination.
oh, that's right, yes.
My handwriting is much better than it was and faster.
Mm.
But you're all up to date, so you're done with that.
As far as I know, I didn't count them as I was doing it. They just kept- Here's another stack.
Were they from the both days, or I thought you had stayed over on Monday?
Oh, yeah, so, I mean, yesterday, well, you're right, I signed a bunch on Monday and I signed a bunch yesterday, so
Current.
I think I helped.
They have- So,
34, 8:30.
going to the county what?
We go from these.
No.
I think we deserve this.
I'll take a look.
Yeah.
Kathy, may I have your phone number?
Oh, sure. I'll send.
Who's your last call?
361.
Last name is Hoffman.
Phone call.
Okay. 361.
Did you bring it back?
I probably have it. I'm gonna text you Donna's phone number.
You ready to try this again?
Well, look, it's Ray. Good morning.
That's.
Yep. It's Christian, so it looks like you. I know.
Oh, that's too funny.
This is gonna be case ID 2021-334. 1334.
That's on page 3, bottom of the page. Are they here?
No, those are gonna be on.
Three, or five?
Page 3.
Page 3, the bottom.
Oh, that's 208.
Pardon me.
I think I am. Are you guys ready?
Sure.
I'm doing this.
This is Travis.
Travis, good morning. This is the appraisal review board calling for your protest hearing.
Yes, good morning. How are you guys doing?
Hold on just a moment.
Okay.
Good morning, Travis. I have a bunch of administrative stuff to run through before we get started in the details of your project.
Okay, sounds good.
Just hang loose with me here. We're commencing a hearing on case ID 2022-1334, account number 55208. It's 223 Sailfish Drive in Rockport on Holiday Beach. This hearing is being recorded and streamed live on YouTube. So let's verify exactly what is under protest.
You wanted you to mark it.
Okay, we market and equity under protest. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience. The survey may be completed using the survey form, which will be included in the determination package that you will receive in the mail after the hearing. Or if you so choose, you can take it online. All the information about how to take it and how to return it is included in the determination package. And the survey is entirely voluntary, although we do appreciate it. You also have the right to appeal our decision, and appeal information will also be provided to you in that determination package that you will receive in the mail. In accordance with tax code section 41.45H, all written material and evidence that has not been provided must be provided at this time. So I assume, I'm looking here, we have, looks like 2 sets of evidence. Is there any other evidence? Or I assume that we've received all the evidence that you're going to be referencing today in your project.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Excellent, thank you. The ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing affidavits to that effect. I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that communicated with the person in relation to tax code 41.56F. I, Joanne Ferguson, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Ron Ken, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Peggy Bird, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath. I am assuming, since we have an appropriately signed and notarized affidavit from you, that you are in fact under oath during this hearing.
Yes, sir.
Okay, right, up to you.
I like to do solemnly swear affirm the testimony I shall present to the appraiser of the report for the Aransas County appraiser of the correct.
Thank you. Travis, I need to ask, do you hold a license or certificate from the Texas Appraiser Licensing and Certification Board?
No, sir.
Okay, that's fine. You just have to ask everybody.
Okay.
In the package of information that you should have received is one page that talks about hearing procedure time. Do you have that handy?
Yes, I do.
Okay, what you'll see on that page is a chart which has two main columns. The one is if you decide to present first, or the second is if you would like the district to present first. And you get to make the choice of which you would like to happen. Either you go first or the district.
I would love to go first.
Excellent.
Okay, then, perhaps you have 5 minutes for your presentation right now, and then you'll have some additional minutes as we go through the process. Okay, so you can start now.
Okay, thank you all very much. I appreciate the time. I know this is an extremely busy time, and I appreciate the volunteers who are doing this as well. The protest on 223 Sailfish is with regards to its value compared to similar properties in the neighborhood that have been on the side of Holiday Beach. What I did is went out there and looked to understand, and unfortunately was unable to do this last year, so I'm catching up this year. Went out and looked to understand that this is not actually a residence, it's an efficiency apartment above a boathouse garage. Originally, it was just a boathouse and garage, and the storm removed that. And so when we put it back, we also put the efficiency apartment on top. When we look at neighboring properties that have the same amount of garage space, storage space underneath, it's enclosed, as well as close as we could to square footage with that enclosed. You can see in I think it was an Excel document I sent over, and it referenced just 3 properties that had similar size enclosures that all had a per square foot that averaged out to about $162.47 a square foot. There were an additional 2 properties that had smaller enclosed garages. All of these properties had a lot more living space and or bedrooms and bathroom space as well. As I said, this is just an efficiency apartment on top of an enclosed garage. The garage is not, it's just 2 big doors with a boat barn is what it is. It stores the barn, the boat in there. And the additional 2 properties had that had smaller garage space, but also had more living space, had higher, 190. So the 3 properties that were closest to it, as you can see, and I'm not sure if y'all are looking at the evidence I sent in, which was the Excel file.
Yes, we have it.
Okay, perfect. That came up to if I did that math, it came up to a base value of $137,482. If I added the additional 2 properties in that had smaller storage garage space, which is what I was looking at on everything, it brought it up to $154,577. And those were the only properties in the immediate area that I could find that had the enclosed storage space on the properties. The other properties that I saw that were listed by that were used as reference in the packet that was sent were not in the immediate area and didn't have they're very different style properties, I guess is what I would say.
Okay, you still have a couple of minutes if you want to add some more.
No, ma'am, I know how busy you guys are, so.
That's okay, this is time. You'll have time to ask questions after the presentation.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
Travis, can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can.
All right, on your spreadsheet, something that I just want to pass on this kind of information to you is, in your head, you can envision that we just have software, right? Like we have software, and in the software, we have matrices that has class and depreciation schedules. And they're just doing math on economy of scale. They're just saying this much square foot at this class equals.
Yes.
Right, okay, so we have to do that itemized. So we have to do that so that we have a price per square foot for living space, for porches, for garages, for carports, for sheds, for docks, piers, everything. Everything has to be itemized, very similar to a receipt from HEB. It's an itemized list of things. So all this stuff that you're bringing, all these other comps, they are simply the same thing is happening to them. They are in a software program and the software has matrices and it's balancing out square footage calculations. If the square footage is more, it has a stair step procedure where it lowers the per square foot value. If the square foot is less, it's doing the same thing in the opposite direction. So that's the way we have to do it. And then in protest hearings, we often will get stuff like this, where someone has either taken the total value, divided it by the square foot of the living space, or taken the total value less the land and divide that by the living space. And it's giving them a per square foot value, but it will never compute to what we're doing because we're itemizing. So we're having a different per square foot value for every single thing on your property. The only number that an appraisal district manipulates is the region or the neighborhood or the subdivision. That's how appraisal districts get out of cost and go into market. Everything else is just cost. And in our case, it's cost values from 10 to 15 years ago. We don't update our cost schedules because it blows software up when you do that. It changes every value in the whole county with one click. It's crazy. So we operate off of old cost schedules. Of everything that you said, the thing that would concern me the most is the word efficiency. Can you tell me what that means to you?
Yes, what that means to me is that it's an open living space, meaning the living space, the living room and the kitchen are all one space. It's basically a square on top, and the only division is that there is a single bathroom, single bedroom. Everything else is just wide open.
Okay, there's a door,
There's
there's
not.
a door to the bedroom, there's a door to the bathroom, of course. There's a door to the bedroom.
Correct.
Right, okay, all right, fair enough.
But everything else is just an open
Yeah,
space, and it's all right, because it's not very big. It doesn't even have the ability because of the size and the lot and everything. There's not even a washer and dryer in it. Not allowed to have one.
yeah, okay. Excuse me, back there. Scott, can you put this up on pictometry so we can show everybody where we're at? I'm gonna show the board, Travis, where this is at from an aerial view. Zoom out quite a bit, Scott, so that people can see. This is Holiday Beach. That way it's Coconut Bay. And it's always better if it's on mosaic over here. It just makes it better. It's easier. It stops doing all this nonsense. Okay, zoom in a little bit so they can see that this is not on a canal. The canal ends over there. So this would be a dry lot. But on those canal, quote unquote, canal roads.
Is that a double line?
Yeah, it's a double lot. Yeah, it's a double lot. And so part of that back half, you can kind of see the shade in the roof. There's a living space on the second floor. And then there's a carport on the front and a garage underneath. So let's just quickly look at the ACAD evidence. Okay, now this is going to seem like you guys have done this 100 times, but just there's one thing you're going to need to pay attention to in here that's going to be different in this. In the comps, the district chose to not comp the area. that he's in specifically, because we would have ended up comping waterfront homes. So we're comping stuff you drive past to get to his property. We're comping Forest Oak, Misty Oak, and Red Oak. These are the dry lots where it seems like there's a million of them out there in the middle of marshland and Holiday Beach. And so that's these comps. You'll notice that the reason I went through all that is to show you that, you know, there's a cell for 161, there's a cell for 224, there's a cell for 222, and all this stuff. Here's the thing, is the grid spits out an indicated median value of 271, showing us to be $70,000 low on the subject. I don't think we're $70,000 low on the subject. The problem is it's his location. He's in the middle of an area where everybody overpays for houses. So we're adjusting the heck out of this area. Because we're trying to keep up with the waterfront sales. So we're not in here saying that we're $70,000 low. That's not our intention. But you know, the appraisal district is what is it? Damned if you do, damned if you don't. If we comp the area, we're going to be in here talking about waterfront homes mainly. So we don't want to do that. So we chose to do this. I don't know. Maybe the right wording there is the lesser of two evils. I don't know. But that's the way we chose to do it. If we would have went the other route, we could have at least kept the neighborhood the same, but then that's no fun to have waterfront homes comped against your dry lot. That's just not a fun practice. So the same thing is going to happen in the equity grid. You'll notice that we're going to come up way low in equity. We're going to say that we're almost $30,000 low on this house. Again, it's the same problem. Our comps are small, like the subject, you know, they're 700, 700, 700 and 600 square feet. And you'll see that their market value is less than the subject every time. There's some things that they don't have that he has, and that's kind of the story. The bigger story actually has to do with neighborhood. And that is, they're not in that neighborhood, which is adjusting him up in value simply by a location adjustment. That's why I went through all that stuff about cost and how all that works, because this is a very good test subject to show what does a neighborhood adjustment truly do. This is, you can see it in here. His value is 50,000, 30,000, 8,000, and 36,000 higher than every single one of these properties, even though they're all classed the same, and even though they're all nearly the same size, and in most cases larger. Yeah, I get it. It's the garage, but it's also the 65% or so that we're pushing into the value. We're pushing in some we're pushing some neighborhood value into there. When we do this kind of work, we don't end up at a position where we have any proof to lower. From our standpoint, we don't have proof to lower the value. And that's why we're in the hearing. We just don't have, it's not here. There's nothing here telling us that this value should be lower. There's nothing in here telling us that if they said we're sick of Aransas County, we're selling. There's nothing in here telling us that they would offer this house for anything less than $200,000, no matter how big or small it is, because 700 square foot homes are all over. Like sheds. That's all I have.
Okay, Travis, you have another 2 minutes to ask Greg questions and 2 minutes for rebuttal, so 4 minutes or anything you want to address with him.
Okay. And I definitely understand the challenge that was being described with regards to location. That's why I tried to identify homes that were adjacent, that were similar. And the biggest thing that I would point out, and I get it, you can't see that from the square footage or the outside, but it's a garage with an efficiency apartment. It's not a residence, which is what was offered up as the compares. And while I definitely understand anybody would try to sell anything for as much as they can get, and I'm sure there's somebody out there, probably not from this state, that's willing to go get it. I'm still struggling with so I get, yeah, I just don't see how the efficiency apartment above a garage is going to be comparable to the multi-bedroom, multi-bathroom homes that are actually valued less. So, I guess I don't have any questions, Dave. That was just a statement.
Time, is there anything you'd like to bring up?
No, I think I'm good. I don't want to, yeah, I know I don't envy your position. Yeah, I appreciate that, but I know that maybe it'll give you guys to do a bio break and grab some coffee.
Okay, so you're through with your comments at the moment. We'll get one more minute after Ray talks here in a second.
Okay.
I'd like to just do my, whatever it's called, my closing. Okay, I'm just gonna, I'll wrap it right. There is, the appraisal district, is always disagreeing with people. That's kind of part of our job. I think that there's a chance that Travis and I would agree on a lot of things. The one thing that I would, just that my job here would make me say is that 600 square foot efficiency in Aransas County is not a bad thing at all. And I'm not saying that he's saying it's bad, but it's not uncommon. I'm not even sure, I guess efficiency is the right word. We wouldn't want to call it a studio, right? Because there are doors, and an efficiency can have doors. It's just it's limited by space. So maybe all that's right. Maybe we're even on the same page there. And what I would say is the place that we're going to disagree is simply in what value that is in the marketplace. It would be the district's opinion that the 203,590 is the value of this particular place, even though it is limited in space. That's all I have to say.
Okay, Travis, you have 1 minute for your closing or anything else you want to add?
Okay. And while I definitely don't profess to understand the complexities that is used with the itemization and everything, I think the comps that I provided, the three that are actually on water, suggest the value is closer to 138,000 on a per square basis. I understand that there's more complexity to that, but it's probably higher than that, and that's why I chose the additional two. Because this property being the way it is and where it is does have also restrictions. As I said, it's not even capable of having a washer and dryer inside of it from a size and septic perspective. So just like to say, I definitely understand. I think there would be a lot we agree on. I understand and don't envy the position you guys are in, and that's why I don't want to make this any harder than it has to be. So thank you all for your time.
Okay, the district, the appraisal review board now has 5 minutes to discuss, so you can listen in, of course.
Okay.
So Ray, let me ask, can you give us a few nuggets of what you think drove the increase from last year?
The increase from last year is in this neighborhood. It's going to be sales in this area. Are they most likely located on water for this canal area? I'll answer that 2 ways. I don't know. It's possible that 80% of them, 90% of them have to do with water related sales, but I don't know that for sure. I don't know how much dry has sold every year. And I didn't have that data. You know, I mean, it's in the sales ratio report. I didn't prep to explain, hey, this dry place sold for such and such, you know. Speaking to raising the values, I'm pretty sure we raised every value from Copano Bay to Highway 35 in Holiday Beach. Dry, wet, didn't matter.
Okay, Travis, I have a question. Do you rent this space out or do you live there or what is it?
No, ma'am, it's, well, to be honest with you, it's, space because my in-laws, lost their place down there in Harvey. And so when they come down and stay, they stay there with us. So, or not with us, we also have a place across the way.
So you just keep your boat there?
I keep the boat there, yeah. And let my in-laws stay there.
Okay.
Do you have a washer dryer in your garage?
No, ma'am. There's no washer dryer or anything there. It's literally just a square with an open apartment, a bedroom, a shower, no bath, a toilet, have a couch, and one wall's the kitchen, and that's it.
No shower or bathtub?
No, there's a shower, not a bathtub.
We're thinking, so just hold on.
Yeah, I wish the town could have dealt with this kind of structure with a garage under type thing, because none of them can garage under situation.
This analysis that takes two prices, 134,754, based on what he would consider comparables to this particular situation, which are not.
Yeah, the ones I gave you were on the listing that I gave you, the itemized ones, most of those were actually on the water. The first three had garages that were larger than a garage. The three of them that I listed, one had an 1,800 square foot enclosed garage, the other one 1,380, and the third one 1,320. They've got mine listed as 1,200. The other two had garages of 938 square foot and 828 square foot, all enclosed. I didn't count anything that was considered open.
They were,
Garage.
they were on the water?
I'm looking right now, all of these, because they say Newcomb Channel, all but one, I'm not sure about the Newcomb one, the rest of them, yes, were on the water. They were on Channel View and or Stillfish.
Yeah. I as well.
No, neither one of the 137, 134.
I was thinking the 180 is where I was at.
Something that in my head. Yeah, I mean, I'm with you, Ron. Even trying to take any of the comps and
Yeah.
add something, it's difficult because all the comps, none of them have the garage.
And this is,
Minimalist.
yeah.
I don't know if we can do that low.
There's no washer and dryer. Septic system will handle it.
That like this.
Yeah.
Yeah. Think it's a little low, but you know.
Yeah, I think 180 is a little bit low for this area because I know it's been selling out there and but you know, we can put it to a vote.
All right, Charles, I'm gonna make a motion on your property. Case ID 2022-1324. Now 55208, addressing incorrect appraised market value and appraisal of exceeding the minimum level of appraisal. The opinion of the appraisal review board that the noted value on your property is $202,500 should be lowered to $180,000.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
No, I'm opposed.
Okay, so we have 3 in favor, 2 opposed.
Motion carries.
Okay, Travis, do you understand the number?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I appreciate your time and you will receive a package in the mail with details, all of that.
Okay. Thank you all very much, and I very much appreciate your time on this and the rest of your day.
Okay, thank you.
Bye.
All right, thank you. Bye-bye.
Okay, what's next?
Did you hang up? Oh. Okay.
The green light is away. So.
Well, you never know. Let's assume that that's.
Right, because it's a challenge.
Right.
We have an affidavit, no. We we have an affidavit scheduled for 8:30. We do have somebody who checked on the 2 accounts for 10 o'clock. Didn't know if you wanted to push the affidavit and wait and do the in-persons, or if you want to go ahead and do the affidavit.
It's always gonna take a minute.
I would have to,
Yeah.
That's left to give them the time I never.
Oh, if that's the case, let's go ahead.
Go ahead and do the affidavit. Okay.
Not yet. Beth is falling down on her computer, that is the other hand.
1286.
Okay, it's right above the last one.
1286.
Yes.
537.
Yes.
Same paper.
Yeah, that's. And then if y'all want to get started, I'll go.
Okay. Okay. I didn't know if you, I need to answer.
Yeah, it's 53736.
And you didn't even move your lips.
I look at.
Right. Okay, so we are commencing a hearing on case ID 2022-1286. Which according to Peggy is account number 53736.
Yes.
Yes.
This hearing is being recorded and streamed live on YouTube. Verify what we have under protest. Yeah, it was online. Let's see. Q1, Q2.
Oh, it's not. Oh, that's okay.
Okay, thank you. We are the appraisal review board that will be hearing the protest today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of the protest. The protester has the right to appeal our decision, and appeal information will be provided to the protester in the determination package they'll receive in the mail. In accordance with tax code section 41.45H, it is assumed that all written material has been provided with the affidavit. And I am just double checking. Oops.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, yeah, we do have a signed and notarized affidavit. Okay, the ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing affidavits to that effect. I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
With that, Calvin, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated another person in violation of tax code 41.66F.
I, Joanne Ferguson, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code
Section 41.66F.
I, Ron Cannon, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66.
I, Peggy Bird, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath. Great, your turn.
I request that you solemnly swear in front of the testimony.
Right, the district representative will now read the affidavit into the record.
Property owner's affidavit, section 1 is the property owner name. This is Duval Properties, and then gives their mailing address, phone number, email. Section 2 is the property description of the property that's under protest, which is 64 Blue Heron, Lockport 78382. Section 3, reason for protest, incorrect appraised value and value is unequal compared with other properties. Section 4 is left blank. Section 5, statement of facts or arguments. OPV, opinion of value, 1.190765, equity, $1,190,765 equity. Section 6, hearing type. I do not intend to appear at the hearing, either in person or by telephone conference. This affidavit and the evidence or arguments submitted with it may be used for the hearing if I do not appear in person at the hearing. Section 7 is name and signature, County of Aransas, signed by James Cooper. And the notary is Rita Nicole Smith. This was done on the 13th of June of 22. What's today?
Today's the 15th.
15.
Fair enough, okay. Affidavit hearing file. So owner, account number 53736, owner name Duval Properties, address 64 Blue Heron, legal description, Key Allegro, Unit 5, Block 20, Lot 16. County is Aransas, market value is $1,712,790. Appraised value is the same. The next section in here is the valuations for 22, 21, and 20, where you can see the market value has changed, the appraised value has changed, the improved value has changed, and the land value has also changed. The things that have not changed are the living area and the land size. Last sales or listing, sales/listing data is not available for the subject within last 3 years. Sales comparison allows estimating the market value by comparing the subject property to other properties which recently sold or are listed for sale with some factors. Number of improved parcels in the neighborhood subdivision is 112. Characteristics, let's see, subject property is 3756 square feet, has an improvement value of 1 million and change. Extra features not available. Land size 6,900 square feet. Land value 655,500 and built in 2010. Typical property per neighborhood is 3,365 square feet, has an improvement value of 581,374, has no not available on extra features. Land is 9,614 square feet. Land value is 629,000 and change, and the year built is 1899. That's what it says.
Yeah.
Good year. Typical sold property for the neighborhood is 3,440 square feet. Improvement value 774,000 and change. Extra features is not available. Land size is 8,778 square feet. Land value is 645,000 and change. And the year built is 1992. And then there's a couple of graphs. One is average sales per square foot in the last 3 years. Two properties sold in 19. And then 6 properties sold in 20 and 15 properties sold in 21. Average, and then the next graph is average sales per square foot in 2022. There's 4 different colors here. Subject per square foot is the second lightest, and the lightest is average square foot in the same neighborhood. Working towards the darkest. The next one is average square foot in the same neighborhood with plus or minus 500 square feet. And then the last one, which is the darkest, is median per square foot in the same neighborhood. I'll let you guys interpret that. Improvement means a building, structure, fixture, or fence erected on or affixed to the land, a transportable structure that is designed to be occupied for residential business purposes, whether or not it is affixed to the land, if the owner of the structure owns the land on which it is located. Okay. We're continuing on to the next page here. The first line there is the subject. That's the subject data across the first line, and the next ones are, this is sales data, excuse me, this is sales data. So the subject is the top line. The first one that says 1 next to it is comp number 1. 69816 is the account number. 16 Albatross, square footage 3,400 square feet, built in 2021, sold for $799, but it's sold in 20. So comp number 2 is 25169, 6 Malibu, 5,000 square feet, built in 95, sold for 1.6 and change. In November of 21, sales per square foot $313.58. Comp number 3, account number 25287 is number 8 Albatross, around 3,000 square feet, built in 97, sold for 1.3 and change in March of 21. Average sales per square foot 329,000. Proposed market value of 1.238,691. Okay. Then there's equity. There's an equity grid here. Equity analysis picks the assessment comp similar to subject in the same neighborhood through an incremental criteria for adjusting the appraised value. So we have the subject. You'll see that there, and then there's going to be 8 equity comps. There's going to be Malibu. We have a value of 1.1 and change. Shows this $269 per square foot. It was built in 20, and then there's one on Finisterre, 1.9 million and change, $280 a square foot, 303,300 or so square feet, or whatever GBA is. I can't remember. I should remember, but everything means something. Year is 2018. Number 18 Albatross, 1.076840, 1,076,840, has an average square foot of 297 and change. Number 4 Paisano, 1.23 and change $1,316 per square foot. And it's not remembering what GBA is. It's really driving me crazy. Scott, do you remember?
No.
Just see if we can get it. Because it's driving me nuts, not remembering. 1 Malibu, 1.3 million and change, $317 per square foot. 56 Blue Heron, 1.5 million. Almost $400 a square foot, $399. And then 20 Albatross, 1.4 million and change, $400 a square foot. 47 Blue Heron, 1.6 and change, $437 a square foot. They have the median adjusted value per square feet of 317. They have a proposed appraised value of 1.190. And there's a graph explaining the subject median and average. This is the last page,
Gross building area.
gross building area.
It just means heated and air conditioned square feet.
Okay, thank you, Scott. I appreciate that. It was driving me crazy. I would have never remembered that. Okay, so let's just move on to the CAD's evidence here. Or, you know what, before, normally I don't do this, but I'm unhappy with this data. Number one on the sales report that they had, the sales data, where you have 16 Albatross selling for $799 with a bill date of 2021, but the sell date was 2020. That kind of stuff drives me crazy.
Yeah.
I don't like it being in the data. Just for the record, I could care less about the 1899 year build up there. That's just a typo. People have typos. Everybody in here knows that the average build date wasn't 1899. They know that. They just messed up. It was, you know, it could have been 19. It doesn't matter.
Right.
But using that comp is something that I want to point out. Let's just go to the CAD evidence and see what we have. So this is on Blue Heron and Key Allegro. It's we have it as a $1.7 million house. So do you want to go ahead and, oh, it's sold? It's sold in 21.
Yeah, no.
All right.
Not to interrupt you, because the homestead exemption went away, so I figured there was probably a sale.
Yeah, there was, okay, I didn't even know.
How much did it sell for?
1.7. 1.775.
So what the first one, the testing is divided.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably.
Scott, show them on Picto, it's helpful to just. So you see what we're looking at. It's huge. When we talk about it.
Yeah. It's something. It's a great location.
Really? Oh my gosh.
Well,
So this is Blue Heron, and then that's the house right there. There's you know, little bit, that Rockport Beach. Yeah. This one, the whole thing and all that. So it's one of those that looks out.
Yeah.
All right, let's see what we have, because I don't really know. Our huge. Our first comp is the subject, so there's not gonna be any adjustments there. Our next comp is a July of 21 sale for 1.4 on Bahama. It's about the same size. It's really close in age and sold for 1.4 in July. And then there's another Blue Heron sale for 1.6. Same class. It's a little bit smaller. It's a little bit older home. Sold in August of 21. And 1.6 or so on 18 Blue Heron. Those are interesting. I'll add that at first glance, we may think that 1.7, you know, like what are people doing spending 1.7 on a house? But let's look real quick, Scott. Go to 25245. This is a almost $1.7 million sale. On Picto, please.
2.5.
25245. This is another Blue Heron sale. I'd just like to see the location. Zoom out. There you go. So you can have a house over here for 1.7, or you can have that house for 1.7. Makes you think this guys over here did really good, pretty good. I mean, you know, it helps to see the locations.
Sure.
All right, and equity, we're going to be hanging around. We're here in a couple of places here, about the same size, same build dates are good, classes are good. 1.6 on one, or 1.8 on the other. We have one on Bahama, about the same size, same class, same age. And then the last comp is also on the sales grid. It's also on Blue Heron. It's that same one, 18 Blue Heron. It's being used because the class is identical and the square footage is about the same. All of that renders a value of 1.716, and we have 1.712 in equity, and on market, the value indicated was 1.836. But the district is comfortable with the notice value.
Could I see that one, that 25211 picture? Is that how you say it?
Yep.
Sorry, what's the location?
25211.
25211, yes.
There you go.
Okay, it's a cooking, yeah, okay.
Oh, is that the subject? No, that's the other one. Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
it's across. the street.
That's from the town.
Yeah.
Okay. I think the value is.
Yeah. Yeah, I have to agree.
It's there.
How much did they pay when it's sold?
No,
It's probably-
And it's now, your value is, current value is 1.712.
Yes, I'm gonna
And
agree with the
he
district on this one.
wants to go up.
No, he went, yeah, right. He's saying it's too low.
I think 1.712.
Yes.
Case ID 2022, there's 1286, and 53726, and 102. Market and equity values, as the opinion of the credit review board, that the currently noted value of this property is $1,712,790. Should stay.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Can I close this hearing?
That's it.
See, we can, for attention. You guys want to take a quick break?
Yes,
Okay.
thank you.
They said it's 10 o'clock now, I need to change mine.
Oh, right. Okay, people are out there.
There's a couple with 2 accounts and then another person. So there's 3 accounts that are sitting up there yet. Yeah, William.
They're still not even hitting 50%.
Are they are they right next to each other?
So we have Mr. and Mrs. Johnston, case numbers 1059 and 1058 on the 10 o'clock docket. The account number or the case number? Account number 8809362. Yeah, William and Mary Johnson. And the other one is 18350. Yeah, 2.
They're right together.
Yeah.
They're both one.
They make sure because we have another Johnson on that docket.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is William and Mary.
And I do have the one affidavit for the 2 accounts.
We have this person in 2 cases and there's another person out there. And then we have another. No.
We have one for that. Yeah.
You're still on 8:30?
Yeah, we are on that one at 10 o'clock.
We're gonna do,
One of these accounts is an improvement only account, and one of them is the real property. So I don't know if that, meaning the improvement only account doesn't have a segment. The mobile home. So that may matter in the order.
What number?
Okay, it's 10:59 and 10:58. 10:58, 10:59.
1059 is a mobile home only discount. There's no land segment on that case. So then 1058 is the real property.
Do you care which we handle first?
It doesn't
Do
matter.
you understand that?
We're wearing our masks just because.
That's okay,
That's all
Bill.
you
We
need
have-
to-
I got
No worries, no worries.
But do you understand that one of your accounts
Yes,
is the mobile home? Okay, just
Correct.
making sure. That's
Yes,
sometimes.
we do. thank you.
Catch up here. 10 o'clock.
Which one do you-
Yeah.
Yeah, let's do 10:58 first. That's what I will suggest.
on HP?
That,
Oh, okay, thank you.
yes.
And then he's also gonna make
No,
one
that's not,
government
that's
screen.
the other, 10:58 is just plans.
Okay.
Okay? All right. I have some administration to go through first and information to run through. So we're commencing a hearing on case ID 2022-1058. Count number 18350, which is 320 West James Street in Rockport. I'm actually, no, that's okay. We'll swear in you.
It's one.
Sorry?
The affidavit has both on there.
Oh, it does.
Yes.
Excellent. Thank you. Okay, so we're gonna be hearing two cases. I'll announce the each case as we get into it. This hearing is being recorded and streamed live on YouTube. And at this point, the ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing an affidavit to that effect. I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F as it relates to case IDs 2022-1059 and 1058.
I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with a person in violation of tax code 41.66F as it relates to cases 2022, 1058, and 1059.
I, Joanne Ferguson, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F related to case number 2022 1058 and 1059.
I, Ron McKinnon, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F pertaining to case ID 2022-1058 and 1059.
I, Peggy Bird, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F pertaining to case number 2022-1059 and 2022-1058. I can send it out of sequence, I'm sorry.
Okay, all testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath. You'll be asked to swear in at this time, and Beth will help you step through that.
Okay, each one of you on the paper in front of you, you're gonna read this statement aloud, the structure that I do.
I do solemnly swear and affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County District is true and correct.
And state your name, please.
Mary Johnston. Yes, sir.
I do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct. My name is William Johnson.
Thank you.
I request that you solemnly swear by the testimony I shall present. Red cover and we're holding hearing on cases 2022, 1058, 1059.
Okay, so to reiterate, I'm going to commence a hearing on case ID 2022-1058. Account number 18350 West James Street in Rockport. And
The protest is 222.
okay, so equity, market and equity are under protest. So we are the appraisal review board that will be hearing your protest. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience. Survey may be completed using the survey form, which is right here. And information on how to complete that and how to return it is at the top of the form. You also, if you so choose, can take a survey online. And again, the information on doing that is included at the top of the form. The survey is voluntary, but we do appreciate any feedback you might want to give. You also have the right to appeal our decision. And appeal information will be provided to you in the determination package that you will receive in the mail after this hearing. In accordance with tax code section 41.45H, all written material and evidence that has not been provided must be provided at this time. So this is important. Do we have all your evidence submitted? Okay, great.
Did we submit it? We didn't submit it yet.
Just the protest form? Okay, you don't have any other evidence that you're going to be addressing during here? Okay, that's fine. We need to make sure that nothing else gets introduced. I need to ask both of you whether either of you hold a license or certificate from the Texas Appraiser Licensing and Certification Board. Okay. Underneath here is a chart that represents the hearing procedure times. And this is how we're going to be conducting the hearing today. You'll see it's in two columns. One is if you decide you would like to go first, or if you would like the district to present first, and you get to make the choice of which you would like to do.
Okay.
You'll go first?
No, you go.
Okay, so the district will go first.
On your protest form for this, should we get to the right one? For the land account, which is the one that we're on, it's got a shed and a utility package. But on y'all's protest form, you wrote a couple of things. One, that we have not made any improvements to the land. Something that you guys should know about that is your land value changes not because you improved it. Your land value changes because people buy other land for more. That's how land value is determined. So if you imagine a street and there's 100 lots on the street and 5 of those lots sell, and they sell for $5,000 more than they were last year. What that does is it makes every other lot on that street go up. And the reason for it really is because sellers now know that they can get $5,000 more per lot. And realtors know it. So the next lots that are marketed are never marketed for less money. They're marketed for more money. And so land value goes up without you doing anything to it. Improvement value does the same exact thing. So if things are selling for more, and mobile homes, if they're selling for more, whether or not you touch them, paint them, do anything, your mobile home value will go up simply because people are paying more for mobile homes. Here's one thing that's kind of crazy. In Aransas County, the appraisal district is usually 35% low on every mobile home in the county. Every single mobile home in the county, we're 35% low. The only reason we haven't had to correct that is because the state hasn't held our feet to the fire. The reason the state hasn't held our feet to the fire is because they have to do it statewide. We're on YouTube saying this, hopefully no one from the comptroller's listening back out. But that's really the struggle. The struggle is all the time in here, the most common thing said to us is mobile homes don't appreciate, they depreciate. That's not true in Aransas County. It's not even close to true in Aransas. It's the complete opposite of what you think. Saying all that to say this one thing I wanted to ask. In your paperwork here, you put that your opinion of value is $41,000. That's what you put
On the land.
on the land.
Oh,
That's what you put.
now
You
we're
put
talking.
opinion of value, $41,000. We sent you a notice for $44,600. Is your opinion of value right now $41,000 still for the land?
Yes.
I'm okay with that. If you're okay with that, I'm okay with that. These guys can make a ruling and we can move on.
Okay, because we realize that it does go up. I mean, you know, it is increased. We did increase it a little bit last year.
That's okay. We can move
We're
on.
trying.
Just, yeah, 41,000
$41,000.
is their thing. And the appraisal district doesn't have a problem with it. With that valuation.
I agree with that.
Okay, so
This is, so we're reducing it to 44,641.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna make a motion on your account. It's account case ID 2022 at 1058, account 18350. And addressing the correct appraised market value. Appraisal, both the district and the appraisal review board made a decision that we will lower the value of the property from 44,600 to 41,000.
All in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Okay, that motion carries. You understand the value that we arrived at for that one? Okay, fine. All right, so that closes this hearing, and we are now opening the hearing on case ID 2022-1059, count number 8809362. Mobile home. Again, would you like the district to go first, or would you like? Okay, fine.
I have a question for you. On your protest form, you checked a box that said property description is incorrect. That's one of the boxes you checked on this mobile home account. Do you remember why?
Oh, I thought that was the incorrect value. I'm
That's
sorry.
fine. That's, we just need to clarify, we just need to clarify it, just in case,
Okay,
we had some kind of, sometimes people will put that because we've misspelled their name or the legal description is wrong or something like that. First thing that I want to do is look at the property card. You with me, Scott?
I am, sorry, I just was finishing the last one.
Okay, no problem. So on the property card, you'll see that we're adjusting downward. We have a function. I'm assuming that your porches have some kind of problem. I don't know, but either we think they have a problem or you're told us that your porches have a problem. 2006 is what we have as the mobile home age. And we are pushing this value from $30,000 and whatever. We're pushing it up by an adjustment right here to create a market value for the improvement. And quickly, I'm going to go to a sales grid and just show what we're talking about, why we do things the way we do things. If it's okay with everybody in here, it has to be, because I'm going to do it. I'm skipping comp number 1 because it's not a mobile home. Our first comp is a house. So let's just move on. Comp number 2 is a mobile home. Now just hang with me for a second here and see what I mean by mobile home values are trickier than they seem sometimes. You'll notice that it sold for $104,000. If you take the land out, what it's saying is that mobile home really sold for $63,000. It's a 2016 mobile home. That's what that's doing. It's abstracting the mobile home value. It's saying, because we're comping it against a mobile home that doesn't have a land value because it's a mobile home only account. So what the subject is having, the comp is having to do is it's having to say, what would this sell for if it was like the subject, and how is it gonna be like the subject? We'll take the land away. So what it's giving you is essentially, when the person bought this, they paid $63,000 for the mobile home. When you come down to the next comp, the same thing's happening again. Same thing's happening over again. And they're saying, it's saying that what did they pay for this? They paid $67,000 for the mobile home. We currently have $44,000 on the mobile home. And then equity is, these are mobile homes. There's not land value associated with these. The best one out of these is the third one. Sometimes it's nice to not mess with averages and to say which one of these is actually similar, the most similar, and it's the third one because it has some age on it. And some of these other ones don't have very much age. So anyways, we support our value either way. And that's all I have.
Okay, you folks have 5 minutes to talk. In 2 minutes to ask him some questions if you have any. So,
Well,
7 minutes.
you know, we have issues. I know you're saying that, you know, they don't depreciate, but we had it leveled after Harvey. And then last year during the flood in July, when it flooded so bad, I mean, we had water in our yard for weeks because, you know, we're on the corner and of course everything, you know, ended up in our yard. And now we have an unleveled mobile home, or we've had since the summer because of all the water, because it sat under the house for so long. So we're gonna have to have it leveled again. Right now, I mean, I wouldn't tell everybody this, but we can't even hardly lock our deadbolts because it's so unleveled. So I mean,
Yeah,
you know,
usually you can see it in the door first. Door
yes,
windows, right?
exactly. So, you know, that's part of the problem we're having right now as far as, you know, the mobile home not being at the same level it was. I don't have anything to prove that because I can't show you the level of the trailer, but that was our big issue. Is because it's not level and we're having problems with that. Well, now we have to go back and have it level.
And we have that.
Can you still live in it?
Oh, yes, yes. With a shotgun. Okay.
You're on TV.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Got that YouTube.
You really don't.
No weapons. Other than their statement.
You have more time, so what you want to add, questions you want to ask, right?
No.
Well, I got one question. Last year we was at 40-something thousand. I don't
35.
Well, the year before that, because we went down
Oh,
and all of a sudden it jumps up to 44. And I guess from what you said, it's people around us that's made it go up, not us.
Yes, that's the problem. And furthermore, the true number, I mean, in all seriousness, I'm not just saying this, that the true number for that mobile home is probably closer to 55. In the market.
We didn't say that.
It's irregardless of cost, it's market. Market and cost are just completely different animals. So it's beneficial to you that you can sell it for more than you paid for it. And when you think about the market, the way things are today and what people are doing with real estate, that actually just makes sense because every seller is making money right now, maybe more money than they should. Most people are, 90% of people are selling for gain, they're not breaking even or loss, they're getting a gain. So that's just what's going on.
Yeah, if you know, we're from San Antonio. We don't live here. This is in our getaway place since 01. We would move into this place if it wasn't for our doctors and hospitals.
Sure.
I mean, it's a long way to go.
Yeah.
Just 2 weeks ago, I had to go to the hospital. Very nice.
And there's no way they could have got me to the hospital as quick as San Antonio.
Sure.
And that's the only reason we're not living here. So we're down there in mud and weekend.
I understand.
Do you have any idea how much it's gonna cost to relevel it for you?
I don't know, we haven't checked lately.
When you had it done
When we had it,
before,
when we had it done before, it was like $1,200.
it's brought in dirt and leveled it up.
Yes, because we're not on a concrete foundation. Our mobile home is not on a concrete
Cinder
foundation.
blocks, right?
Right. Mhm.
And it's
That's why.
scrap.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
If it wasn't for Palm Harbor, that thing would.
Yeah.
Anything else you wanna bring up? You got a couple minutes if you.
No, I think that's it.
Okay. Okay, Ray?
I'm done.
1 minute.
So we're not gonna get anything.
Hang on. We
Oh,
have-
oh, oh, oh.
You don't have anything?
I don't. I'm good. I was gonna ask about the cost. I was gonna ask about if there was runners or anything. I figured there was a runner. That you were concrete on dirt. I mean, cinder blocks on dirt. I just wanted to verify.
Yeah.
that. So I think we've all experienced, any of us that have ever traveled in a travel trailer, at least know that the travel trailer is not level when the door won't shut. And that's the sign. That's the sign. In some ways, that's the easiest sign. You don't even have to look at the level. You just open the door, shut the door. If it does what it's supposed to do,
Yeah,
you know.
and most of the doors don't shut. I mean, they do shut and they don't stay open inside.
Yeah, I understand.
It is what it is.
I understand. But that's an issue.
Ray's concluded his comments. Is there anything else you'd like to add? You have a minute or two?
No, I think
We got off.
I think we're good.
Okay. And the ARB has 5 minutes to discuss.
Yeah, I'll make a quick comment, and it's just a point of clarification. You kind of noted this in your protest form. There is always a misinterpretation of the word improvements. And it's in some ways an unfortunate choice of terms that state has used. Improvement does not mean changes that you have made to improve something. The improvements are the collection of things that sit on your property. So any structures fall into this bucket they call improvements. It's not meant to imply that things have been improved or updated or modified. Okay, just a nuance that is used in the terms that they choose.
Okay.
Now, having said that, I actually, I'll throw in my 2 cents here, and I like this comp 3 and the equity. I was, in light of the leveling issue and so on, I was going to suggest, 42833 or 428 800 as a point to go to.
42,800.
That's yes.
Yeah.
I think that did somebody also.
Yeah.
The level.
You have to do level.
And given the cost of doing that, because it's pretty close to what their value is.
So once your level, the value is going to go up, probably significantly more in line with the numbers that where they.
Okay, yes, it should.
Yeah. Well, things are what kind of
More
was.
value. Okay.
I'm comfortable with, I would just start 42,000.
42.8.
I'm good.
Yes.
You want to do 42? Okay. that's
42.
Okay. Right.
Two even numbers.
Yeah.
We like even numbers.
Yeah.
We're gonna make a motion on the property. It's and it's case ID 2022 -1059, change count 8809362. Interesting, 2122, and correct phrase market value and median level of appraisal. And we did address your property description as being incorrect, which is not something that you think. So, we address that. And based on the facts, we're of the opinion, this credit review board is of the opinion that we would lower the value on the property from 44,750 to 42,000.
I'll second. All in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Okay, you understand the new value?
Yes, thank you.
Yes.
Okay.
Appreciate it.
Close this hearing. Thank you for your time.
Well, thank you. I don't know if y'all can answer this question. We've got two culverts.
They can answer because they probably don't live here.
Yeah, we do.
Oh, you live here. Oh, sorry.
We've got two culverts, one on each side of it. We got one on the James side, one on the Sioux side. We can't unplug.
Who do we contact?
Contact the county office out on Pearl Street, out past the post office
Okay,
on the left-hand side, David Reed.
yes.
Road, it's a big sign that road and bridge.
They will handle.
Oh, good. Okay, great. Because
I know somebody got
it's
an
just another, storm will-
Yeah.
I still back there trying to shovel and all that.
Oh, they-
Feel free to take that as you like.
Thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Y'all have a good day.
Stay here. Thank you. Stay here.
Everything comes out. As a matter of fact, we were here last.
Oh, no. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Y'all
Bye-bye.
have a good one.
Bye.
Thank you. Case number 615.
It's on page 4 at the bottom.
You haven't had a meeting?
Page 4, the bottom.
How are you today?
Doing well, how are you?
Pretty good, pretty good.
Oh,
Well,
Technically, it's a form.
Counties.
It's a form.
It's really not a difference.
Only the gate for the property.
did they scan anything?
No, I didn't see anything. Just the numbers that I have. In 2019, we bought it.
Where's the way? There it is. No, it's, mine.
He's got some evidence that hasn't been provided to you guys.
That's
Probably communicating with.
Yeah.
It's in my head.
Oh, it's in your head? Well, you don't need to scan that in? That's no problem.
Yeah, we should do that just to do
The stuff that's on there.
Yeah, that's fine. Did you want to talk about it? So I can scan it in real quick. No
Thank
problem.
So y'all don't do anything?
They do.
Did you not call it?
Yeah, I submitted online. And then got it, good schedule. I thought this was the info.
Yeah, the online is the informal in the, it's probably hidden, it's hard to see, but they're the ones that, like legally things that you would read when you do it on. But the online is an informal, it's an exchange of basically ideas.
Well, I submitted a protest. And then went straight to scheduling.
Did you do it online? Is that what you said? Yeah,
I submitted the protest.
online. Yeah, that online and the exchange back and forth is informal. So
Yeah, they're letting me.
You didn't have an exchange?
Like I said, I hit submit to submit the protest and then scheduled this.
right. So basically what happens at that point is that we gather evidence, and then we submit it. If there's our evidence indicates that your claim or your things that you evaluation that indicates that either the market value or the equity should be lower, we send an offer electronically. So, but if the value that's indicated does not warrant that, then we just don't do that and we get the attached. What are you telling me about that?
Page 615 account 49576.
Okay, that's good.
We're just waiting for the evidence to show up.
That was getting it in.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we can proceed.
Okay, so I have a bunch of administrative stuff to go through first. And we'll get into the details. We're commencing a hearing on case ID 2022-615, account number 49576, 15 Blue Heron in Rockport on Key Allegro. This hearing is being recorded and streamed live on YouTube. So let's verify exactly what's under protest.
Q1 and Q2.
Okay, and I see that we do have a homestead exemption also. Yes, great. We are the appraisal review board that will be hearing your protest today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding the experience. You can probably use a survey form here. Didn't see one.
No, sorry.
That's okay. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience. The survey may be completed using this survey form, if you'd like. And that survey is also included in the determination package, and information on how to complete it and how to return it is included at the top of the form, as well as information about taking it online if you so choose. The survey is voluntary, but we do appreciate any feedback you might give. You also have the right to appeal our decision, and appeal information will be provided to you with the determination in that determination package you received in the mail after this hearing. In accordance with tax code section 41.45H, all written material and evidence that have not been provided must be provided at this time. And that's why it was important that we got your stuff in hand. Excellent. We have that escape. The ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing an affidavit to that effect. I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.6F.
I, Tabby Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have communicated with the person in violation of tax code 41.63.
I, Joanne Ferguson, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Ron McCann, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Peggy Bird, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath, and we'll be asked to swear in now, and Beth can step me through that.
Straight up and aloud and then
And you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to your appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
And my name is Michael Soto. I do solemnly swear affirm the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct. I want to see.
you should take it into that.
Matt Johnston.
Thank you. Okay, Matthew, I need to ask you if you hold a license or certificate from the Texas Appraiser Licensing and Certification. Okay, all right.
Yeah, I'm gonna go get it.
The form there is a chart that has the hearing procedure time. This is how we're going to be running the hearing today, and there's two ways we can run it. To start off with, one is if you present first, or the second is if the district presents first. You get to make the choice of who goes first.
So, yes, since I don't have my papers back.
Well, we can hang on if you want to go first. Here it is.
There you go.
All right. Well, I will go first.
Yeah, 5 minutes right now, and then you get some additional minutes if you want.
That will be quick. So in 2019, we bought the property for $800,000. Open market sale. And then we put about 280 into fixing it up, which brings us to 1,080,000. So that was the market value. Then in 2021, the appraisal district jumped the price from 900, or the appraised value from 900,000 went up from 495,640 to 1,295,640, which we thought was a pretty steep jump given what we paid for the property. And then now the proposed increase is 1,400,400. And we were requesting that it stay at the 1.295. Another item is that there's a 10% cap, I believe, on the homestead. Right? And the 1.482 proposed is above that.
Also, 1.48.
The assessed value for 2022 is above the 10% cap. So if you,
I don't,
I think the HS cap is the,
yes, sir. And if you'll, yes, sir. And if you look at the, I looked at it last year. Scott, if you could bring up last year's ARB value. Last year this was protested and there was an ARB decision and it was 1.2 and change. So if you look at the 1.2, Scott, can you bring up this car, the old car? The 21 car.
Sorry, I'm getting there.
I believe if you look at the 1.295, 640 times 1.1, you come up to the 1.425 instead of the 282. And the only thing I could think of, was there anything new that was added?
same as it was last year.
Mike,
Yeah.
look at the percent complete.
So this is it right here.
Yes, that's it.
So 1.295640.
But look at the percent complete is what I'm saying.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, they were saying it was 85% complete. At least that was brought up in the hearing. It's 100% complete, so that's why I added, was there anything new added? So the difference between what the cap would be at the 1.425 and the 1.482 is just the difference in completeness. So the cap appears to be working correctly. In answer to your question. Continue. I'm sorry, I just wanted to get an answer.
And still going back to the market amount paid in 2019 was 800,000, and then put 280 into bring the total cost of 1,080,000. And that's all.
Okay, I did 7 minutes.
Yeah, the 2 minutes for cross and 5 minutes presentation. In 2 minutes for cross, I'll use some of that time to explain that like the subject property owner indicated, there was a question about the cap. So what is the cap? The cap is if last year's value times 110%, so only 10% of last year's value, and that's what you can be assessed for. That has nothing to do with the market. So if the market goes above that, you're retarded only to, or restricted only to 10% more than the previous year's assessed. And so when you look at last year's value, which was the 1.29, whatever that was, 1.295640, you multiply that times 1.1, the cap should be 1.425. The difference is any new additions. That includes percent completeness. That's like a new, like that's percent complete. And for whatever reason that was discussed last year, I don't have that in front of me, but that was discussed at last year's ARB meeting, and therefore it's now complete. We do still have the functionality in there, so I wanted to explain that before I got started on my presentation. Go ahead.
Find complete. I mean, we spent 280,000 to get it to where it is now, but there's still stuff to do.
Again, without it being in front of me, I don't know last year's discussion that was said, like, you know, if somebody said, I do know that there was a percent complete of 85% last year. We're showing that it's complete this year. And that difference is counted as new towards the cap. Again, it's a very small difference between the 1.45, I'm sorry, 1.425 as opposed to the 1.482. None of that's under deliberation and consideration for the ARB. We're talking, the only thing that you should consider is market value, which we have a market value of 1.605. Okay, so that's what the information I'm going to present is based on the market value of 1.605. But I did want to address it that it appears to be calculated correctly. So we'll go into the, there's no dispute subject property owner paid when he paid it back in 19. The market's moved both years since that time in a positive fashion, upward fashion. We currently have a valuation of 1.605 and change on the subject property. We still, if you'll notice on the property card, we still have a 70% functionality. Why do we have that? It's huge. The subject property is absolutely huge. Both the land element and the house itself. You can even see that the land is adjusted at 70% for how big it is. The economies of size and scale would crush this thing in normal, in a normal, had that 30% adjustment not been in there. So why did we increase the value? Well, the reality is that the market has increased the value just due to the adjacent sales. The very first one that you see is on Albatross. Again, we're trying to get the biggest things that we can and the biggest land values. Comp number one is a great example of what's going on. 22 Albatross sold for $2.6 million. Nearly $1 million, or actually over $1 million more than what the subject property is currently assessed. $1 million more. It's smaller than the subject, but it's better class than the subject. There's a huge adjustment for the class. What's interesting here is that the land values are very similar. Now, what I'm going to tell you is that other 22 Albatross is pretty big. It's a pretty big house. And it's a pretty big land element, but it's not as big as the subject and it's not as big as the land. So this sale alone, even if you just had one, this sale alone would tell you that we're properly appraised at 1.6. Why? Because we're $1 million off of this sale. And you could say, yeah, but that's a much better house. Yeah, we're adjusting it nearly $600,000 for its class. You can see $585,000. We're adjusting it that it's smaller than the subject, and therefore there needs to be an adjustment as well. There's a positive adjustment there. You can see that sale alone indicates a rendered value of 1.724. Again, that supports the 1.605 that we have on the subject. But that's not the only thing that we have. We have another sale of 1.140. At 12 Blue Heron. Now, this is on the same street, probably across the street to some regard, because 12 Blue Heron and we got odds and evens. So this is very proximate to the subject property. It's sold for 1.14. Now, what's different between that and the subject? One, the comp is a better class. That's adjusted, but it's nearly half the size of the subject. It's 3,100 square feet as opposed to 6,000 square feet of the subject. Furthermore, its land element is nearly 1/3 the size of the subject's land element. Again, there's huge adjustments for the land and there's huge adjustment for the classification. The subject is large. Again, that has a rendered value of 1.733 when compared with the subject. Again, we have another sale on Blue Heron. This is at 18 Blue Heron. Again, it's on the same street. That one sold for 1.668. Again, the subject is 1.605. It's a better class in the subject, nearly half the size of the main area as the subject. And the land element is nearly 1/3 the size of the subject. Again, the subject is huge, and you have a sale across the street for basically the same value as the subject, and it's nearly half the size of the main area. And the land is nearly 1/3 the size of the land. This thing screams that this is undervalued right now.
That's the question.
Sure.
Why is the improvement of the house valued at $413,000?
Which house?
This house.
The subject,
Because it has, you're saying why isn't it more?
Yeah.
It's because it has huge, functional obsolescence that was brought up in last year's or previous year's hearings. And we believe that those conditions still exist, so we just left it in there. We believe that the majority of the value lies in the land element.
3 lots.
It's huge. Yeah, it's absolutely huge. It's 20,000 square feet as opposed to your best comp is 13,000 square feet. So that's basically 2/3 of that number. And that sale sold at 2.6, nearly $1 million more than what we currently have that's assessed. I'm gonna say that this property is underappraised right now. I think that it probably is in the 1.8 to $2 million range. Having said that, we're only assessing at 1.6. Going into equity, we're trying to pull the biggest comps that we can. As far as equity is concerned, you can see that the median value is 1.75. Again, that more than supports the value of the 1.6. Not discounting the subject property owner's purchase in 19, but a lot's happened since then with the market. It's not his fault, but I think that this property is underappraised in its current condition, based on the sales activity and the equity is supported as well.
Okay, you go by Matt. You have 4 minutes if you want to question him or have any comments from me.
I have no comments.
Thank you. I can close.
This property is well supported. The market activity shows 109 sales within Key Allegro alone. We had more north of $1 million sales than we've ever had in history in Key Allegro. And when you just look at the best comp, which is the closest thing to it, 13,000 square feet, it's, instead of, it's 4,600, 13,000 square feet of land. When you're looking at the house itself, it's 5,900 as opposed to 6,000. It's the closest thing you got. It's a better house class wise, no doubt. There's a huge adjustment for that, but it sold for $1 million. Yeah, it's this subject property is underappraised right now, and we're well supported here.
No, thank you though. It's the market's just gonna attack those out of it.
Okay, and then the ARB is 5 minutes.
Yeah, I had a question if somebody could. What be all the ups and downs here? Scott, you had shown the prior year property card. And what I was trying to just bridge in my mind here is what it was last year and what it is now, because I still see some functional numbers and adjustments as well. And I'm just,
Would you like to see the prior property card?
Yeah,
What
the
would you-
property card.
yeah.
And what's important about the property card is it instead of cost or income at the method, it says ARB, so you know it's an ARB decision.
Oh, so it may not be as helpful.
But again, you can look at it.
Yeah, sure.
Again, the value method is ARB because it was a rendered
Yeah.
decision. This is the value that you came up with. This is the functionality that was supported and we still have in it. The percent completeness is different. It's now 100% complete.
Actually. Shows 70.
Well, function still shows 70 here and it's still 70 here. The percent complete of the subject right now is 100%.
yes.
Where am I seeing that?
Well, in our,
Or physical?
Yeah.
Which column?
okay, there's two things. Functional is 70, it's still 70. Complete was 85, it's
Right.
now 100.
Fine, thank you.
All right.
My eyes.
Okay, for the new beach.
what constitutes functional?
Functional obsolescence has to do with things that are out of the ordinary, whether they have to do with like a functional obsolescence. A good example might be the kitchen is at one end of the house or the bathrooms are in a weird location, or it's just huge, or there's a myriad of things that could be discussed about functional obsolescence. Economic obsolescence has to do with nothing wrong with your property, but there's something wrong right next door, like there's a chicken house right next door. Physical obsolescence has to do with something that was done architecturally, or that, like there's a physical thing with the subject that would have to be remedied and called the cost of cure to actually fix that thing. So functional obsolescence is just quirkiness or weirdness that's not normal. In this case, maybe a functional obsolescence has to do with it's double the size of most other properties in Key Allegro, and it had some AC issues, I think is what I remember. But we left that in there is what I'm saying.
Hurricane.
An older home.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm with this one. I think it's land, land alone. I mean, I know exactly what this house is. I know it's older. I know it has some issues, but that's probably one of the largest lots I'm dealing with. Maybe not the largest one. So I'm with this one.
I agree.
Yeah, I agree. I have not seen lands so high in comparison to.
I know. The house is huge. For those of you who haven't seen the house, it's a very big property. It's huge. It's huge, but it's older. It's got issues in it. So. But the land, Austin. Yeah. How do you get the one into the other? Practice. Bicycle. See you later. Everybody's okay with that. Okay, case ID 2022-615, account 49576. Addressing equity and market values. Opinion of the review board that the urban noted value of the property of $1,605,260. If anything is undervalued, then we recommend that value should stand.
I'll say, all in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Okay,
The set value is still 1,482.
That is great. Yeah, and that'll be, even if some of that physical or functional obsolescence goes up, if we see something that just, like I said, I think that it's undervalued right now. I'm likely to remove or at least adjust that functional obsolescence upward. It still doesn't do anything. Your cap will still be in place. Like you won't even get to your cap next year, because you can only go 10% more, which is 140,000 roughly. And it won't even reach the 1.6. So that'll be in place. I mean, as long as you the cap, if you have more of an increase in the market than 10%, then you're going to be restricted. All right.
All right, well, thank you for your time.
Thank you, Peter.
We have an affidavit that was scheduled for 1:30, so we can go ahead and do it. Case number 1285.
Nobody else on.
Yes. No, that's it for the person.
Yeah, I'll do it or somebody else. will.
An afternoon one?
Yeah, it's on the 1:30.
1:30.
So it ends.
What?
No lunch for you today. And it's over. No more ends.
Case 1285 on the 1:30. Mike, can you explain again what the online submission?
Online submission, so when a person does an online submission, they typically, I think they're restricted to Q1 and Q2. There's an exchange, like they're agreeing to like, the exchange, help me out there. Yeah. Yeah, with online, they can only, do Q1 and Q2. And part of the exchange is the fact that is informal, meaning when they submit the protest, we look at it, if we don't offer anything because we feel like in our exchange, there wouldn't have been any offer. So they have communicated electronically with us. Now imagine like there's 3 different kinds of individuals. You have here to protest, physically, in person. Here, I'd like to protest, somebody calls in. And then the third person is electronically, here, I'd like to protest. In each case, they've had an informal person in the person on the phone, person does it by electronic. Each one of those cases, they've had interaction with the district. And furthermore, in all of our hearings, we say that if you haven't had a person, they're welcome at any point prior to the hearing, they're welcome to come in prior to that hearing.
So if somebody does file a paper submission, paper protest submission, and there is a checkbox which says, okay. Okay, so really the only time you physically reach out is if they use that paper submission and check the box, is that correct? If I mean, that they're required to.
That's exactly right.
Okay.
So, there is a checkbox on the protest form, a physical protest.
What page are we doing?
130 copy.
Yeah, we're doing case number 1285.
Okay.
It's on page 9.
And if you want to-
Middle one.
Wait, what's on this?
You're on the 3 o'clock. Oh, at least that's what it says. I don't know if that's the page.
Well, Ron said this one is doing it.
Oh.
Yeah.
This is an old condo.
Diane, where is it?
Yeah,
9, middle.
the other one, the other affidavit we did earlier was also.
Okay.
Is that who was here yesterday?
Yes,
Okay. Just trying.
1285,
Yeah.
down number 25175. All right, so we all ready?
Yes.
All right, so we're commencing a hearing on case ID 2022-1285, account number 25175. Which is 9 Blue Heron in Rockport. And this is an online submission. So we're verifying what's under protest.
Under protest is, let me see. Both equity and, market.
Q1, Q2.
Yes.
Thank you. This hearing is being recorded and streamed live on YouTube. We are the appraisal review board that will be hearing the protest today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of the protest. Protester has the right to appeal our decision, and appeal information will be provided to the protester with the determination. In accordance with tax code section 41.45H, it is assumed that all written material and evidence has been provided with the affidavit, and I do see there is some taxpayer evidence provided. The ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing affidavits to that effect. I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.67.
Okay, Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I will communicate with the person.
Joanne Ferguson, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Ronald McCann, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66.
I, Peggy Bird, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
Reach the mic, come back. They're in.
My name is Mike Soto, do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony of Governor President report from the Aransas County President is correct. Is this one above? I know he has something in his ear. Every property owner, agent has, submitted an affidavit of evidence to be read into the record. I will read it at this time. The subject property is 25175. It is, Almoni, Roy, John Edits. And, the subject property is 9 Blue Heron, Lockport, Texas, 78382. Incorrect appraised, but market value is unequal compared to the property statement, section number 5, recent sale of home in close proximity to subject, similar age, class, and square footage price is significantly lower than the home in question. OPV, which is opinion of value, is $786,587. I do not intend to appear at the hearing either by telephone conference call. This affidavit and its evidence and or argument submitted with it may be used at the hearing if I do not appear at the hearing in person. Signed by Kimberly Finley and sworn and subscribed on the 8th day of June. Attached to that is the affidavit hearing file, Mining Blue Hearing, Key Labor Unit 5, blocks 18, lot 5. It says market value 797,480, appraised market value 797,480. Let's see. The valuations, it talks about the 2022, 2021, 2020 market valuations. You can see the market value and the appraised value of both of those things. 797,480 is what the current year is. The living area is 2721. The improvement value is 321,190. The land size is 6,377 square feet. The land value is 476,290. You can see the year 2021 and 2022 there as well. The next section is the market data, or it says, yeah, market data. And you can see that the subject property is 2,721 square feet. The typical property for neighborhood is 2,623 square feet. And then the typical sold properties for the neighborhood is 2,922 square feet. The improvement value is 321,190. The typical property for the neighborhood is 278,951. The typical sold property for the neighborhood is 220,320. Extra features is NA, land size is 6,377. Typical for the neighborhood is 6,758, and typical sold properties is 7,597. The land value is 476,290. The typical property for the neighborhood is 607,291. The typical sold properties is 630. And it says market trend. Average sales price per square foot in the last 3 years. They're putting one property sold.
Yeah, right.
At 291. And it says average sales square foot in 2022. And they're saying the subject square footage, I can't read that. But it looks to be between $160 and $120 a square foot, closer to the 160 tab. You see what I'm talking about right there? Oh, actually, I'm sorry. The blue line goes all the way up past the 280. So it's like 290 something. Yeah. In the next portion, it says, and you can read this here, it talks about improvement being building structure, fixture, fence erected, talks about all those things. Affidavit hearing file, the subject account number is 25175, 9 Blue Heron. The living area is 2721, year built is 1991. The market value is 797,480. The per square foot price is 293.08. And then if you're looking at the other comps 1, 2, and 3, it's 3 Kingfisher, 29 Albatross, and 59 Blue Heron. You have 2999 square feet, 2922 square feet, and 2207 square feet respectively. Year built is 1982, 1978, 1979, respectively. The market value or the sale amounts are 851, 851,000, 850, 950, and 645, respectively. The sell dates are 6 of 20, 7 of 20, and 5 of 21. And it gives the value to sell per square foot value of 283.76, 291.22, 292.25. And then it says the average sales price is 289.08, and the proposed market value is 786,587. The equity analysis picks the assessment comps to similar comps, and says no equity data found. So that's what you have. I believe that's it. That's what you have as far as the subject property owner agent's evidence that is submitted. In the cross-examination time, since the person's not here, I'm going to pick this apart a little bit. What I'd like to say is that there's more than one property sold in 20. It's interesting that there's 0 properties sold for 19 and 21 in their analysis. But then in the hearing affidavit, there's 3 sales presented. 2 of them are in 2020 and 1 is in early 2021. I'm just going to say that I have better evidence than this, that it's not really great. We're going to go into the ACAD evidence. Our evidence indicates 109 sales over the subject period's time, the sales period time. You can see that we have 797 on the subject property. It's a 5ST. It is on blue, not number 9 blue heron. You can see that the market value is well supported by our comps.
Slow down the map there for a second.
Yeah. Sure. It's early in blue heron. It's like one of the first ones, it's like the 5th one down on the north side, I believe.
Does that go all the way around?
Yeah, he's gonna bring up picture.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I think it's like the 4th or 5th one on the right, which is going to be the north side of the road.
Oh, okay.
Two doors down.
That's probably the one we're looking at.
Oh,
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Oh, they're right. Oh, it is. Yeah. Okay. That's interesting. Okay, so the sales that we have, again, they're well supporting the valuation. You can see 896 on the subjects. I'm sorry, the subject is 797. The median value is 896 for other properties that are similarly situated within the Kilo subdivision. The equity is even better. The equity comes right in line with other properties that are right there. You can see that that it comes out to 797 for 88, which is right in line with what we have. These are other 5 STs. We're trying to get 5 STs in Key Allegro. You can see that all of these are 5 STs or 5 ST pluses. There's appropriate adjustments for land. There's 109 sales here. I'm just going to say that our comps are better from the standpoint that we didn't use, I don't believe we used any 2020 sales. So
Could we go out a little bit? So what is that a view of?
sure, it's just a canal.
But I mean, it's,
They can't see.
it's just a canal. That's,
If they could see anything, they could actually see Aransas space.
that's Aransas Bay.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah. So they're right there. They could probably from their thing they could see.
that's Aransas.
There's
Okay.
not a house on the end there.
What do you mean?
No, it's not.
Yeah, that's just
Yeah.
yeah. That's
Okay.
Belongs to the.
This is these situations right in here on the western facing, when they start to cast shade, this is awesome back in here. Because you get to be in the shade and you get to look out this way. This pull out a little bit. Not that this is relevant to this, but this is phenomenal. All of that is phenomenal.
Yeah, okay, I
So-
just wanted to kind of get.
Oh, that's funny that it's that close to the other.
I mean, I think the district is showing that they're responsible for the question. Assessment.
I agree with
I
that.
agree. I mean,
Yeah. It's even
the
more,
market value. Six, which is
Right.
about
And even the
That
ad
was pretty close.
yeah.
Where it is.
I agree. I'm a little frustrated with that.
Oh, yeah. It's-
But unfortunately, this happens a lot.
It's hard, it's, I think they're doing it very good. And they don't know necessarily always get the information.
Well, it's hard to disagree with that when the evidence is not there. You know, we're open to show us, you know.
Okay, so I do 2022, there's 1285, now 25175. Addressing Q1 and Q2, market and equity. It's the opinion of the appraisal review board that the current noted value of $797,480 on this property should stand.
No, sir. All in favor?
Yes.
Anybody opposed? Yeah, close this hearing.
And I think that's for the morning, right?
Yeah.
Scott?
Well, maybe part of the afternoon too, I don't know.
Yeah, that one was from 1:30.
Yeah.
Afternoon.
Yeah. Leave us ahead on that.
Do we have any more? Yeah.
Well, we have to come back at 1:30 to see if it's about 30. Since nobody called and said, oh, well, I can't. What's the deal?
Well, there's a letter. Yes, I have no. They're gonna do a letter now, and then there's another affidavit, but I was trying to see if there's stuff to do this afternoon, we can wait to deal with the affidavit.
Yeah, let's do that.
Can we do the letter?
If we're gonna have to. put that in there, we might as well.
Have something to do.
Yeah, something like a shop.
Yep. So, accepting the affidavit, that we're fighting affidavit.
Hey, it works.
Well, what's time? Okay, so. It's okay.
And there's a bunch of pictures.
Yes, I was screwing around. Let me the rooms.
That's me. 3:00 there at 8. And like 2 later days.
I'm surprised around and don't show up.
I am surprised, but I'm also thankful. I think I agree.
Yeah. We're gonna deal with it after. Okay. So, executive decisions. Oh, can't deal with it. Yeah, we're gonna deal with the letter at 1:30, and then we're gonna take into affidavit mode of, start listening to the batch of. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
But we'll wait till. there's nothing else aside from dealing with affidavits.
Oh, that's it.
Oh, it's all
Yes,
scheduled.
all 130 is RS.
That's true. And 8 or 8 cases. Of those all.
Evidently, yes,
Okay,
yes.
we can do that.
Free to go down?
Yes, and that's why I said, let's just wait and you guys can go
Thank you.
take a few more minutes.
Until 1:30.
Yes.
Sounds good.
I got time.
Go home. Yes. Oh, you know.
Feel like. I feel like Dumbledore. Right, he says. All exams for the semester are canceled.
Yes.
Yeah. They're gonna have to deal with something about the circulation too.
Yes.
Y'all know, once.
Yeah, we are.
once you're-
Yeah, I think you're right. Or even now, we can leave it open.
I'm comfortable.
Problem is, there's no, they can blow it in, but there's no place for it to go out.
Yeah, but you know, it's much cooler here.
Yeah, you're sitting right under a vent.
Yeah.
You wanna sit over there?
No, I'm okay. I was more. Which are you guys?
No, I'm comfortable.
No.
Okay.
Okay, well, and it's quite possible. Where it was such a good moment. Because I was looking for it here, and so wow, the whole statement will change. Location. And I hope that we have to have it. But if you don't have that. Yeah. Well.
I don't have that one. Oh. Cause it was today, that other. So I could have on the table. So, yeah, Aiden brought this again. And I said, okay, here's. Okay, so, I always wanted to. I was thinking. I am afraid, no one will get that now.
Do we know who's playing?
Plus, if it goes back to another,
Right. If you guys, for whatever reason, decide not to accept the recommendation, then we're going to have, it's gonna get sent back anyway, kicked back. We got a regular hearing schedule, and we'll hear it. That's right. That's right.
So we could deny both evidence, is what you're saying. If we don't, you bring a recommendation to us and you say, okay, that's based on whatever the recommendation is, and if we don't agree, then it gets kicked back and then do a formal
Yeah, a regular hearing.
regular hearing.
Yeah, we're not gonna steal all this stuff.
Right. You would need to say.
and if he gives us too much information, we're less objective, it goes back to a regular hearing. So
It
Yeah,
could be
exactly.
interesting.
Yeah, for a regular hearing, I don't think you would be comfortable swearing in to say I'm not, blah, blah, blah.
because we've heard it.
We heard it, yeah,
Exactly right.
yeah,
That's another-
that's a good point.
Well, and it doesn't put your late night.
Well, I think about some of these things. It's just.
Yeah, it's a consequence of what's gonna happen, what could happen. And of course.
Well, maybe we should
could, it
reject
will.
it. It may just be perfect. Who knows?
We'll find it.
Yes.
We have our first one on the phone. And then we have two waiting in the
And
lobby.
which one on the phone?
Right now, we have case 316. Property 14109.
Page 7, top of the page.
You're fast.
Well, I took away all the 8:30 and the 10s, so it makes it easier to go through it. Not dealing with those. Page 7.
This is the thing.
Yeah. That is the top of the page.
That it?
Uh-huh.
It was the same color sticky as you used earlier. That's confusing.
I will tell the girls to do multi-color throughout the day.
Call the guy back, say, Travis, is that you?
Travis, yeah. He's here, done that, didn't he?
Yeah, right.
I drove around in Key Labor today. I did.
And what did you see that out?
No, I couldn't find it. I didn't remember the address, but I Blue Heron, okay.
First move.
I didn't. I just drove around and went. Still a lot of
I
construction.
haven't been there since they started the bridge work and I'm not gonna go back in there until it's been.
Well,
Really, since it's fallen
It's not
down once
bad.
already.
I didn't have to wait with 3 minutes, 5 minutes, it's that long, not even 5 minutes.
Okay, folks, I guess we're ready. I'm gonna dial them up or
Yeah.
we'll get started. Uh-oh.
I got to press it twice.
Do I need to go get Eamon?
I'm not even watching because she's gonna be the rest of the next one. Oh, yeah. On the boomerang.
I love what you said. Boomerang.
Dave,
Oh, Nate?
yes, this is he.
Yes, this is the Aransas County Appraisal Review Board calling for your protest hearing.
Okay. Great.
Okay,
Hello, Nate. How are you today?
I'm living the dream, just like you guys.
There you go. That's why we're all sitting here around the table. I have some administration information to go through first, so I can just hang loose. We'll get into your hearing. So we're commencing a hearing. We're commencing a hearing on case ID 2022-316, account number 14109, which is King Avenue in Aransas Pass. This hearing is being recorded.
Yes.
This hearing is being recorded and streamed live on YouTube. verify exactly what we have under protest.
Equity.
Okay. Q1, Q2. We are the appraisal review board that will be hearing your protest today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience. The survey may be completed using the survey form, which will be included in the determination package that will be mailed to you after this hearing. There's also information available in that package to take, if you want to take the survey online. The survey is completely voluntary. However, we always do appreciate any feedback. You also have the right to appeal our decision, and appeal information is also included in that determination package that you will receive. In accordance with tax code section 41.45H, all written material and evidence that has not been provided must be provided at this time. So I see we have some evidence from you. So do you have any other evidence than what you have already submitted?
No, only thing I can say is that, you know, we can all just look at a map. That's the only thing I'm would suggest, but that'd be about it. I mean, it's gonna be pretty easy. I'm not gonna have a whole lot to say.
Okay, no problem. I just want to make sure that you understand that we have to have all the evidence submitted prior to the hearing. Okay, all right. The ARB members who are considering the protests have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing affidavits to that effect. I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code 41.66.
I, Joanne Ferguson, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Ron Can, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66L.
I, Peggy Bird, do solemnly say that I'm not communicating with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath. And I am assuming that since we do have a signed and notarized affidavit for you, that you understand that you are in fact under oath.
Yeah.
Okay, great. I need to ask you if you hold a license or certificate from the Texas Appraisers Licensing and Certification Board.
I do not.
Okay, that's fine. Just need to ask. Are you, it sounds like you might be in your car.
Yeah, but I'm gonna pull over. Yeah, just,
It's not a problem per se, but I was gonna ask that, in the package you received is a chart that has the hearing procedure times on it. And it shows how we're going to run the hearing. It takes two forms. One is, if you wish to present first, or the other is if you would like the district to present first, you get to make that choice.
oh, okay. I can present first.
Okay,
Scott,
and I didn't ask you this. Swearing.
I respectfully just always swear in front of the testimony I present to the appraisal review board for the next step.
Okay, Nate or Nathaniel?
Yeah, either one. Nate is fine. Yeah.
Nate, you have,
Yeah.
if you're doing your presentation first, you have 5 minutes, and then we are on a timer, and then you get some more additional time later on.
Okay, cool. Well, basically, all I wanted to bring your attention is that there really is no King Avenue. It's just basically an easement that either the city has or the county has that's not completed. So the acreage that we're talking about is more or less inaccessible without actually trespassing. So there's no way to really develop it. And I'm trying to work with some of the other landowners there, maybe see if somebody could actually sell and kind of compile it where we could have access to potentially develop it. But right now it's not accessible. And so the comps, if there's anything that were sales, or any sold comps anyway, what the list that you guys sent me, I believe are on streets that you could have, mostly they're small lots that we're trying to draw the comparisons to. And this is, 2.5 acres, versus whatever, 0.2 or, 0.19 acres, kind of little lots. Where you can get utilities and city services and basically have the ability to develop them, whereas this is not at current time, it's not really, you don't really have the ability to develop it. I guess you could say you could walk down the county easement road, but I mean, there's no way to get through it. I mean, it's all just, it's more or less just brush and trees and things that there's just no way to get anything back there. So that's kind of where it is. And so that's why I think the comps aren't, really valid in terms of, if something's even by a dirt road, you have the ability to kind of develop it. The neighbor that I have is Margaret Strickhausen. I think that I don't remember the ID that she has. I've been trying to reach her to see if she wanted to protest it as well. She's kind of in a similar position, but I think she's a wealthy lady that just is kind of retired and doesn't really look at things like this very often. But anyway, that's kind of the situation. And I had it deeded to me, just somebody deeded it over to me for back taxes before it went to a sheriff's sale. So it wasn't even deeded any more than that. And so, yeah, so I mean, I guess I don't know if that constitutes, any kind of fair market value, but basically I think there should be some kind of a consideration to the fact that we can't really develop it and it's kind of tucked back there. And if it goes right down the road, maybe I'll be able to purchase some adjoining acreage where we can actually get to it with a road, that's whether it's dirt road or otherwise. So that's really all I wanted to bring to your attention. I don't have a whole lot more to say other than that.
Okay, you'll have some more minutes in a little bit here. Meanwhile, the district will make their presentation.
Okay.
The correct number should be 15,000. There's an error in the account. It shouldn't have been
Correct
30.
value should be.
It shouldn't have been 30, it should have been 15. There's
Oh.
an error in the account, so if Nathan is good with 15, then we're ready to just stop.
Did you hear that, Nathan?
I did, yeah, I did. I guess I want to get some lunch. So I'll take that. So that's fine. So I'll go down easy. I think that's fair. And I appreciate that.
Okay, well, hold on, second here, I need to make a motion on this, and then you'll get some information in the mail, but hold on a second. I'm gonna make a motion on case ID 2022-316, count 14109, address it Q1 and incorrect market and equity levels. This opinion of the district, and as well as the ARB, that the zoning value of $30,000 on this property should be reduced to 15,000 even. Did you hear that?
I did.
Okay.
Second.
Yes.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed?
Go have lunch, Nathan.
Okay,
All right. Okay, I'll listen for something in the mail then. I guess am I done then?
you are done. Thank
All
you.
right. I appreciate you.
Okay.
Take care. Bye.
It's a priority thing. Lunch or money, lunch money.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I'm gonna go grab the affidavit.
Right back. Hello. Hi. Right here?
Yes, ma'am.
We don't mind.
Case number 868.
Hey, Jay, top.
Let you know when it's gonna be returned.
Laura? Okay, I'll call you Laura. Okay. So I have some administrative stuff to go through first. And we'll get started. Just catching up. Okay, so we are commencing a hearing on case ID 2022-868. Account number 348992, which is 38 Market Line in Rockport. This hearing is being recorded and streamed live on YouTube. Let's verify exactly what's under protest. 2122. Okay. We are the appraisal review board that will be hearing your case today, hearing the protest today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. So 5 of us around here is the appraisal review board. Especially at the end is the district representative, and we have Beth and Scott helping in the back there. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience during the hearing. That survey, which actually is included right here, may be completed. You can use that form, or there's also one in the determination package you'll receive in the mail after the hearing. Also, at the top of that is the instructions on how to return it, fill it out. There's also information, if you so choose, to actually take it online. The survey is completely voluntary, but we do appreciate any feedback you might want to give. You also have the right to appeal our decision, and appeal information will also be provided to you in the determination package that you'll receive in the mail after this hearing. So in accordance with tax code section 41.45H, all written material and evidence that has not been provided must be provided at this time. Now, I understand you didn't have any evidence provided, you don't have any. Okay, that's fine.
This will be quick, I promise.
All right.
I do see here that, I have an address of one of the, oh, I should have to finish it. I do have an address change.
Okay, so we'll get to that in just a minute. The ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing affidavits to that effect. I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I have not been and solemnly swear that I have not communicated with the person in violation of tax code 41.66F.
Joanne Ferguson, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Ron McCann, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Peggy Bird, do solemnly swear I'm not communicating with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
All ARB members, all testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath. You'll be asked to swear in at this time.
Read the statement and then put your name, please. I do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal and report with the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct. Laura, Aaron,
I rate myself to solemnly swear from the testimony I shall present to the appraisal and report for the next month.
Thank you.
Laura, I need to ask whether you hold a license and certificate from the Texas Appraiser Licensing and Certification. Okay. In front of you, there is a chart that's the hearing procedure times that shows how we're going to be conducting the hearing. There's 2 ways it can run. One is if you go first, or the other is if the district goes first, you get to make the choice which you would like to have. You go first, or the district?
I'll go first because it'll be very quick.
Well, you have 5 minutes right now. You have some more time there.
Probably will be it. So I guess I should just, I'm here, I have no documentation for anything, I just, our appraisal went up $270,000 from last year. We have done nothing to our property. It is a place that, when we first bought, it got hit by Hurricane Harvey, so it's rebuilt from then. We just got in it. We haven't been in it that long. you know, it took almost 4 years for us to get it rebuilt. Anyway, so from last year to this year, it's been appraised $270,000 more, and that's just scary to us. And I felt that we both, my husband and I felt that we needed to come do something. What, I don't know, other than telling you we didn't do anything to our property from last year to this year, and I'd like for you to consider not this price. And you know, I'm a little embarrassed that I don't know what else to say or do, but I felt that I couldn't not do anything. So that's basically my spiel.
The district will present evidence, maybe with some questions about.
Okay, fair enough.
Is that it for the moment?
That is it for the moment, yes.
Okay, let's put the picture up there, Scott, so we can show everybody where we're at. This is on the end of Mazatlan. And notice that thing in the blue right there is Ventura condos. I think there's 14 of them.
There are
There's
14 units.
14 units in there. And they have, it's hard to see, but there's parking underneath. And then there's a first and second floor. I'm correct, right? Parking underneath, first and second floor.
You are correct.
And can you show us which one is yours?
Ours is on the end, yes. We're number 7.
Right there?
Yes.
Okay. And
No
So-
boat slip.
no boats. Yeah, and I looked at that. We don't have it. We don't have a dock in there right now. Yeah. I mean, we don't have the boat slip set up or lifts or anything like that. So this was not all the condos. This may be the only complex in Key Allegro that was wiped to the ground and rebuilt from ground up. So Scott, if you'll show, go ahead and show Hurricane. So we'll show Hurricane here. That was Hurricane. Yep. So that's, this ended up being a complete rebuild from the ground up. It's not the only one in the county. There was another one in Coconut Ridge that was completely redone, but most of them didn't get ground up. So here we go. We're gonna look at Ventura. That's Ventura condos. Look at Mazatlan on the screen.
It's not on my screen, but I can see it.
Okay. And we're gonna look at market stuff for Ventura. So if you look at the sales grid, first comp is apartment number 13. And it's sold in October for $660. And then you'll see comp number 2 sold in September of 21 for $325, and that's apartment number 14. The reason that it's $325 is because that condo is stacked. Not all of the units are done. So some of the units are done, some of the units are, I'm assuming the condo complex was required to build to stay.
Yes.
And then everything else, right? So many of these units, I would say maybe half of them are finished out and half of them are not. So this is somebody buying a not finished condo in September for $325 that they then have to finish. So that's also what comp number 3 is. Comp number 3 is a 456 sale in August of 21, and it's unit 6. I guess this is the unit next door. And was not complete. So
And that was
456,
not complete.
not complete. What does all this mean? We're a long ways from the storm, so at this point, it's kind of like, wow, people are buying condos that aren't complete. It's really been going on since 2019. People have been buying condos not complete, and either having the money to do it or having the know-how to do it. Either way, I think the only thing in your way right now is that materials are so expensive. So that gives a median value of 707. 707 for a condo in Ventura. Let me add something to that. You know, when you look at appraisals, you look at appraisal grids, sometimes you're looking at a grouping and you're saying this whole grouping tells me something, tells me one thing, like how much something is worth. Sometimes you're looking at it and it tells you more than one thing. So I want to be clear here. We're not saying that that's a $700,000 condo. What we're saying is that comp number one is the best comp out of the three. Obviously, it's the one that's finished, and it sold in October for $660. So that's 2 months before the first of the year, and it sold for $660. The other two comps, what they really tell you is how much is a partially built condo worth. What we're having to do is extrapolate that out, because our other option would be to leave this condo complex and to comp something else, another condo complex. We could have chosen to do that. We chose not to do that. We chose to go this route. So that's the sales grid, 707. In my opinion, comp number one is the indicator. The other two comps just show you that there's a market for people who are willing to do that kind of work. So the equity grid, this will be pretty clear and cut because we're comping against itself. You'll notice that there's very little adjustments. There's a couple of adjustments on those first two because they have boat lifts and docks. But for the most part, there's nothing there. And then the next comp number three doesn't have the boat lift and dock. And so the only difference there is they have a little bit larger something, some kind of deck. That renders a little difference. So you could say if it's not $667,000 worth of condo, I'm not sure what it is. I know that on the marketplace, someone sold one for $660. There's been 2 sales of partially built condos. I don't know that this is a little bit ironic. Think about it. Comp number 2 sold only the stud. So there's no sheetrock, there's no nothing. It's stud and flooring. No cabinets, no nothing. It's just that, right? It sold for $325. Last year, we had a total value on the subject condo at $396. So the lowest sale in our grid was for a half-built condo that sold within $60,000 of your value last year total. That's crazy. I mean, that's why we made the move. That's why we made the move. When, we had to do something, so.
But do you understand the pluses and minuses of what they value rises?
I hadn't even seen them.
The pluses and minuses in this case are different than, normally we're comparing like porches to porches. This to that, whatever is better, we take away. If something's worse, we add. They're trying to make it, the whole idea is to make the comp like the subject like the comp. It's to take something.
Get them as close.
But in this case, what we're really doing, other than in the equity grid, that's what we're doing. But what we're really doing in the sales grid is we're saying, what if these partially built condos were complete? That's what we're saying.
Right.
What if they were complete? Like if a partially built condo sold for $325, what would it have sold for if it was done? And the condos and the grid says it would have sold for $666. The other one sold for $660. That's what it's doing. Is there one listed right now? Do you know?
I haven't been down here, so I have no idea.
I don't either.
I'm sorry.
No, it's
That's
okay.
how ill prepared I am.
That's okay. I don't know either.
This is in the last sale, 2021, like now, okay, for one, I'm scared that, every year this is gonna happen to us and I have no grounds to say, I have nothing I don't know what to say. And then I'm like, but I do see on my way up here, my friends are just, the interest rates are going up. Is that gonna stop people from buying? You know, so can that play any part in our, I mean, when we bought these when they were built in 1981. Hurricane Harvey's the one that had us do all these over, and don't get me wrong, we love it. But it wasn't our intention on paying taxes on a $667,000 condo either, you know, I don't know, I'm trying to mitigate something here that we want to be able to stay in our place. It wasn't that we thought, oh, we're gonna buy this, turn around and sell it. You know, I'm just worried. I feel like I don't want this to happen every year. I don't even know what to say. Other than at the time we bought within our means, and we rebuilt. We went through 4 years of this, and we want to be able to enjoy it. And now my stomach's churning because it makes me very nervous. If this is going to be our.
Did this association bring your condo, or well, they're totally different from what they were before, I understand?
Totally, up to
They
hurricane
give
standard.
you insurance money to bring it back to some extent, or to pay for themselves.
Well, the HOA had, like you said, you know, they had the money and got it to the structure. We did have to pay more because we are now up to hurricane standards as far as windows go, as far as height. I mean, we had to pay extra for that. As far as the inside goes, that obviously was all on us. And insurance didn't give us the money, what materials cost now, what labor cost, you know, so we had tons of out-of-pocket expenses, way more than what insurance covered. As you can imagine, the way, you know, when we started it, drywall was, gosh, $20-something a sheet. And by the time we finished, it was more than double that a sheet, you know, it's been a process. Terra grain kind of process, to say the least. But we love it and we want to keep it. We've got 3 boys and want to enjoy it, you know. And again, I just, you know, I want to do something now so that, you know, if this happens every year, I don't want it to price us out of being able to keep it. That makes any sense at all. Yeah. Because we literally haven't done anything.
And that's always asking.
Yeah, it's a misleading thing, misleading, confusing use of the word improvement. When you look at your appraisal notices and your account, your card and so on. And improvements doesn't mean what you've done to make something better or change, like to update or replace or whatever. Anything, you have the land element, and then anything that goes on the land, structure wise or otherwise, docks, bulkheads, whatever, is what the state calls improvements. So it's not, doesn't indicate something over time, it's added in one time. What's the value of anything added to the land gets lumped in the bucket called improvements. So I know quite often, and understandably, people come in and say, I didn't change anything. You know, so I didn't improve stuff. And you look at changes under a bucket called improvements, and you know, it's confusing. That it seems like the district is trying to imply that you made some changes going from year to year, and you actually have.
Right.
Ray, I don't know if you have anything else you can offer.
Where are we at? I think, I don't think
We kind of come back and forth.
okay. Well, the things that you're worried about, the concerns that you have, they're very real. they also, they're not appraisals. It's not an appraisal thing. They're just like things that we all are concerned about. The reality is that you have nothing to stop it. There's not a tool in the toolbox. The only tool that's in the toolbox is a homestead, which you, I'm sure, have in Victoria. Right, I'm sure. That's your tool in the toolbox to deal with increases in value. The tool that you have now is not, there's not one. So you have to deal with the market and all of its fury, all of its ignorance, all of its unresponsibility in people. You have to deal with all of that. What you said earlier about a tax increase from a federal level, obviously that kind of stuff, it has an effect in the market, but it's like an effect that is, you hear about it today and you see about it 3, 4, 5, 6 months later. It's not anything that just happens. It's going to take time for the market to understand it. I wish, I can't tell you that you're not going to have to deal with this all the time, because the reality is now that someone has sold a condo in there for $660,000, who's going to be eager to sell one for $600 if they know somebody else got $660? And who's really going to be eager to do it? Probably nobody. Just like there's probably nobody now who will sell a studded unit for less than $325. That's how the market works. It's really like that. I mean, if I was you, I wouldn't sell my condo for $600 unless I had some kind of financial problem. But I'm just saying, I really wouldn't.
I mean, everything you're saying would make sense, but
It's how the market, we are all dealing with it. We're all dealing with it. I mean, I am too. The guy across the street from me sold his house for $400,000. The guy next to me sold his house for $250,000. And then they had to come in and remodel it. Happened really late in the cycle. But I'm sitting in my front yard in chairs going, these people are crazy. You know, like I want to drive by at night and pull the for sale signs up. You know, and just nothing to see here kind of thing. And for me, it happened late. So I'm gonna end up dealing with it next time around, because that's the way the cycle works. Is if it would have happened in August, then I'd be, you know, it's just that kind of, there's a timing to it all. But yeah, I don't know.
And we all live in this town, so we do understand.
Yeah, there's two things I'll mention as well. One is fortunately or unfortunately, probably unfortunately. Our hands are tied in many ways because the state requires that appraisals be done at market value. So that's why the sales play such a big part of what.
because it's sold for that's market value, that is what you guys have to go off.
Exactly.
That's the market. Everywhere you look, when you think about that, in your neighborhood and somebody else's neighborhood, when you're seeing sell activity in the state of Texas, because appraisal districts are 100% of market value, and we're governed by the comptroller. Every other year, the comptroller studies us, and they appraise our county at the same time we do. And then they look at both sides and they say, where are you guys at? And we have to be within 95% of their number. So that's where it's at. We, as an appraisal district, we're spreadsheet people. We're just putting in numbers, finding what it's missing, and putting that percent in, moving on to the next one.
And Scott, can you go to the bottom of the sales ratio report? Because in your case, there were very few sales in your specific unit.
Right.
In your specific complex.
325.
Right. I'm sorry.
2 at 325.
Yeah,
Yeah.
there were, but even so, there were 3 of them, right? It wasn't like we had 50 or something to deal with it. Now in this area, I'm not sure what area.
All of it.
All of Key Allegro, there are 109 sales. And in comparison, dealing with kind of like a check to make sure that the appraisals as they relate to the sales, are they out of whack? In other words, are these guys appraising things too high, too low, or whatever? And you see over in that right column where it's got ratio, there's 97, 0.97, that says they're at 97%, which means looking at 109 sales, comparing them to that against the appraisals, they're pretty darn close, not out of whack, per se. And the other thing, the other point I was gonna make, and this is another part of the crapshoot with all this is your appraisal. We don't know what's gonna happen with the tax rates. Because, you know, at the end of the day, the appraisal rolls are certified, passed off to the taxing entities, the school districts and the counties and the cities and so on. And they look, okay, yeah, well, we've got twice as much money as coming in based on just on appraisals. If we use the same tax rate in many cases, and it actually happened down here last year, where the tax rate went down because they didn't need to, you know, make twice as much money. We just don't know what the tax rates are gonna end up being the levies until the appraisal rolls get certified. And then each of the taxing entities do their calculations to determine, okay, now how much are we gonna tax? And of course, that's where a lot of the pain comes in, because yeah, taxes are probably gonna go up a little, but they're not gonna, I wouldn't expect them. I'm not saying that this is true or not, I would not expect them to go up by 30% or 40% or something like that, just because your appraisal went down. I know that's not a lot of help to alleviate the churn in your stomach right now, but you know, that's all I can offer.
One other thing I would say is that one sale of 660
Yeah.
in October 21 was in apartment 13, which I believe is way down at the end. You're way up in the prime spot location.
They also have a dock at that location. And we don't.
Well, that's an unverified sale. It could be more from us.
That's correct.
Yeah.
I would be willing to go down to the 660. Just to be
I would too. I was gonna say that. I mean, it's the sale.
We don't know.
We don't know.
Except couldn't way more for us.
That's right, but it's not much, but I would be willing to go to the 660. Even. Anybody else?
Especially if you've been working with it. Then I'm
Yeah.
getting numbers. I'll make a motion on your account, this case ID 2022-868. And getting information from the protester and from the district, its opinion on the appraisal review board, that we were comfortable lowering the noted value of the property from 667 to 660.
On favor? Right. Opposed? Okay, you got a new number?
Thank you.
Yeah, right.
You did. I appreciate it. I appreciate you hearing me, because I really don't know what I'm talking about.
It's a learning.
Thank you. Do I sign here?
There's nothing for you to sign now. You will receive a determination package in the mail. Sure. Oh, and you
I
do
need to
need,
change my.
yeah.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Be careful.
Thank you. All right, next one's gonna be 10:30.
Right on the ridge. Someone's here?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sometimes you look at the wall, not building in the right place. Or it needs to be in both places. On the west side and so this is. Hello. Hello.
Hi.
Yeah,
It's coming together.
the work in progress.
Okay, I can bring you into the battery. Okay.
catch up to where we need to be, where I need to be. Okay.
Oh, what's your address?
Okay, I have, some administrative stuff to go through first before we get started with reading your case. We are commencing the hearing on case ID 2022-1030, count number 8821329, which is 126 Norwood Oaks Drive in Boston. This hearing is being recorded and streamed live on YouTube. We verify exactly what's under protest. There's several items here.
Oh, okay. Incorrect base market value and other properties also checked with this. The section was denied, so modified the circuit. And then there's another, which is
Number 7.
homestead exemption, arbitrary name change, property trust. We'll have to hear.
I don't know if we're gonna be talking about that, so that's why I put it in there. I have done the paperwork for that. So I think the process for that is in works.
Okay, and we'll cover it, just make sure all gets handled correctly. Okay. So we are the appraisal review board that will be hearing your protest today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience during this hearing. The survey may be completed using the survey form, which is available here.
It's not mandatory though.
No, the information about how to complete it and where to return it if you so choose is here at the top of the form. There's also a copy that will be included in the determination package that you'll receive in the mail after the hearing. And as you indicated, the survey is entirely voluntary. Your feedback is always appreciated. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you in that determination package that you'll receive in the mail after the hearing. In accordance with tax code section 41.45H, all material and evidence that has not been provided must be provided at this time. I see we do have some evidence from you. Has all your evidence been submitted?
Yes,
Okay, great.
I could have gotten a whole heck of a lot more probably, but I think that's could be.
And that's fine. We just want to make sure you understand. It all has to be submitted ahead of time.
Yeah.
Okay. And new stuff during the year. The ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing an affidavit to that effect. I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
Kathy Hoffman, is solemnly swear that I have not communicated with the person in violation of tax code 41.66F.
I, Joanne Ferguson, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Ron McCann, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Peggy Bird, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath. You'll be asked to swear in at this time.
Please read it out loud and state your name.
Okay, signature first, name is Arthur Perez, AKA Arturo. And the name on this property is it's under my living trust, the Captain Heat.
Okay.
Living trust, and it's sole trustee.
Can I just read that statement of those things?
Okay, I do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
Thanks, sir.
I would constantly solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the great review board for the ransom of the great.
Okay, just so you know, the five of us around the table here are the Labor Review Board. Gentleman at the end, the Ray Presley, who's the representative from the district. And we have some other folks that are wandering in and out at various points in time to help us. Okay. I need to ask, can I call you Arturo?
Arthur.
Okay, Arthur? All right. I need to ask you whether or not you hold a license or certificate from the Texas Appraiser Licensing and Certification Board.
I don't know what that is, so I guess not.
Okay.
No, I don't.
And that's fine. It's not. You can ask them. Under your materials here is a chart, which is the hearing procedure times.
Yeah, I've seen
Okay, so that dictates how we're gonna run the procedure of the hearing. And it's in two columns. One is if you decide that you would like to present first, or if you'd like the district to present first. And you have the choice, so you have to make.
it. I'm gonna go first.
Okay, Arthur, you have for now 5 minutes for your presentation and you'll get some more minutes later on.
Okay, so my name is Arthur Perez. I live at 126 Norwood Oaks Drive. I moved there in the spring of 2020. The cost of the house when I bought it was $350,000. I understand it listed for, I believe, $366 in 2021. And it's taken a jump up to 415, which I think is like just under 9% increase from the previous year. And the thing that I believe is happening in my neighborhood is Hogan Homes has the prices in that neighborhood skewed to the higher range of what they should be. And the reason I say that is because I went to purchase a house at 132 Shadow Moss this past winter, and they were wanting the same price per square foot as a new home. There is no way that a person is going to buy a 2-year house, pay $100,000 of equity when the house actually needs work, and there's one being built right down the road, brand new. And the biggest benefit for a new home buyer in that neighborhood is the 1-year warranty that comes with the purchase of a new home. That's a huge benefit. I did end up buying the second home in Portland. It was quite a bit less than what I could for the same house in my current neighborhood, the second home, and almost $100,000 less for 100 square feet less, I think. And but that neighborhood is complete. They're not building any new homes. They're still building here. And the thing is that Hogan is able to take a house, add all these options to it, and increase the value of that house. Now, if that option costs me $100 to put in, they're going to charge the new home buyer maybe $250. And I'm just throwing these numbers out, of course. But guess what? They can get it installed for 75 bucks. I'm just saying is that anything that they're doing, it's skews these prices to the higher end because they've been in this business a long time. They have sold a lot of houses, and the company that is, they're just simply a real shrewd operator. They're super friendly. Before you sign, once you close, they become a totally different entity when they're dealing with them. I can't get a $10 bill out of them for something very called for. I'm serious. I mean, I'm threatening legal on that important property. But it's like, if you've ever been to Disney World, that little mouse out there knows how to separate you from every $10 bill that you got to spare. And I'm thinking that Hogan is doing the same thing in this neighborhood. And I don't understand that what all the ins and outs like they do, you know. So if I was to sell my house today, I would be able to sell it, but I'd have to do a huge discount compared to the other houses that are currently coming up. And that is the case, because I've had a couple of friends in the neighborhood move out. They had discounted the price quite a bit at 150 Shady Terrace. I was a coworker. A next door neighbor, he moved out. But the house at 132 Chatham Walks, there was no way I could have bought that house. 2 years old. And I'll just reiterate that new home warranty is a huge benefit for a home buyer. That's something to consider. And that's something that I cannot compensate a potential buyer with if there was to purchase my house. I shouldn't be taxed at the same rate. It'd be like I'm being asked to pay the same taxes as a new home that's sold for so much per square foot, but that house has a sunroof and I don't. Get my meaning? Because just the extras that they're able to add in, I didn't have any extras to put in. The only extras I requested, I didn't request any, they're already built in. The extended patio fence, stuff is already portable. But and then they are not working with a potential buyer at all. And I got free sod in the backyard. And the garage door opener. You know, that was it. Over there, they wouldn't let me have the garage door opener. They wouldn't let me have they didn't give me a fence either. So there you go. It's just everything is skewed to the higher end because of the main home seller in that neighborhood. And that being Hogan.
You'll have some more minutes later on.
Okay.
Right now, Ray is 2 minutes for cross examination and presentation, 5 minutes. Let's just tell everybody where we're at. That's Wandering Oaks. This is the Pearl Point apartments. That's the Wandering Oaks. Subdivision right there. Yeah, and there's right heading towards 3036 that way, and towards Coconut Ridge that way, Coconut Cove is that way. Let's look at sales. Talk about this for a little bit. All right. The first sale we're going to look at is on Angel Oak. Same subdivision. Sold in January of 2022 for $431. It's a 2021 bill. We'll talk about years in here so that we can show which ones are the ones that are also freshly built, right? So the next one is comp number 2, sold for $434 in October of 21, and it's also a 2021 bill. It's fair to say a 2021 bill for sure is a Hogan home to somebody, purchase, meaning nobody else owned it, went straight from Hogan. This is bought from the developer. Comp number 3 is in June of 21, and it's a 2018 bill. So this would be, and we can check, I'm going to make the assumption that if it was built in 18, this is from an individual to an individual. I don't believe Hogan has ever held a house in there for longer than 6 to 8 months, probably, but maybe a year. The next one is comp number 4, sold in what's the 4th month? Is that April? April of 21 for $429. And this is a 2017 bill. Equity or median value there is 423, subject to the 415. Equity subject to the 2019. All of these homes better be in Wandering Oaks. Yes, they are. The first 2 are on the same street, and they are the same square footage. First one is the same age, but it has a swimming pool. So there's some adjustments there because of that. The next one is a year newer. And the next 2 are on Angel Oak. They're the same size, same age, same class. Some differences in garage size on one, and the other one of them has swimming pool.
Those are the adjustments made, rendering a value of 412. And change, showing us to be about $3,000, give or take $2,500 high on the subject. That's our evidence.
Okay, Arthur, you have some time if you'd like to ask 4 minutes for questions and rebuttal.
So I understand what you presented to me just now. Then I don't know how to coincide that with what I've gotten from Wells Fargo as far as concerning home values in my neighborhood, because they are saying that the average home value of my home in my neighborhood currently is just under 361,000. They're estimating that my home is 397, and that's today. And they estimated that it was 371 in January, and I believe it was 366 in December. So it will, I forgot your name, I'm sorry. Ray, Mr. Ray. It will be at 415. I'm hoping someday it will be at 5 million, but it will be at 415. It just wasn't there on January 1st, according to this dashboard. And I'm assuming that they are 100% objective. They're not going to get either way as far as, you know. So I presented, I think 3 drafts, or it's 3 pages just for that. And then the other one was just my note. There is one house, comparing apples to apples, currently for sale in my neighborhood, same square footage and all that. I saw it on Zillow. But if you take a tour to that house, they have all wood or that I have carpeting, which is cheaper than the all. It's not wood, it's something else. No carpeting, and they have like a whirlpool bath. They have all these extras that I do not have, and they're asking like, I believe 450 something, but I don't know if they'll get it. That's what they're asking. Purchasers don't always get what they're asked for, and but all the add-ons are substantial compared to what I have in my home. And I understand y'all are not able to walk into every home in that neighborhood and see who's got what. And but you know, that's something to consider, because they're currently on Zillow and they have maybe 30 pictures. I go, oh man, that's so, it's my house, but it's so much nicer.
What was the chase value on January 1, 2020?
So it's Wells Fargo, it was 371
That was for January, what year?
this year.
371 was, what was the 397?
I can hand you this.
So that's okay.
So it's 397 is the current value. It's 371 is on that graph, that's January. And the previous month, I believe, was 366.8 maybe. I'm going to remember. So, yeah, it's gradually getting there, but
Anything else you want to
I mean, you don't have any argument with me that it's going to get there. And Mr. Ray, you'll be. Yeah, we'll be at 415 next year, perhaps.
Right? A couple minutes.
Yeah, the thing about the online appraisal stuff, whether it's Wells Fargo or some lending institution or Zillow, objective, I don't have any problem with saying that they're objective. I think they probably are, but they're only as good as their data. For example, Zillow used to be notoriously low on everything. Zestimates were kind of a joke. People laughed about Zestimates. It was a thing. But people don't laugh as much anymore. And that's because they have built up data. They have very good data now. It's taken them a long time to do it, but they have good data. And so their estimates aren't necessarily something that you make fun of anymore in real estate. Sometimes they're pretty accurate, and so they gain some respect. I don't know where Wells Fargo is getting their number of 371 in their estimate. The odd thing about that estimate is there's some cells in this grid here. And
They're quite high.
and they're all over 400. So to get to an average, let's say of 371, you'd have to have some pretty low sales in there to create that 371 average. So that's probably not happening because of what you said. Hogan isn't leaving money on the table ever. It's not something they do. And so they, like you said, and you're absolutely right, you can buy basically the same house in Rockport, Aransas, and Portland. But if you want to pay more, you have to live in Rockport. Because Aransas and Portland, the same house is cheaper. It's a cheaper home. And that's because they know their market very well. They're very good at it. They're just very good at pricing. It's a thing that they're good at. I don't know that I have a whole lot. I'm not necessarily saying the Wells Fargo thing is just something that you can't use. I'm just saying I don't have any idea where. If all they're pulling is what they know from their own loads and closures, then they have a very small grouping of data, extremely small. And that would cause a lot of problems.
To me, that number was more in line because an 8.82 increase in a single year, 8.82% increase in a single year. I mean, that's substantial. Now, I understand that I don't know how all this, you probably know better than I do. The cost of materials. I don't know, the Fed increased the interest rate recently to about 0.75. I don't know if that's going to come back down or even go high. I don't know, in inflation.
Yeah.
But this 0.75% increase since 1994 is just getting very difficult for people making ends. So that's why I'm questioning the increase from last year. It's 48,930, and it's just a huge difference from what the money people, Wells Fargo, is what they're telling us. And that's thank you.
What was the market adjustment? Did you have a market adjustment?
Yeah, there's a market adjustment for sure. It's 140%. Or 1.4, 140 or 1.4.
Could you explain that?
Yeah, we're adjusting your neighborhood. We're multiplying your cost value times 1.4 to get to market. So we have a cost element to this appraisal card, and we have a market element. So we're adjusting your house and all the houses by 1.4.
In which direction?
I want to try to say this is what we're doing here. Let me say in closing, 8% would be 6 points less than the state average. The state average is 14 conservatively and 16 probably more realistically that the overall housing market change. So an 8% change would be below what most people in the state had to deal with, which is crazy. Don't get me wrong.
Let me ask you one quick question. On this page, what's the difference between market and sales price?
The market is what we thought it was worth, and the sales price is what it sold.
Oh, okay. I was saying, okay, I had it wrong. It's not mine.
You have 1 minute left. If you have any questions.
I think I'm done. I think I have all the information for me I need to rule in my favor.
Hey, so you completed now. So the ARB will get 5 minutes to discuss.
Do I need to step out?
No. Well, I think, the equity shows 412. So I, 412, I would be willing to do that. If maybe they all agrees with that, so what else? Scott? Because on sales, it shows even more than 415. The median, sales value.
Sales is 423.
Yeah, 423.
Substantially higher than 415.
Right, that's what I meant, yes. Ron, Joanne,
I would, the 15 is fine,
the 415 or 412?
I'm sorry, 412.
Okay.
But
I'm scrutinizing the sales ratio and sort of. I'm seeing. Without going into, down the weeds. Bunch of 2021 sales. Below 400. In Wyoming. These are,
Must be new still. 2020.
yeah, well, there's July, April, September.
They were not in residence.
No,
are they smaller or?
well, these houses are. And again, I can't, I haven't crawled down into the specifics, but these are pretty much cookie cutters. I mean, they're all the houses are pretty much the same.
24.
Yeah.
Yes.
And the variety that I was seeing, some of them had 3-car garages, at least from the pictures. Because it was,
One of them did.
well, there were two that were comping out. Yeah,
Yeah, what do you have with one?
two.
Yeah, mine's one with that black pickup truck.
Yeah,
I sold them.
as well as, the lot sizes. I would have expected the lot sizes to be more uniform, but there is some variety there. I'll let, maybe I can ask Ray to see where I'm maybe not interpreting this. Ray, as I scroll through the sales ratio report, seems a fair number, at least as I'm looking at it, with what's okay, so we have a sales confirmed date, and then you got the next column, like I see a lot of RL. What is that?
Let me get there. Land type, I think that's just,
Is that land type? Okay.
yeah, that's just
Yeah.
Okay. And I don't see, is there a?
residential land. That's residential.
Okay. But in any case, as I scroll down through this, I am seeing some fair number of Wandering Oak sales in 21, which are below 300 or 400.
Yeah, so, let me see, let me find one, I just see.
Yeah, I'm on page 9, for example.
So on page 9.
Yeah, page 9.
Sometimes there'll be, where it's just a deed of trust. So we try to leave those out if we can. Just when, if you're looking at the second one down,
Well, yeah, there's one 357, and some of these are.
yeah, so just so that you know, when that grid was built, because there's so much uniformity in here, if something matches in the sale of the square footage, like if this, is this page 9? This square footage is 400 square feet smaller. So the grid is gonna say, if I can have something that has the exact square footage,
Right, I understand.
I wanna put that in there. That's what it's gonna do.
Yep.
It's gonna do that.
Yeah. And that, you actually pointed to the thing I was trying to.
That's what it's.
See, we thought, and maybe not correctly, that these were
pretty much, at least living area, were all the same. 'Cause I thought
No,
they were
there's a pretty big variance in there.
Yeah,
Five
I
or
just
six
see some,
Yeah, there are, I mean, if you wanna call a 1,400 square foot house small, I mean, depending on, you know, what you think. But they have stuff that's all the way down to 1,400 square feet. I'm not sure if they go below that or not. But like on the, there's a 1,400 square foot scale, it looks like, on page 10. 121 Highwood is 1,400 square feet, 1,472. They have different type houses, they even have different type garages.
Yes, I know, the three-car garage.
They have these really big garages, yeah, they have 2-story,
Like
single
new
story.
and single.
They have lots that have trees and lots that don't have trees. I think they're geniuses. Financially, like if it was a stock,
Yeah.
you would invest money in that stock, I think, you know? Cause,
There was I have a coworker that said he paid extra just for the view of that big tree in the middle of the neighborhood.
I didn't want to bring that up because it's like not necessarily evidence, but I know that you're right.
Yeah.
I've actually tried to haggle with Hogan about that to understand. To try to understand their way of thinking. It's not really easy. But that's true. That's absolutely true. Yeah.
okay, so, I mean, again, I'm, the labor into some, the equity things that 412, I actually would probably need to go to 400. Just because I am seeing these, yeah, and 400 is even a little high based on some of these areas that I've seen in the May. Yeah, they comped it out, I mean, they comped. They're normal. So, let me get it for.
I said 412 because of the equity, what improved.
May I add something here?
Not really. So, but, you know, show me where you're coming up with the 400.
Oh, I was on page,
9 or 12.
yeah. And now that they keep me in on the square footage, okay, so on the bottom of page 12. There's a, and this is in April,
2464 square feet.
yeah, 2464. And this one has 377,
Okay,
okay,
okay.
so, you know, if I
And then-
get into the April timeframe, that's not outside of our window, but at the same time, it's still, you know, it's far in. I'm seeing the next page, it's got a 2464 at 394. And so that's why, you know, I said, I'm good, yeah.
Yeah, I think that.
Okay.
I'll make a motion to case ID 2022-1030, account 881329. Addressing the 2122 market and the equity levels. Six is also checking, said that previously, that was being handled separately. ARB is, opinion, that it would reduce the voted value of this property from $415,000 to $30 to $400,000.
I'll second. All in favor? Aye. Anybody opposed? Okay,
You can do this homestead.
yeah, he'll need to
Yeah.
chat with the folks out there.
I've done that previously, earlier this year.
Well, you should make sure, you know, don't assume it's being done, okay? It's helpful to actually talk to make sure that.
Before I leave.
Yes, yeah. There may be, you know, an I that needs to get dotted or a T crossed. Especially since since I see it's not a, you know, you're trying to do the living trust thing, and I just don't know a lot of the details.
It's because, I'm not sure about my ticker.
Yeah.
And I don't have a wife or kids to leave my stuff too, so I had to.
Okay, so you understand the new value that we came to 400. I'm saying you agree with it, I'm just saying. You understand what we're saying.
I understand what you're, yeah, what you're saying.
All right, thank you.
Oh,
I think we're
no,
done.
That's it?
I thought I got a rebuttal on that.
No, you had your last.
Once we get into the ARB.
Okay. Right, couldn't listen to you the first time. During the informal.
I don't remember what I was.
I know. Talked to a lot of people.
Thank you.
So what happens now?
You will receive a determination package in the mail. And that just finalizes the result of the decision we came to today. And of course, we don't know what the tax levy is going to be, because even though your appraisal went up, it's quite possible the tax rate may go down and you might not even see an increase. We just don't know. Yeah, the homestead, yes, and that'll help too.
Okay.
Are you over 60? I'm sorry, I shouldn't ask.
I'll be 62 July 2nd.
Okay,
Did
60.
you want to take that form?
No.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'll take it anyway.
Oh, you,
One's coming to you in orders also.
oh, one's coming to you.
Yep.
I don't. No. We'll see.
Okay.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you, sir.
All right.
Okay. We'll get rolling on the next one. Is there another in person? Okay.
1:30. And then I do believe we have at least one check in for the 30.
Yeah. What's the 1:30?
Case number is 1031, account number 447002.
Top of the page, really.
Done.
Top of the page.
Ready? Sorry about that.
Hello, how are you?
And this gentleman? You just record stuff?
Peter.
You're the computer.
I forgot I wasn't doing that.
Melanie,
I am Melanie Cadon.
okay. That's what it says here on the sheet.
Right person.
Okay, Melanie, I have some administrative stuff to run through before we get started in the specifics of your protest.
Sure.
We are commencing a hearing on case ID 2022-1031, account number 44702. 28 North Point Drive, Cape Colorado.
Yes.
All right, this hearing is being recorded and streamed live on YouTube. And let's verify exactly what we have under protest.
Market and equity and also other road condition heavy trailers on. Keep them. So it's pretty nearby.
What's connected? It's a one-way street. I would go across this then and then go through our street.
Okay, so we are the appraisal review board that will be hearing your protest today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We're appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. So 5 of us are on the table of the ARB. Ray Presley at the end is the district representative, and Beth and Scott are back supporting us so that we don't stray.
Sure. All our neighbors. And you live in Aransas County.
We all live in
Yes,
Aransas County. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience during this hearing, and I'm not sure if there's a survey form. Yeah, Seth can get you one, just so you can have it.
Yeah, thank you.
So you can use that survey form. The information about completing it and returning it is at the top of the form. There's also will be another copy of that in the determination package you'll receive in the mail, as well as you can take it online if you so choose, and that information is also included at the top of the form.
Okay.
The survey is entirely voluntary, although we always appreciate any feedback. You have the right to appeal our decision, and appeal information will be provided to you in that determination package you'll receive in the mail.
Okay.
In accordance with Tax Code Section 41.45H, all written material and evidence that has not been provided must be provided at this time. And I do see we have some evidence. You have a pile of stuff there, which is fine. We just need to make sure that all your evidence has been provided at this point.
I just don't have access to some of the documents that are online or documents about the road condition. Although we've made several, over the course of the last 2 years, we've made several, neighbors have made several complaints about the road condition. So that's the type of stuff. I'm doing.
Yeah, anything written, you can't introduce any written documentation that's not been provided already. The ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are all signing an affidavit to that effect. I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I got the document, swear that I have not communicated with the person in violation of 41.66F. I, Joanne Ferguson, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Ron McCann, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66.
I, Peggy Bird, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66.
Okay.
Okay, all testimony from all witnesses will be given under oath, and Beth will step you through.
This part right here is what you're going to read out loud, and then you're going to state your name and then sign for.
Oh, I see. And you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the official review board for the Aransas County Official District is true and correct.
And your name?
Melanie, can I? Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
I read that the solemnly swear affirm that the testimony I shall present to the federal people, the Aransas County Official District is true and correct.
Okay, changes in joy.
Okay, Melanie, I need to ask if you hold a license or certificate from the Texas Appraisers Licensing and Certification Board.
I do not.
Okay. You need to ask her. Over there at the end of the table, you'll see a chart that's the hearing procedure times. It's also on the wall. This shows how we're going to be running the hearing today. There's two columns. One is if you present first, or the other column is if the district presents first. You have the honor of choosing which you would like to have happen. You can go first, or the district can go first.
Would the district presentation be the company line?
Yeah. Well, they have evidence that you would have been provided, and that's really what they're going to focus on.
The pictures and stuff like that. Well, I guess I don't really understand the terms.
They're running over the information, that there's some of the information they sent you in the package.
Oh, let me hear that first.
It's right, on them. Okay, Scott, if you'll show everybody where this is at. All right, we're in Cape Valero, and this is the Pete's Bend Road she was talking about that wraps around to North Point. That's her house right there in the blue box. And that is Port Bay out that direction. All right. Feel good about that? Yeah, all right. So we're gonna go to, let's go straight to the sales grid. Take a look. Look at some sales. First sale is at 40 South Point Circle. And it sold for $678 in March of 21. It's about the same class, about the same size, a little bit older. As far as build date, comps out at 713. The next comp is comp number 2. It's on a dry lot, and it's newer and smaller, and sold for $665. That's also in Valero. The next comp is also on a dry lot. So
What's a dry lot?
it's not associated, it doesn't have a canal, and it's not on the bay. So the comps 2 and 3 are both dry lots. They don't have a canal, and they are not on the bayfront. And they, comp number 3 sold for $540 in July of 21. It's about 1,300 square feet smaller, but it's newer, the same class. And then comp number 4 is a house that is not dry, it's a wet lot. And you can see the difference in land valuation there. It sold for $841 in January 1 of 21. The median value for sales is $724, showing us to be about $60,000 low on the subject property. In equity, we are on, first one here is on North Point. And it's a class 6, 300 square feet, 3,000 square feet, all that's about the same, age is about the same. Renders a value of $671. The next comp is in Sunset Bay. We got the class and the size and the age are about the same. It's also a wet lot. And value is $669. And then the next comp is in Cape Valero. Class 6 home, same size, about the same age. Renders value is $670. Median equity value is $670. The median equity $670, sells $724. That's all I have. Okay, you have 2 minutes to question, Ray, and then 5 minutes for your presentations.
Hey, what did you first say?
2 minutes for the question, Ray, if you want to, and then you have 5 minutes for your presentations on 7 minutes.
Raise a question.
To ask Ray questions. He's Ray.
Okay.
Ask Ray.
Or
About those evaluations,
Yes.
those are from 2021, right? Right?
it should, yeah.
Not current to this year. Yes.
No, they're current, the appraisal cycle is July to July. So that would be considered current.
Life in Rockport is really changed. You have a lot of people coming from California, by buying anything they can to get out of California. So some of these new neighbors certainly are jumping into our neighborhood because we have the water. And they have promises of the roads being fixed. Thankfully, the road has been fixed, but I have been living on a very bad road for 2.5 years. So the concern with, kind of the value is, yeah, the neighborhood is being improved, but it hasn't been improved for several years already. Other questions? I don't think I have any other, I just understand the values and the people I have met are just wrapping up stuff out there as best as they can. Because it's a beautiful location, but not very well supported by Aransas County. I had neighbors or friends who could not even visit us because the roads were so bad, but they had to have a realignment once they drove to our house for visiting us to find out that potholes that they had to go through had destroyed their little sports stuff. So that's what we've experienced for a while. But for what I presented is the reason in which I believe things are not as they appear to be. The Pete's family have a 2.5-story house that's falling apart. Now, I can give a picture of that. They have 5 to, yeah, there you go. 2, 3, 4. There's at least 5 because there's 2 in the backyard. Trucks there at all time or vehicles at all time. They live in the trailers. No one lives in the house. It's really unlivable. Never been so, but they don't plan to do any changes. They work on the cars in their lot, right on the driveway. Our whole area, when we purchased the land, was under a homeowners agreement that covered the whole Cape Valero area. And unfortunately, Frank Morrison was the person who owned the whole thing. He promised us as we bought that those were the deed restrictions that would apply for every home that was built out. Unfortunately, his son sold off a major part of land that his father hadn't sold, and they had no deed restrictions. So from what I understand, we have no recourse to improve what is becoming quite an eyesore. So the other concern of that house is they run their own septic system to the broken down home septic system. And on occasion, we have some pretty obnoxious arrangements from the home. Now, the newest thing that I come from the country, so I'm not opposed to viewing cows or any of the like of that. But we now, the south breeze brings the smell of manure to my porch. So our back porch, where you get, they talked about our wonderful porches that we have. Unfortunately, recently, thank goodness it's been dry. When it gets wetter, it will be even worse. But the smell of cattle and cow manure has been not pleasant for us. Right, currently they have 6 cows and 2 calves. Not sure if they're going to get more or not. But two of my pictures I sent was the view from my back porch. Yeah, I think that's a view. Is that a back porch? Or the back porch is.
Yeah, that's
That one is. Yeah, back porch picture is one of the houses falling down. And when you see it up close, you can see the roof on top of the second story is falling down on that back porch. And then that's the view of the cattle.
Is that your house?
No, my neighbor, that's across the canal from us is our neighbor. I'm on my back porch looking towards the 2 properties that I have. I don't mind cows actually. I used to live out there, but not when I'm in a very small lot in a neighborhood where on occasion we get the smell of fish because we live by the marsh. And that seems very acceptable, but now this will be something new that will make it even not as pleasant to sit outside. So, I don't understand how someone will continue to live in FEMA provided trailers in their front yard with their own septic system and have the house just fall down around. I mean, they're not in the house. They sleep in the parking
Are all the houses out there on septic, or do you have?
Yes, they're all on subject. I wish Aransas County would give us sewage. It'd be better for them, for all the marsh, especially when somebody doesn't take care of their septic system, so it would flow in.
For those people, just real quickly, do they own the house?
I believe, I see that's, I don't know them. Nobody in the neighborhood will speak to them because of their concerns with the animals, you know, roaming animals, the fiber. I believe they must have been. I don't know how they would have gotten trailers, and I don't know why they wouldn't, if they had insurance, they wouldn't have fixed them. I at one point wondered, they bought a piece of property right next door. And I was thinking, did they take their money from the hurricane and buy more land? But my husband thinks they own the land before the hurricane. He thinks that, but we don't know how to confirm that. But they did buy another piece of land, which is where they have Connex box and then farm implements on the lot. So that's just one of the reasons I believe the house, my home has been devalued by that.
Time is up at the moment, but we got a couple of minutes more.
Oh, okay. Well, I just, again, the road, the other reason I would say the difficulty of in that area is the road conditions. Ever since Harvey came, of course, we had all the contractors who were coming in and out. So the road was fine until we had a lot of activity, to the point where we had really deep potholes. And
Okay, you'll have a minute, a few more minutes to talk after we go through our process here.
gotcha.
But you have 4 minutes. Yeah, Scott, you pull picture up, please. I think there's kind of that version of Keel Lake Row, Cape Valero, and then there is another story, I think, to Cape Valero. Than just this house. I believe it's probably either this one or this one. Is it that one?
It's that one. Yeah, it's not on water. Well, it's close to the water.
It's this one right here, and so, yeah, that's probably right. Anyways, when you look at this, okay, so zoom in a little bit. There's this.
That's the house she's talking about right there.
Are we on mosaic side? I don't want to have to. Yeah, thank you, because I'm gonna look at a few things, and I don't want it to bounce every time. So zoom out once. One more time. Okay, here's a new house being built. Go this way. That's a new house being built. That's a new house that was built last year. That's a new house that's being built. That's almost done. There's a new house there. Go this way. This is an entire new development.
Yeah.
Up here. So the story, I think Cape Valero is better than just that house and the road problem from the construction. The question of the day is, does this house right here, go ahead and get in closer on it, Scott, is if this house right here was to go on the market, would somebody pay, what do we have?
666.
Would somebody pay $666,000 to be in that house right there? Now zoom out. Go to Southwind. Stop. I don't want to misspeak here, so I want to be very careful and not guess. 6.6. What happened to Southwind? Right. 664. This house right here sold for $665. That house. It's not even on the water. And those are narrower lots. And this house sold for $540. 443. That house. That house sold for $540. This house sold for $665. The appraisal district saying that house is worth $666.
We're low. We're low on that house. That house doesn't sell for 666, it's north of 666, even if there's potholes.
We bought that and built there to live there for the rest of our lives. So there's no value to us for selling it, since we don't plan to sell it.
I don't have anything else to say.
But I believe the value has come down, will come down. A neighbor on 28 Peaks Bend, his house sold about 3 months ago. And when the owners came, they walked through it before the cabin. That house has always been there. And they went ahead and left their deposit and walked away from it. That's 28 North, or Peaks Bend. They walked away from it because of their concerns with what was happening in the neighborhood. I don't know whether the numbers is 28 North.
Yeah, I don't know either.
Yeah, it's 28 Peaks Bend. It was the house of the Dreises.
That area where you are is North Point.
Right.
How much difference is there? I don't really think it's North Point, the South Point. Seems like it's a totally different area, totally different.
You know, I think, I mean, I know what you're talking about. When we bought our property, there was only 2 homes anywhere close to us where we bought the property. So South Point was built, had homes, had a number of them. Nice one. When our neighborhood was a little newer, they had just paved the road and we bought a lot.
You have just 2 minutes and anything else you want to add?
Just the amount of time it's taken Aransas County to provide what you expect in the checks, which is decent roads as they were before Harvey. And they just put up a sign for the birding trail on our road, which is a 2-lane road with drop-offs into the water. And the road goes through the marsh. So currently now, another big thing that we have is people are stopping on the road to take pictures of birds. So the congestion, well, it's not unfortunate that they decided without contacting the homeowners that we want to determine a birding trail. Because there is no parking on the side of the road. It goes down to the beach.
Your time is up, right? Have 1 minute.
Yeah, I have just nothing else to say. The Aransas County thinks that not providing those things that, people would expect, roads that are safe for all types of vehicles. And someone decided to put a birding trail sign up, and for some reason, no one checks on the septic system of this home, which has been, concerns have been brought to roads, and my neighbors have gone to the office to talk about it. Those who live right beside that house are not at all happy. And then the newest thing is our cat.
Okay. ARB now has 5 minutes to review. So take that now.
Scott, maybe you could explain it. We have nothing, the appraisal issue has nothing to do with try.
Well, it sounds like I won't say you've exhausted all of your challenges with trying to get the county to deal with this stuff. However, we are dealing with the appraisals, and a good chunk of what we do and how we do it is dictated by the state laws, tax code, which say appraisals need to be done or have to be done based on, for the most part, market value.
So that's why in the data that the district presented, you see the comparisons that were done were based on sales in the area. And fortunately or unfortunately, you actually made the comment that a lot of people are coming from out of town with money burning holes in their pockets, and paying, in many cases, much more than what something's worth. But that just aggravates the challenges with dealing with market value appraisals. Also, I noticed a couple of the things that help in your situation is the fact that you have homestead exemption. And I see that you've been, your appraisal has been, at least for your assessments, will be capped because of your homestead exemption. And you are also having an over 65 exemption, which I'm not sure when that actually took effect, with your taxes in general are proposed as well. We don't know what the tax levies are going to be for that come out in the fall, because after everybody's appraisals get dealt with, the appraisal rules are certified and then handed over to the taxing entities, who then come up with a tax rate, which may be up and may be down in terms of tax rates. Generally, like last year, the tax rates actually went down. So anyway, we don't have any way of predicting what your actual tax is going to be, although again, you have the over 65 exemption that kind of locks that in. So.
And my husband's a veteran and can't hear. The reason he's not here is he could not have heard you speak. So he's not. Yeah.
Okay.
He
So
won't come to things.
So it's made determination on the value that we're going through. I think the first rate was proved 7.4 is market value of 70, which is above known value on this property, and then the equity value is the one question. I understand you have all those issues are going to be making crazy, I'm sure.
Well, make it so it's a very, not very pleasant home. Really.
And you do have a county commission that you can contact about. Well, I'm just letting you know that.
Yeah, I do know that, but it's never answered or responded to.
let's see if we can wrap up our second time here.
Yes, it really. I think we have to stick with the 666.
I agree.
Oh, yes, definitely. Except I don't like 666.
Who does? But it's got 4 of them there.
Six.
Yeah, they're 4.
That's crazy. That's me.
We'll make a motion on this account, which is case ID 2022-131, account 44702. In the rest of the correct market value of appraisal ratio exceeding the appraisal. It's the opinion of the appraisal review board, the noted value of this property is $666,060.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, I'm sorry.
We wish you luck with.
No, I will protest it. I will go further.
Okay.
Yeah,
contact code compliant. If you're out.
We've gone to them about this actually.
Keep it.
Environmental, and it's, road and bridge is one thing, the environmental health is just part of the county. And they're the ones that actually. They have a lot of jurisdictions. Environmental health.
Yeah.
Their office is, if you go to the transfer station.
Yeah.
Out by the airport, as you go into the transfer station, they have a building over on the right. And that's where you could talk to somebody, because they're the ones that deal with septic systems and water rules, stuff like that.
And also on your deed restrictions, I would dig into that because I don't think they can do away with them.
I don't think so.
You go to the, they're filed. They're at the courthouse, county courthouse. I would check into that because it's really tough to remove those from being enforced.
Well, they said when the ownership
don't trust what anybody said. I would go there and find out.
Good, when it things were easier.
Yeah, and it also sounds like you're not really sure, I mean, those guys may be squatters.
Exactly.
Yeah, I mean,
You're right. No, they could very, I mean, they
Yeah.
could have moved, because we didn't know those neighbors at all, and then Harvey came.
I can tell you environmental health would love to talk to them.
yeah.
Because they're contaminating the water.
Well, sure.
Sure.
Sure. Maybe that'll help you out a little bit.
Hope so.
Okay, well, have a good day.
Good luck.
I'm gonna go out this way. That's exit.
Oh, thank you.
You take a break? That place, it's been a long time.
But it's coming quick.
Yeah,
It really is.
Oh, years and years.
Yes. We used to do garage sales 10, 12 years ago, and there was nothing.
That's just.
I didn't like the area. I don't like that. Oh, you have to drive in forever, you know.
I know it.
Yeah.
You better not be drunk going out there.
And they do stop in the middle of the road. You know what?
Someone ran off the road and just right into the. Yeah. Thank goodness they had, dogs in the middle of the road and reflectors, because it's a treacherous drive out there. That's why I told Tom when we go out there. I'm like,
Yes.
No, it's
Long way
and I
down.
went out there, but when
Long
we were first starting and there was not, what about 20 years ago, out in the 80s or something.
Very
They
good.
but they have Rockport water. They have city water out there. Yes.
I'm surprised they don't have septic.
No, how do they do it? They have their own.
Too much lift station. We can only pump it so far, and they got lift it again.
Yeah, Coconut Ridge and all that area does not have septic either. Yeah, because of possibility.
Well, we do that, sure anything.
Well, this is the first time I've lived, living in Hollywood, it's the first time I ever had a septic system. So I'm not, when I was a kid, but I was. But.
The new aerobics are nothing compared to the old system.
They're grassy and they're.
And you gotta pump them a lot more often.
And you've got to have inspections every 4 months.
Yeah, we have, that's what we have in the old system.
Yeah.
But,
Guard it with your.
I am, listen.
Don't let anybody near it.
Tom was out there just watching, he said, well, this is the septic,
Yeah.
When they were digging the pilings, putting the pilings in, we just made sure they stayed away from it, because that would have been like $25,000 renewal. At least, so.
Well, and then, it's electric, so you have a hurricane, it doesn't work. Where do we need to still?
Okay.
It's still plug it in, but we only work. Yeah.
Should, the battery maybe good. I can't tell by looking at them.
Yeah, it must be, but mine's down to 53.
I'm at
So that
55.
wasn't working.
This guy has another one. right
They
there.
did, they had.
Couple of
Oh.
Yeah, it was. So secretary. It's good.
Okay, do we have one more?
Where do they plug it in and it's got all of it?
Right,
There's a little.
yeah.
Okay, no problem. Thank you. If you want to know, it's gonna be case number 1747.
We do.
We're never excited. 4105 and. Yeah. 3. Yeah. Sorry.
No worries.
No worries, that's already right.
Probably my age, you can say that.
Here's one that's fully charged.
No, I'm doing okay.
Whoa, that was down. It was going, beep, beep.
We'll lay it right here.
Does anybody else need words or anything?
Which one is it? 17477 last page, 12.
Not related to any particular case, conversation. Homestead exemptions.
For instance, someone's here.
Over to, not
Yeah,
clear
they're
why.
having two right there.
I think there's a lot of misconceptions.
Well, the over 65 just walks in the school tax, right?
And,
And quite a bit.
yeah, the only one that I don't think it does, well, for us, the only one that we put it on is magic. And I think Fulton,
Oh,
I'm sorry.
Ready?
We're
All right.
ready.
Just to give you a heads up, we have two more after this.
Okay, thank you.
All right? You don't set that.
There's tomorrow. Maybe tomorrow.
Did a lot of remodeling now. Yes, it's gonna be nice. It's getting. Hello. Hello.
Afternoon. So, the other.
Good.
Get on the right.
Oh, 3 o'clock. We're 3 o'clock.
Yeah.
That's why I can't.
Okay.
Yeah, you're doing 3 o'clock.
So good afternoon. I have some administrative stuff to go through before we get started. So if you just hang loose with me while I run through some information here. So we are commencing a hearing on case ID 2022-1747, account number 24105, which is 230 Lakeview Drive in Rockport over in Holiday Beach. Are you Frank?
Yes.
Okay, Frank. This hearing is being recorded and streamed live on YouTube. So we'll verify exactly what we have under protest. Okay. So we are the appraisal review board that will be hearing your protest today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are an independent. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experiences. At least the experience with this protest. The survey may be completed using that survey form, and information about how to fill it out and complete it is at the top of the form. You'll also get a copy of that in the determination package that will be mailed to you after this hearing. And there's also information about taking it online if you want to take it online. It is truly, it is entirely voluntary. You don't need to return it, but we always appreciate any feedback. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Information about your appeal or the appeal information is provided to you in that determination package that you will receive. And you'll receive it in the mail after this hearing. In accordance with tax code section 41.45H, all written material and evidence that has not been provided must be provided at this time. So do you have any other evidence that needs to be provided?
I had some, but I lost it.
Okay.
I misplaced it.
That happens. The ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing affidavits to that effect. I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I got Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with the person in violation of tax code 41.66F.
I, Joanne Ferguson, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66.
I, Ron Kennedy, solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66 F.
I take it where you solemnly swear I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66 F.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath, and Beth will swear you in with this form here.
Okay, each one of you are gonna read the statement aloud, state your name, and then sign in front.
Yes, you did it. You have to read it.
Oh. Out loud.
I want to swear to affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal board for the Aransas County appraisal district is truly correct.
Okay, and state your name aloud, please.
I'm sorry,
Just say your name.
Frank Rivera.
Okay, and then now you can sign in front.
No, thank you.
I do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County appraisal district is true and correct.
And then state your name.
So, my name is Jeanette Gaines.
I read passage of solemnly swear from the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County appraisal district is true and correct.
Wait on the table. Okay, thank you.
And just so you understand, the five of us are the appraisal review board.
Right.
And Mr. Presley, Ray Presley, at the end of the table is the representative. Beth and Scott are support people and help them out. I need to ask, do either of you hold a license or certificate from the Texas Appraisal Licensing Board? Do you-
I'm hard to hear.
Okay, do either of you hold a certificate or license from the Texas Appraisers Licensing and Certification Board?
No.
And that's fine, it's not that you need to. In front of you under your glasses are the hearing procedures. This is how we're going to run the hearing today. It can take one of two forms. Either you can present first or you can have the district present first. You get to make the choice of who you want to start first. Let them start, okay? Let us know if you have difficulty understanding or hearing what we're saying, okay?
All right, this property is in Holiday Beach. All right, Holiday Beach, yes. We're in Holiday Beach. And Scott, if you'll go to the card, I'll tell you what, let's let everybody see where it's at. That seems to be the best thing to do. So, there we go, this is the Holiday Beach. This is the east side. And there's the subject house right there. So a lot of times we're dealing with stuff on that side, but this is on the east side. Right there, and all right, Scott, go to the card. This house is a house that we know has some issues. So one of the things I just want everybody to see is that we have function on this house, a negative function. So this thing is going through its calculations. It's getting to here, it's depreciating the house. And then when it's getting here, essentially, it's further depreciating the house, is another way to look at this. But it's just it's an added decrease in value, taking this value down. Of course, once it gets value down, where market adjustment still is gonna happen to it. And then that's gonna give you that value that's the improvement value. But we believe this house to have problems, and more than likely, we know that from maybe previous protests or something like that. That's usually how something it ends up that way. So this is, I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention. Is this a Q1, Q2 thing?
Yes, it is.
All right, thank you. We look at the sales grid, and let me just warn everybody. When you look at a sales grid on a $53,000 house, it's not going to be real easy to do because there's not very many houses that sell at a low number. So if you look at our sales grid, our median value for sales is double the 53. It's 106. So first comp is a double wide mobile home on St. Charles Loop. Also there on the east side of Holiday Beach. It's sold for 175.
Is the property in mobile?
It is not. Oh, it is. It is. Yeah. Yes, I'm sorry. It is. So it's there's a double wide also. Yes. Excuse me. And then the next sale is another double wide mobile home sold for 173. So you got a 175 and a 173. And there's adjustments being made, pulling those two numbers down. Some of the reason that there's so much adjusting going on is because there's differences. And the software is also trying to deal with that added depreciation to calm down the indicated value. The next one is $110,000 for a single wide, also there in Holiday Beach East. And the last one, maybe the most reasonably comparable by value wise, not by size. You'll notice the subject is twice as big, but it's sold for $73,470 with a median value of 106. We end up with a median sales value of 106. Equity will hopefully be more in line with what we're looking at, and it is. The median equity value is $64,000 compared to a place here on Lakeview that's a double wide, and then another double wide on St. Charles Loop, and it's making adjustments for differences to try to make the comparables work. And the next two are a double wide and a single wide. And they are one's bigger, one's smaller. Certainly company is newer. You'll see there's a lot of adjusting going on there. And almost all of that adjustments in the improvement section. Giving you there's another one, Company 5. And this is also a mobile home on that same side, east side of Holiday Beach. Giving you a value of $64,531. Appraisers typically try to avoid the review board having to make decisions when there is a house with deficiencies. We try to handle any of those that we can. The only reason that we're here today is because we would be unwilling to lower below 53,000 in the county. That would be the only reason that we would really come in here and talk about something of this nature. If not, we would try to handle this in office. That's all I have.
Okay, you now have 2 minutes to ask Ray questions if you want, and then you have 5 minutes for any presentation that you have, so 7 minutes.
They will.
Okay,
Sorry.
yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Let's start out with, when I bought that property, that trailer, I only paid $2,000. So that tells you that it was in dire repairs. The people that lived there, they tore up the whole thing, so I had to come in and do whatever, you know what I mean? To make things worse, when Harvey hit, it split the trailer. You got two pieces, you know what I mean, and then right now we have a problem with roaches and frogs that come into, the house. Also, we have a lot of investors that come into the neighborhood, buy houses for 25,000, sell it for 89,000. That creates a problem for us because, you know what I mean, they made a profit. But yet, you know what I mean, it's very difficult for myself, especially because I'm a disabled, had a kidney transplant not so long ago. And we try to upkeep the house as much as we can. Paint the house, whatever, but it's like a makeup, you know what I mean? We still have a dire repairs to the house to be done. It's once, I had 2 plumbing problems the last 3 weeks. They'll tell you what the problem might be, the thing is really splitting out. And the plumbers are not cheap, you know what I mean? So,
Is the trailer, is it in two pieces?
yes,
So there's a space in between?
yes. See, when they put the roof guy did a good job, you know what I mean? But the bottom, it's really split it up.
The roof covers the whole thing, but there's still two pieces on.
Yeah, but the
There's
roof,
space in
yeah, the
between.
roof, you know what I mean, cover everything up to the top. But the bottom, you know, still everything. And I used to have insurance. When Harvey hit, they didn't want to sell me insurance. For the reason that, it was total. And I cannot buy insurance for the place. So they are, what do you call it, adjuster, you know, they know what they're doing. So, that was 4 years ago, but Harvey hit. I'm still doing, you know, whatever I can to keep the house up, but it needs a lot of tire repairs all the way around.
Get any money from the?
I'm sorry?
Did you get any insurance money after the storm?
Did you get insurance money after the storm?
No, I cannot buy insurance.
No, did the insurance pay you after the storm?
Yes,
You have more time to talk, so if there's anything else you want to add, go ahead.
Anything else you want to add?
huh?
Anything else you want to add?
I wish I could get a homestead, but I'm out of state. So when I go back, I'm gonna try to reapply and see if I can get homestead here too, because you know what I mean? My income is very limited. And, with all the repairs I have to do every month, you know, for this, just to keep that out. It's very hard. So, see what happens.
You have, I see your mailing address is Nevada. You live in Nevada,
Yes,
and you split time between here and there.
yes,
Okay, do you have do they have homestead exemptions in Nevada?
no. The reason we're here right now, because, we had a grandbaby that was born in April and graduation is May. But, you know, it's very hard to live in here, you know, I try to make it like a retirement home for myself, because I'm from CAD. But, very difficult for me to,
How do you keep,
I'm sorry?
how do you keep the weather and animals, and anything else out of your?
How do you keep the weather and the animals out of our property?
Just walk right in?
Well, they come in through the bottom of the house, you know what I mean? They come in through the bottom of the house, all the insects, all the whatever, you know. Yesterday she had spiders, and day before yesterday were frogs, those really small frogs, green frogs, and those suckers they can jump 5 feet. And try to kill them is another problem, but trying to catch them is another problem. Roaches that are coming, she's scared like crazy. 3 days ago, also, there was about an inch roach inside the house. And we spray and we do whatever, but it doesn't help.
We have home defense that we spray, and that was recommended by, that's my husband, Nevada. That was recommended by them, one to use a home defense, and that's what we do. Yeah, we can still come in, yeah.
And you still have a minute and a half?
You can still talk.
Huh?
You got time to talk. You want to talk some more?
No.
Right, 4 minutes.
Frank,
And
be specific about be very specific about when you say the house is split. You know, all double wides are split, right?
Yes,
That's how they're done. And then they're bolted together,
yes,
right?
yes.
In your current condition right now, is your mobile home bolted at the roof still?
Well, it probably is, you know what I mean, but the roof do it, they did a good job covering the whole thing.
Okay, so now the floor, tell me about the
And
floor.
that floor, it was, the floor, you know what I mean? That's another problem with the floor, you know what I mean, try to put two together,
Did they?
no,
So is there a gap, a literal gap
a gap, yes.
about this big? And
Yeah.
what covers the gap?
Well,
Carpet, linoleum?
linoleum,
Linoleum.
carpet, and but some other places, you know what I mean, between the walls, you see the crack about that big.
Yes, sir.
Up and down.
Oh, between the walls,
Yeah.
on the interior
The
wall.
walls and the
So
floor.
like on the wall between the living room and the next bedroom.
When you get, when you get that,
Normally, there's a piece of trim covering that seam. You know, there's usually kind of a wide piece of trim covering that seam. There's not.
no, you know what I mean, we tried everything, we tried to, you know.
Okay.
But we haven't been, get a contractor to come and redo the whole thing.
And you can't insure the place.
What?
You can't insure, the place can't be insured.
No,
Insurance won't cover it.
no.
Because it is a, what you call it, like when it's.
And I had the papers, but I misplaced the paper with the
That's
insurance
okay.
company
That's
that
okay.
they would forward it.
It's like, it's total.
Yeah.
It's salvage, it's salvage, essentially it's salvage. And the new roof came after the storm.
Yes,
So the hurricane happened, the roof was added.
yes.
When you're in Nevada, what do you do with this place while you're in Nevada? Does anybody live there? Does somebody rent it? Do you have kids that go there?
When we're in Nevada, what do we do with the house?
We leave it alone, my kids don't even come in.
Okay, so somebody mows the lawn, somebody does that kind of stuff for you?
Yes,
You leave the air conditioner on,
no,
you turn it off,
Turn everything on.
turn everything on,
but we go on for 4 or 5 months.
and then you come back here.
You know what I mean, come back for a month, 2 months, and then we go back. It's very difficult, you know, to live here. Even though we enjoy it, here, Rockport is a beautiful city.
Yeah, let me just say, I want to close and everything and just remind the board that we have a 70% function on this thing, making the value 18,570 on the mobile home, which increases to 23,210 with the market adjustment. And I don't want to make the decision, y'all. Just do whatever you need to do, and I'll be back for the next hearing. All right, Frank? Thank you.
Thank you.
We have one more minute, if there's anything else you want to add.
Is there anything else you might want to add?
No, no.
Okay.
What did Ray say, 18? What
Well-
did he say? Yeah, I'm looking at that.
So he's looking at the adjusted value of 18,570. Yeah.
On the property court, okay, that's what.
And then the market, the other adjustment is the neighborhood adjustment. So
18,570, okay.
Scott, can we look at Picto? I don't know if we can see anything, if we can fly around the exterior and see anything that might show like the wall, you know, the can you zoom in a little? At this resolution, but I can kind of see where it looks like there's some.
A gap going on there.
Yeah.
Right at the bottom. There.
We feel the crack, you know, we feel the cracks.
Yeah. I understand.
Yes, outside.
But inside you can still see the cracks.
Now, is there a problem too with that other section that's on there?
In back,
Yeah, on the right. Because that looks like an extra bedroom on there, doesn't it?
You're talking above.
yeah,
Is that a garage on the other side?
I think that's the garage.
That's a garage.
Garage.
Garage there.
and the other side is, your room, your back room.
Yeah, back room.
Okay. Are those, is the garage okay?
Good.
Okay, so just for my interest, Scott, can we look at the neighborhood or the previous year's card and
I've been coming here for the last 3 years.
yeah, I recognize. I'm interested in the neighborhood adjustment from last year or from the year before.
Do you have a problem with mold or anything in the house because of the opening?
We get more.
Up the clock.
There's a little lake right across, you know what I mean, but it's full of cattail, so you can see, everything, but we get more, especially for the showers
There's
there.
none.
Around
It
that wall.
was 0? Okay.
This property was totaled and you can't get insurance. How much damage
Thanks.
is gonna be? Scott was saying, Ray was saying that, that says anything for less than something, that number, but I don't know what he could ever do with this in current condition that it's in. The property, the land
Land is, 2 lots, probably, a lot.
If my mobile home is totaled via TWIA or whomever, we'll never get insurance on it.
No,
Not one that goes on.
So my
you'd have to get another
My
one.
suggestion is potentially to go back to the last year's.
46,
Yeah.
46,
That's
65.
where I was at.
Yeah,
yeah, I do.
Is that acceptable? To go back to last year's appraisal?
You accept that?
Huh?
Last year's appraisal, you accept that as a decision? Last year's appraisal,
Uh-huh,
do you accept that as accept that?
Last year was 46,
It's
650.
You wanna go back to last
I
year?
think,
Yeah, okay. You guys okay with that?
Yeah. State ID 2022 1747, count 24105, addressing market, current market value, meaning exceeding level of appraisal. This opinion of the appraisal review board that we reduce the 110 currently assigned to the property and go back to last year, of 46,650.
You understand?
I'll second.
All in favor?
Uh,
Okay. Anybody opposed?
From 52,000, I think that's last year.
So that's the number, that we moved it back to, okay? Which was last year, the prior year's appraisal. Okay, okay. Thank you for coming in, and I'm sure we'll see you next year. I wish we could do more.
I understand, I understand.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
But
you.
you know what I mean, we deal with that, 20-something year old crazy.
Yes, I understand.
That went through Harvey.
And
congratulations.
when the wind hit the trailer, one of those days, it didn't move.
They're great.
Oh, great.
We had 4 great.
Congratulations. Oh,
Yes.
Yes.
I have 3, so I know how wonderful.
I just borrowed his. I don't have any great shit.
Have a good day.
We do now. Thank you so much. Yeah, have a good one.
You need a number?
Yeah, what did you all decide to
We
do?
went to last year, 46.
Well, all right.
Sorry.
46,
Make sure you're
650.
257.
All right, now number 24955.
Page 10. I'll take that. 249. I just happened to be on the page.
Okay.
Oh, God.
In December, right?
Yes, 257.
Oh, I'm
I was there. On the street.
No, several more.
We tried.
Better than last 2 days. Couple more.
Mhm. Yeah, the next one's gonna be 257. Gonna be 3 months. One more application.
Hello.
Hi, how are you
Good
doing?
afternoon, how are you?
Fabulous. We're
You're welcome to sit right here.
Oh, yes, ma'am. Okay. I did this last year, but I forget about how we did it, so.
Well,
You don't remember.
We will remember. No, you look like new faces.
I'm new. I'm new.
Yeah, that whole left side is new.
Left side.
Yeah, that's why we're over on this side.
Sure.
Sure.
Oh, here we go. Okay.
That way we're on the right board. Okay, so let's get rolling. Good afternoon. I have some administrative stuff to go through first. You probably will remember it. In fact, you could probably do it in my stead, since you remember from last year. So we're commencing a hearing on case ID 2022-257, account number 24955, which is number 2 Luau Lane. This hearing is being recorded and streamed live on YouTube. So let's verify what we have under protest. Looks like Q1 and Q2, incorrect appraisal, appraised market value, and appraisal ratio exceeding level of appraisal or equity value. So we are the appraisal review board that will be hearing your protest today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of the protest. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience. That's the survey form there, which you are welcome to take with you. There's information at the top of the form, which will tell you how to return it. Either you can leave it here, you can drop it off, you can mail it, or whatever. It's all on that form, as well as information about how to take it online if you so choose to do it that way. And the survey is completely voluntary. However, we would always appreciate any feedback that you may have. You also have the right to appeal our decision, and appeal information will be provided to you in the determination package, which will be mailed to you after this hearing. In accordance with tax code section 41.45H, all written material and evidence that has not been provided must be provided at this time. So we have just need to make sure that you have provided all the evidence that you're going to be addressing today. Okay. The ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing an affidavit to that effect. I, Scott Waggers, and someone swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Joanne Ferguson, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Ron McCann, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with one person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Peggy Bird, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath, so you will be asked to swear in at this point. And Beth, I don't know where-
It's right underneath your pages. Very well.
There we go.
Do you want to read that statement out loud, please?
I do solemnly swear and affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for Aransas County appraisal is true and correct.
And state your name, please.
Anne Marie here.
And then just sign.
I've got total,
Okay, is it Ann or Anne Marie or?
Anne Marie.
Anne Marie, I need to ask whether you hold a license or certificate from the Texas Appraiser Licensing and Certification Board.
No.
Okay, all right. In, right in front of you there, the hearing procedure times, which you may remember from last year, there are two ways that runs. One is if you decide you want to present first, or if the district will present first. You get to make the choice.
Okay, district, present first.
Okay? Yeah.
I'm gonna bring something up real quick. I've ran into this a couple of times, and I want to make sure that you're perfectly aware. Are you suing somebody right now?
No, the lawsuit's not at all. It's about. Just that, with the insurance, we thought he had a policy and there was no way, as far as my attorney just said.
I'm asking because we're being recorded.
Okay,
And so
yeah,
sometimes
we did that last
you have
time.
to be a little careful. You can really,
Yes, thank you
Yeah.
for that.
I just wanna
I
make
think you, were you here last year?
Yeah.
Yeah, you gave me the heads up on that last year.
I just want to make sure.
Oh, Lord have mercy.
Yes.
He'd be sending my tail feathers off.
It doesn't have to be-
Yeah, 5 minutes.
Hmm?
You're on the 5 minutes?
Yeah, I'm on the 5 minutes. I don't have a lot to say about this. We're gonna get real quickly into that there's some damage to the place. So I'm gonna do something very quick here and say the sales grid indicates a value of 680. And the equity grid indicates a value of 668. We have 678 on the subject. So the equity grid says that we should be at 668, and that's all I'm gonna say. Move on.
Okay. Do I go now?
Oh, just about. Just about. I'm done. Yep.
Yeah.
You ready?
Yes,
Yeah,
cool.
go.
Okay, what do I go with? Just why I think that I.
You
need to
can,
be
you
lower?
can ask me some questions, and then if you don't have any questions, just go right into your presentation.
Oh, like ask you questions.
If you have any.
Let's see. So this is not taking my time away from.
You have 2 minutes to ask me questions and 5 minutes to present.
Okay. Let's see, I was thinking something you were saying.
And you don't have to ask any questions. You can just use your 7 minutes however you wish.
Okay, well, I'll just use my 7 minutes, let's just go on then.
Okay.
Okay, so I came last year and, I was given, do you have, when 150 was it taken off? You all have that record in front of you?
Something like that. It's down into the fours.
Yeah.
400 something.
Right. So with the issue with our house was, when we bought the house, it had been completely being redone after the hurricane. So there was a gentleman named Randy Floyd that was the contractor. And as it turns out, pretty much everything he did was done wrong. So, did not pull one permit, not one permit is pulled. We don't have any windstorm on our roofs, the windows, nothing. I've got a copy of that. And the work, all the work that he's had done were from people that just didn't do it right. So it's basically, you look at this house and think, oh, nice. It's all nice and shiny, but it's not. It's just something that's about to break down. So we bought the house and, it was our understanding, that, I hear the windows, these windows, everything is as is, this guy's a salesman. So we making a deal with the Bathies, we buy the house, we get the house inspected. And then shortly after, just all these things start coming up, we're getting our insurance. So we had the temporary insurance, we couldn't get insurance because there's no, the roof wasn't, no WPI on the roof, the windows, the doors. The living room used to be sunken. He brought it up.
to make it all one level. There's one flooring throughout the whole house. It's starting to, the flooring needs to all be redone. It's buckling, there's a big arc, you know, we're not redoing all the work right now just because materials are so high and we're just gonna wait and do it, you know, we've got about $100,000 worth of work, quite frankly, that we need to do. So even if we wanted to fix the sunken living room area problem, we can't because all the flooring's not available anymore. The back deck, there's pictures of that in evidence. He put a plastic deal, but anyway, I went through all this stuff with y'all last time. And the other thing that I had discussed was our property. You know, it appears that we have a huge lot, but we are on a corner and it's not usable. It's not like, you can't use the square footage, you know, it's a big corner lot. So we're valued at like 365, I think. And last time I was here, y'all couldn't take money off of the property, so you took more off of the house. I don't know if you remember that or y'all have notes or anything. Because I know I'm only got a $90,000 value. But as of right now, whatever we got taken off last time, do you have the one of the roll value? Oh yeah, there's an example. That is our new wooden deck after we got the plastic, whatever he put on there. Also just kind of go through those pictures and there's an example of the railing falling off.
This was after the work was done.
Yes, this is after the work was done. This is what garage door, it was something we got at Home Depot, had to, you know, needed a specialized door. We had to rip that out and redo it. There's some example of his quality of his work. Anyway, here's our kitchen cabinets. Two of the cabinets are a complete different style than the rest. But I mean, I know then the sunken living room right here. See how it's 16, the standard is 18 inches and everything is made for 18 inches, like your coffee maker, your mixer, so nothing can go under the cabinets. That's all in the kitchen, unusable space. Here's the stairs, you know, so just the workmanship. The entire house was supposed to be painted with super paint, white. All that it's painted is a primer. The exterior, they used interior caulking. It's all cracking. So anyway, I've got to have the house painted, you know, and again, I'm not going to do it right away, but it's not at all for what we thought we were getting. When in our house, we're on that corner lot. When we bought the property, we were told that the people right next to us could not put in a boat lift. That it was, you know, they couldn't do that. That's the only reason we bought. I mean, we wouldn't have bought the house if they could put the boat lift in, because that then takes out 60% of our view of the water. But then Chris Beach from Key Allegro said, well, when you live on a canal that's towards the end, sometimes we just have to make exceptions, and we're going to make an exception, and they're going to be allowed to put one in. So we just have to live with that. You saw too for the windstorm, the cancellation. Oh, if you could find this thing that says roll call value or roll value. Oh yeah. But anyway, so here's also. We can't get Texas windstorm, obviously, because we don't have any other certificate. So here's a cancellation. We have to get different insurance, a lot more expensive, you know, because we have to still have a mortgage on the house. Then on the roll value, so last year when I came, am I allowed to stand up?
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, good.
How much, 14 seconds?
You're almost out, hurry.
14 seconds?
Hurry.
Oh, gosh. Okay, so you
We
go,
can get some more.
okay, go up a little bit and then. Is that? Okay, well, first of all, so this is last year's. We were brought up about 50,000, 38. Can you go up on that picture a little bit? A little more, there. Okay, so now the people that we're comping with for roll value, we were increased, 220,000. And then here's the other comps, they were increased. So 122, 166, these both were, Harvey houses, 55, 71, 28. And ours was 222,000. So whatever we got last year
Yeah.
just went away.
Right.
So,
Your time has expired. You'll have some
Okay.
more time.
Okay.
District has 2 minutes.
You have a homestead somewhere else.
yes, in Houston.
We are adjusting. For that, that's something that's. You said there weren't permits full.
No,
I believe you, number one.
oh, you can talk to
But
Frank.
it's very weird because Keel Lake Road had duality in permits. You had to pull a permit with city and then you had to pull a permit with beach.
Yeah, well, he pulled the beach ones.
He just didn't do the city one.
He pulled, well, he did some of the beach.
Okay.
He pulled one, no, you know what? I don't think he did any with, beach. No, I
Yeah,
think
it's
that
okay,
back.
it's just
Oh, that was not even on that, was the wood that he used for the dock. This was all inside wood, not outside pressure. So, yeah, so it got, should have brought the picture back, getting all ripped up.
couple of things. One is we, the large increase is because essentially the value that's placed on the account in the previous year is not a value that we would agree with. And so when we remove that value, you're gonna get whatever was taken off the previous year, that is gonna go back in, plus whatever we adjust Keel Lake Road 2 is gonna go back in. So anytime someone has an agreed upon value, the next year, their jump back into calculating is large. Yours was 222,000. And other people's didn't have the reduction to come back in to get added to whatever their increase was, the way you did. So the 222,000, to have reference with that, it has a little bit to do with the fact that we raised values and a little bit to do with the fact that your value was decreased in the previous year.
Yes.
Because of this laundry list of things that's going on with your property. This is always really hard for me to get across what I'm about to talk about. I don't know why, but for some reason it is. So I do it every time. In your decks, for example, we have $8,000, well, $9,000 in deck value. So all this deck work that you need done, we don't even have that value in your account. So it's like, if we were gonna remove that value, it's not even there for us to remove it. I always say it's like trying to return something to a store and then them saying, it's not on the receipt. And you're like, yeah, but I want to return this. And yeah, but we don't even have it. We don't have that to give back. And that's the case here. We don't have it. There's a lot of these items that you have, and that's why in appraisal, it's never dollar for dollar. This is a great example of why if you have to go spend $100,000, appraisal districts should not take off $100,000 and they should not add $100,000 the next year. Those are terrible tactics to do. And appraisers know that, so they never do it. So now I'm gonna say the next thing. If me and you were in my office, I would be at 575 on your house. That's where I would be. Given all of your problems, everything that you're talking about, I'm just letting you know that's where I would be. At 575. And I'm an appraiser. So I'm doing things because I have concerns about market value. So it's different for me. And I just want to let you know, if me and you were talking, I wish we would have been able to talk. Kind of talk through some of this stuff and not have a time frame, but that's okay. We'll deal with all that down my house.
Just about.
Okay, that's it.
Okay.
I'm gonna buy back time.
All right. You have 2 minutes.
Well, so what was the point in giving the money last year off if it was just gonna be coming back the year after? So when we bought our house,
maybe decks aren't an outdoor, but if you walk out from upstairs, you fall down on the ground. That is a part of the house. That has to be, I understand that's not part of the appraisal, but you have to have an outdoor deck if you have a second floor.
Yes, ma'am. And we have $8,000 worth of decking and we have a porch there. What I was getting at is we don't have the value that you're gonna end up having to spend
To have
to
a
repair that.
or to replace.
Or to replace that, or whatever you need to do, we're just not gonna have it. It's like if you told us your pool was bad, we'd have like $4,000 and you're gonna spend $150. I mean, but I don't think you have a pool. I'm just saying that as
Yeah.
a reference. I mean, it's like,
Well, what about things like?
the value that was taken off the previous year was, I don't know if it was taken off in here
Yes.
or taken off in one of our offices. But it's always gonna go back. It's always a Band-Aid. Every single year, it's a Band-Aid. Unless you end up with a perpetually damaged home in Keeling Road. And that takes a little bit of time for everybody to come to agreement that that's what we're doing. But right now, we wouldn't think that. Right now, we would think this house is gonna get fixed. That's what we would think.
Well, I mean, just example. The toilet in the master bathroom is tied into the shower. So there's sewage smell that comes out of all of the bathrooms. You know, that needs to be, so the
That's a
shelf,
vent issue.
yes, it's a
That's
vent issue and,
issue.
yeah,
It's
venting
probably
issue.
in the wall.
It's underneath
It's
the
underneath.
boards, yeah, you have
There's a
to-
vent in there that's not functioning properly. It's a problem.
and it's tied in wrong. Yeah, there's a lot, there's all of our lights are, a licensed electrician did not do our electric work. So I'm a realtor. If I have to disclose that, like if I had to sell this house, I'm not gonna get sued. I have to disclose what I know are the faults of our house, you know? And there's a lot. There's electrical, there's plumbing, no windstorm. I mean, to do all those things, to get a new roof, to get the windows, they're not gonna just come and give you like, oh, okay, well, you're a nice person, we'll go ahead and give you. No, we've got it in four of the windows that we have right now, because they were installed incorrectly or cracked. You know, the gas is leaked out of them. So those are the things, you know, we need to, you know, luckily the siding was white, or the party board was white, but it hasn't actually been
Your
painted.
time expired. You'll have
Okay,
another
sorry.
minute.
Okay.
District closing.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with everything that she's saying. I just don't know it's a little hard sometimes to figure out value here and like what's the biggest problem. In some ways, what's the biggest problem is probably the insurance. All these other things are probably below that on what's your biggest headache. I'm assuming that with what you're saying right now, you do not have insurance and cannot get insurance, is what you're saying.
I do have insurance. We're paying high insurance.
You're paying that, they're letting you pay that, 10 or 15%. Something,
I
yeah,
don't know, but
well, that's good, though. I mean, that's.
that's with the hope, the guy is working with us in the hope.
I'm happy to hear that. Because it's not good.
Oh, no, yeah, we also could just pay the house off and not have a mortgage, but how sad that we're gonna sell the house eventually. And before we sell the house, all of those things have to be addressed.
Yeah, so the appraisal district's still at just 575 or whatever, 575, that would be all.
Right.
That's all I have.
All right, you have a minute?
Who, me?
Yes.
I don't have anything else to say.
Okay. We'll go to the ARB deliberation, 5 minutes.
Can we take a quick look at last year's property card? Yeah, right. And the difference is 120 versus 155. Yeah, okay.
You know, and this is a way to, you know, this is done in such a way to try to handle all of the problems, you know what I mean? That are mentioned, that's just a way to do it. Way to try to get everything.
Right. Okay, so All right, so one of the things I might suggest is 70, is to do a 70%,
Comes out to $599.
70% of,
Oh, 70%. So if we take 201, which is the number 660, times 7, we get 141, 162, and then we apply the market adjustment. You get 218, 801, and then plus 365. 580.
that's not as good as what you were doing. And let me just finish real quick and I'll, yeah. I was trying to deal with the increase in neighborhood as well as the defects. And I thought, well, 70% might get us closer to 120 for the neighborhood and so on. At the moment, without spending a lot of time on the calculator, the only thing I can do is either come up with, if we use 575, then that sets the improvement to 209, which is better than my 70%. Okay.
About 550.
But, and that's another way, okay, to just do a value.
Right.
Okay, I'm sorry, so was that what you were gonna say?
Yeah, either 575 is what the district said, but because of all of
Right.
improvements, I mean, the problems that they have, I was thinking 550.
I'm good with that. We'll suggest 550.
Right.
We're gonna see you next year. Because the way this is gonna get put in is a similar thing, and in particular, it's maybe even worse because I think the way that it will get entered in the system is just a value, as opposed to trying to apply a functional percentage, functional completion across it. So that's.
So what were you saying about so with Key Labor, there's a flat one?
Yeah, if you look at last year, there was 120% applied. I think you need to go to the doctor like I do.
I got it wrong.
Yeah,
120%.
so that was last year.
That was last year.
Applied to everybody.
Where is that 120 going?
Hold my finger up there, right there.
It's a neighborhood.
Neighborhood.
Adjust, right.
Yeah.
That was last year.
And this year it is
155.
Yeah.
So it went up another,
35%.
35%.
155.
And that's a way that,
But 120, so what is that 120%? How do you add that to your value? You would have
Well-
120.
yeah, they come up with this value. They apply these factors, which is depreciation and functional completion, to come up with an adjustment, which looks at 0.71 times this value, gets us to 97.5. That gets you to 152,880. And now we take that number and apply the neighborhood adjustment of 120 to get you to an improvement value.
Okay, let's see.
Well, I mean, yeah.
I'm good at the 550.
You want to
Have you been able from last year to this year do any of those improvements? Well, just materials are so high and the workers are so busy. We've done nothing. And I just told my husband I'd like to wait till the cost of wood is so expensive and the wood that's available is horrible quality. I mean, we're paying top dollar and having really bad.
Let's make a motion.
There's someone else.
I'll make a motion, in reference to case number 2022-257, account number 24955. The appraisal review board, would like to see the value, come down to $550,000 from $678,380. And if we address the incorrect appraised value and the appraisal ratio is medium level.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Okay, so the new value is $550. And you'll receive a determination package which details all of that.
Okay. Well,
They live with one.
Did you have to get the Weston insurance?
Orchid, I think.
I would check with Weston because
Okay.
they're local. They do a lot of local stuff down there. That's who I have.
Okay.
Yeah, and if you've got a local agent,
Mhm.
then maybe they should be able to work with us.
Yes.
Okay, awesome. And I found a guy that might be able to do retro. He was pretty scared. I mean, he was, when he saw the windows that were all cracked, he didn't think that it was gonna really work. Okay, that's it. I'm done.
Yes.
With my survey. Okay, so I'm gonna be here again next year.
I will be surprised.
Okay, thanks, y'all. I'll do this. Where do I'll just do that.
Yeah, and keep her at the desk if you'd like to do it that way. That's
Okay,
fine.
cool.
Thank
Bye,
you.
guys.
Have a good day.
You're welcome.
Okay, moving along on 822, case ID 822.
Page 11. Middle.
Hello, hello. Serious numbers.
No, I just started sending notice to the very curious stuff. I'm like, why? Feel like a job interview. I have a job.
You Lori?
Yes.
I could guess that you weren't one. Okay, I have a bit of administration stuff to run through real quick before we get started on the hearing. So we are commencing a hearing on case ID 2022-822, account number 66270. 121 Dockside Drive in Rockport. And I need to verify your stuff on the protest.
Q1, Q2, and other.
Yeah, the protest form didn't have other check. However, oh, it does?
I didn't receive any of your evidence, but I was supposed to get 2 weeks prior to this, so I have no idea what you guys are looking at or what you have as like your rebuttal either.
Yeah, I can try to answer that. We typically send it to the same location we sent out. Did you do an online protest, ma'am?
Are you Mike?
I am.
I recognize your voice. No, I spoke to Taryn, I spoke to Scott several times, then you called me. We spoke several times. I didn't call you back because I had a medical issue, and so you pushed me forward for a hearing and said that I would receive the documentation 2 weeks prior to my hearing, and I didn't, so I reached out to Taryn again.
Okay.
And asked if I was on the books, did I have an appointment? She said, yes, that I was scheduled for today at 3 o'clock, that's how I knew to be here. And that,
What was
on
the-
my form, I didn't put my email, but we were conversing via email, so y'all had my email, so I'm not really sure what happened, but she said she forwarded it to the scheduler and they would get me my documents, and I haven't received them. I checked.
Did you file any protest online?
Um,
Can you look stuff?
No.
I sent in the copy, I have a
Yeah.
copy of it here, and then we had a homestead exemption, and then Scott said y'all wouldn't touch that until July, then you reached out to me.
What's your
And
name?
Lori O'Reilly.
Oh, yes,
I
Miss
live
O'Reilly.
next door to Timothy Robbins,
Yeah.
700 house.
Right. I'm totally surprised that you didn't receive your,
I check junk mail every single day, my work email, my home personal email, my husband.
but you should have received a paper copy as well. I know that you said that you like you said that something was, you're having trouble with the mail at the
Correct.
thing.
Mhm. At Dockside, we have trouble with the Rockport mail, so I have a PO box in Portland that I have not received anything at any of the addresses or emails. So,
I,
not complaining, I just want y'all to know I don't have the other side of whatever you guys
yeah,
are looking
let's,
for.
we can definitely get you, well, we have it here in front of you, but we can definitely get you the thing if you'd like to reschedule and,
No,
okay. Well, then we can print you out a hard copy if you'd like.
okay,
Go ahead.
The protest form.
No, the copy of the evidence.
Oh, the evidence, okay.
Okay, so we were in the middle of my rendition of stuff. This hearing is being recorded and streamed live on YouTube. We did verify Q1, Q2, which is market value and equity, as well as other. So we are the appraisal review board that will be hearing your protest today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey. These regarding your experience. The survey is completed using that survey form, which is available here, and information on how to return it is here. You can drop it off, mail it, whatever, email it. And you can also take it online.
Okay.
You also have the right to appeal on this. Appeal information is included and provided to you in the determination package that you'll receive ostensibly through the mail, which hopefully you will get after this hearing.
Okay.
In accordance with tax code section 41.45H, all written material and evidence that has not been provided must be provided at this time. We don't have any other evidence. Do you have anything else that you?
I have a stick drive in here, but right,
That's
right up there.
That's fine. Break that on that. So the ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about this protest and are signing an affidavit to that effect. I, Scott Raggers, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Joanne Ferguson, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66.
I, Ron McCann, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66.
I, Peggy Bird, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
Okay, all testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath. So if you would read that and state your name.
my name is Lori O'Reilly. This is the first one on YouTube.
That's okay. And when I said read, I mean maybe you
Oh,
read
I
it
do
aloud.
solemnly swear word or another testimony that shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County appraisal district is true and correct.
I request you to solemnly swear or affirm that the shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County appraisal district is true and correct.
Okay, Lori, I need to ask whether you hold a license or certificate from the Texas Appraisal Licensing and Certification Board.
No.
Okay, that's fine. Here you'll see the hearing procedure times. This is how we're going to run the hearing today. And you have two options. One is we can't do that. The options are whether or not you will go first or whether the district will go first. You have to make the choice of which you would like.
I guess the district, since I haven't had a chance to look at it.
And that's basically the information that will be presented on the screen as well.
I'll be keeping the time, and once we get within 15 seconds of ending, I'll just hold my hand up. I don't have a buzzer in here.
So are we only addressing the value at this time? Because I have an exemption issue and my square footage is incorrect as well.
So to answer your question, it's impossible to satisfy the exemption issue inside of a hearing.
Okay.
Because it all lies with chief appraiser and some investigation, making sure you don't have that stuff somewhere else. So that will really not, it never gets, not really in here, but your objection is noted.
Okay.
So.
Yeah, I think he's already verified everything, so I
So,
think we
yeah,
have
that-
it in July when hearings are over.
Yes.
Okay, I'll follow up with that.
Yes. And I would say August.
Okay, that'll work.
All right, so we're gonna go into some evidence stuff here, and this is a property in Sunset Bay. We don't necessarily spend a ton of time in Sunset Bay, but we can show the picture stuff and just let everybody see where Sunset Bay is in case there's any questions. Yeah, zoom on back there. Go ahead again, Scott. Thank you. All right. And if you'll kind of go, yeah, there you go. There's 188, you know, you're going to Sinton. This is that neighborhood that's right there on the right-hand side on the Fort Bay. So 188, coming back this way, you're gonna go to 1069 in the bypass and all that. That's where this is. All right. All right. Sunset Bay, there's more vacant land than there is residential. So it's slowly coming along. But there's stuff going on. All right, so this is, I didn't look, we're Q1, Q2, okay. Let's just look at sales. Let's just go to the sales grid and see what we got.
And so.
The first sale is January of 22. South Point Circle is Cape Valero. So this is a sale for $720,000 in Cape Valero for 2,000 square feet, same class house, a little bit older, giving a value of $769 after it makes its comparison. You know, if it's worse, it adds value. If it's better, it takes away value. Yeah. And then comp number 2 is on Duck Haven, which is in Sunset Bay. I believe this is a dry lot sale. And it's a residential sale on a dry lot. Sold for $546 in June of 21. Gives a value of $646. And then the comp number 3 is on Southwind Drive. This is in Cape Valero. So this is about the same square footage. It's a little, I mean, the age doesn't matter. It's a 20 versus a 19. So for $665. Median value of sales is $753 and change. Equity. Let's see, we are on the next one. Equity comp here is Dockside. Class 5 home, a little bit less class, but it is a little bit larger. Age is not a big deal. So that comes out to 642. Next one is back into Cape Valero. Class 6 house, a little bit smaller, but doesn't matter. A little bit older. Comes out to 601. And comp number 3 is on Sunrise Drive in Sunset Bay. It's a class 5 house, 2,200 square feet, about the same. Everything in here is about the same. It's a little bit less class. And it comes out to 596. Giving a value of 601, showing us to be overvaluing the subject. For simplicity's sake, I would say the district's opinion is 600 even on the subject. Based on that.
Still,
That's it.
good. You have 2 minutes to cross-examine and 5 minutes to present, so 7 minutes.
Some of these properties that you pulled are not apples to apples with mine, but if you can pull up my online, the first file for AC 2122, I have a spreadsheet of homes and lot broken down by water to meter, waterfront, square footage of the homes if they have them, and then the price per square foot for the house and the price per square foot for the lots.
Which file do you want?
That one.
This one?
Yes, sir. So you can see mine is the first one there, the 66270 on 21 Dockside. I'm being charged 175, 640 for my lot, which for some reason is measuring larger than the others when they're all pretty comparable. So I'm not sure if it was mismeasured, but that's irrelevant. When you calculate my square footage and price per square foot, I'm at 335. If you go down this spreadsheet, you'll see the other people who are also on Dockside all the way down to Sunrise, because there's the two roads that are waterfront and water view. And I have their price per square foot for their lot there. So I am sort of within the middle range there, not exactly. I'm not sure why 141 is so much lower, because they're actually a really large lot on the end. I don't know if they have it broken up or what, but they attached down on the end by the Kluge family properties, which I also have on the second page of the spreadsheet. If you look at just my house, I have 447,770 is what they priced it at this year. Square footage is incorrect, so at the square footage they have it at right now, it's 193 a square foot, but if the square footage was correct, I would be at $212.62 a square foot. And you could go right down that column and see all of my neighbors who are also, again, in green. The red one is also on the water. He is my closest neighbor. That is Timothy Rob's rental property. I was not aware that I moved into a subdivision that had rentals. That's been fun. He is a 3,012 square feet home. I am 2,106 square feet. He has a 7-bedroom, 4-bath house, and you can see that they have him only hundreds of dollars over me. He has a landscaped yard. My house could fit inside his house. So he's at 148.94 square foot, where I'm at 212. You keep on going down, you can see the next one. It looks like they got somebody at 183.81, the other one at 159.47. If you could go to the second page of that, we'll bring up my real concern. Apparently Doug Thole is friends with somebody in this office. And the minute I mentioned his name, I was shut down and sent to a board hearing. So I'm not sure if he's in the room or if someone knows him. But he does have the absolute nicest house in my subdivision. And he is at $103.16 a square foot. His land is at 18 cents a square foot. I can walk out my front door and straight into his yard with nothing obstructing us other than empty lots. And so I'm not really sure where I'm getting 212 and he's getting 103.16. His neighbor, Mr. Gonzalez at 215 Duck Haven, is at either 89.51 a square foot or after a 2,400 improvement a couple of years ago. If you combine all of that to the 4,253 square feet, you would be at 158.62. And his land is also at 18 cents a square foot. I tried to compare apples to apples, Honeycrisp to Honeycrisp, and then I decided I'll stretch out and I'll pull some Granny Smith. So I went into Sanctuary Drive. I have a friend who lives there. I've been in their house. It is extremely nicer than mine, and they're sitting at 326,570 in a private gated community. So they're at 129.54 square foot with trees, fully landscaped yards, barns at my house to fit inside. Then I went into Cape Valera, which is what the CV to the left stands for. And those are the properties that I pulled that were semi-comparable. There's pictures included for your review on this flash drive here of several of the homes that I pulled. I did not, due to medical reasons, have time to tag which house was what. I could look it up and probably tell you. So I'm just asking that if I'm going to get deemed for being on a waterfront lot, that I don't get deemed for having a house on a waterfront lot too, because if I pick this house up and move it elsewhere, it's still going to be the same house. I was told that y'all had compared apples to apples on the water, but the properties that you pulled in this evidence are not, they're not on my side of the water, and they're much nicer than my house. From the exterior, I mean, I don't know what any of those homes look like on the inside, other than one that I've been in. I'm just curious how I'm looking at those numbers, and I mean, I don't know how anybody could sleep at night putting in at 212 square foot and having somebody who is literally from me to my car in the parking lot at 103.16 square foot. And his house is, I mean, he has a pool just like I do. He has the same fence behind his pool. He just does not have the water view or the waterfront lot. You can see the water from his property as well as 215 Duck Haven, both of those. And my house would fit inside their barn that they have that they store their extra equipment on, which I don't have. So basically, I'm just asking that you guys would consider putting me closer within range to my neighbors, because I'm not in Cape Valero. I did drive it yesterday. It's probably a 20-minute drive each way out there. The homes are a lot larger than our homes in our subdivision. It's the same water. It's the same Port Bay water. It goes all the way to Bayside. Just asking for your consideration, and you need somewhere closer to I don't know, I've averaged them out. I think the average would have been about 150 and 3 cents a square foot on my house. Taking the properties that I brought here. And the land is, I'm not very far off on the land. I mean, I'm obviously higher than my subdivision for some reason. I don't know why, maybe because I didn't buy my taxes last year. But yeah, I don't, this is my first time going through this process without an entire subdivision. I'm not really sure what you want me to say, but that's my evidence, and I think it speaks for itself. If you want to know about any of the codes to the side, you're welcome to ask, but it's bulkheads and waterfront, water view, piers, pools.
Still got a minute.
The green is waterfront. If it's highlighted in green up there, that is the lot that is actually on the water. And Mr. Kluge is up there, right above the one, he's about 4 from the bottom. He actually attaches to our land. I know because we have trespassers fishing out there, and I reached out to him about it. But he's only being charged for 1 acre of his land. So his is like, y'all would laugh if I told you, I think it's 50 cents or something a square foot for the acre that he's actually claiming the woods on. So I'm not trying to mess with him. He's a great guy. So I just know I'm not within the range of these other people. He's at the end of my subdivision. So if he went down my street into the cul-de-sac, his land actually attaches to our cul-de-sac because I notified him about the trespassers, and we both reached out to the game wardens. They like his land for some reason.
He's letting me know it's time.
Okay.
It's time.
Something, Laura, you're doing a good job. Something I want to pass on to you is the accusations. They're not necessary. The accusations about Fold and stuff like that, we don't have to do that. Fold doesn't like us, by the way. So I'm just letting you know, when you're presenting evidence the way that you are, it's very good. You don't have to accuse us of things that are sinister, because we're just like you. Your value isn't personal to me. If the board changes your value, it's okay. And so I don't mind. If you dig up something that's important, then these guys need to know it. And it's my experience that if we go the other way, there's a chance that what you've done that's good will get overshadowed. So let's just start again and say, let's look at some of this stuff. One of the things I want to look at, because I have a concern, is I want to go to Pictos. Wait, are you?
Before we go on, I'd like to know what accusation I made, because I am a very direct personality. And
You
I
said,
wasn't, I'm
you
not
said you
trying
don't know
to.
who in here knows Doug Fold, because as soon as you.
Maybe
brought
not
his
this
name
board,
up,
someone within this office.
That's the accusation, right? Is to say that we would hear somebody's name. You have to imagine we get accused of a lot of stuff, and it's never accused of being nice. So I like to defend us in a time like this because I think that you are doing a good job. And the thing with Fold, if you weren't doing a good job, I wouldn't have said anything. I would just let you run wild because we do it. People do it all the time. Most people, but the thing about that just didn't, that's what you're tying together and connecting the dots didn't happen. Mr. Fold does not like us. You didn't get a hearing because you mentioned his name. He doesn't talk well with us.
No.
So, let me move on.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah, 2 minutes.
yeah, there was some thing about a land deal that she brought up that I wanted to look at. Is there another spreadsheet, Scott, am I missing? I wanted to look at, I think this, 66280, and that difference in land value. I'd like to just look on Picto. I want to see if this is the property with the ditch. There's a property out there that has a ditch. And 6628, it's the one on the end. Just zoom into that, Scott, and let me see if that's the one with the ditch. There is a property that's on the water. Yeah.
Yep.
So we've devalued that property. Some of these properties, we're valuing them on a per acre. There's a per square footage per acre type of calculation, and there's different sizes in here. Let's go to her property and go to Rob next door. I can't look at everything that Lori brought up. That's not gonna, there's just no way. But here's her property, and is this Rob?
No, sir.
This-
Right here, yes. sir.
Okay, let's just look at that account, Scott, 66263. And see what's going on. Well, put the property card on full display.
There are also pictures. My flash drive of that home.
Okay, yeah, I just want to see how we're getting our value. So I want everybody to be able to see, because I want to be above board. So on this card, we have this as a 6 FB minus, right? 2012, there's a little bit of depreciation in there. When you look at these columns, there's no funky adjustments. We're not doing anything either negative or positive to this house. I may need a couple of seconds because I just okay, and this is, how many square feet are we going with here? That's like 2,500, right around 3,000.
3012.
There you go, 3,012. So 3,012 square feet. Let's go to, I want to see her card, Scott. And just so that you know that it's less per square foot, the more square feet you have, more per square foot, the less square feet. It's stair step, right? So if you have more square feet, then the value per square foot is less per square foot. It's like if you have more acres.
On the land.
In a house too. Let's look at her card. Everybody try to remember, we had a 6 FB minus, we had some depreciation, and we had 3,000 square feet. So,
Getting there.
that's all right.
Some depreciation on inflation.
4%, 4%.
So,
On
you know,
raw.
the year,
2012.
okay,
So on this one, there's no funny business going on. We're not adjusting anything for any reason. It's just in here, straight calculation. The neighborhood adjustment is the same. The class, we have it as better. So we have her class better. We have her with less square footage. So the reason that the unit price, because we're itemizing, right? We're not just taking a number, dividing in the square footage into the total, or taking the number less the land, dividing in the square footage. We're itemizing. But this number is going to be more than robbed by the class change, the class difference, the square footage difference, and the depreciation. And it's going to be a considerable, because those are three things going in the same direction. It's not like this isn't one in her favor, this is in his favor. This is causing the problem she's talking about. This is causing the problem she's talking about. That's causing the problem she's talking about. So it's all loaded that way. I mean, that's it. Just from looking at this, our biggest problem is that Mr. Rob needs to have his house reclassified. That's a problem. That is a problem. It would be much easier on the appraisal district right now if we had the appropriate class on his house, because then I wouldn't have to be standing up and talking about this stuff. So, but we are. So that's it.
You have 2 minutes.
Can you explain to me why Mr. Dole and Mr. Gonzalez at 66308 and 309 are valued where they're at in comparison to mine? Then, because Mr. Dole's house is made of limestone and Mr. Gonzalez's house is made of, I believe, stucco and stone as well.
Okay.
So they're more comparable. I get that Mr. Rob's house is made of siding. Side comparison, it's huge. It's landscape.
Hardy.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. But it's a 3-story. My house literally could be stood
Yeah.
inside it. But
We can look at Dole or Gonzalez, did you say? He's the one to the east of that, or
it's at
beside him?
215 and
We can
221.
look at whatever, is this one already? Okay, this is Dole. So Dole, just so that we get our minds straight here, we have to make sure one thing, we're on cost. So this, because he has a protest. So we have not made a decision on this guy yet, unless it was denied. But anyways, what's going on here? There's no adjustments. There's 1% depreciation. And whenever I do this no adjustment thing, that's not for show. It's super important, because if there was adjustments in here, it'll throw all the numbers off. Everything will be thrown off. So these are calculating just normal 1% adjustment for depreciation. Here's the neighborhood, right? There it is. And then here's the biggest difference. That's a whole class difference between the subject property owner and Doug Cole. This is his main area. This is his warehouse. We're valuing it at It's this metal building right here. We're valuing it at about $50,000.
So why is it a whole class difference there in the main area on mine versus that home?
Well, we classed him different than you. We classed him in the low. We're saying that you have a better home than he does.
Okay, so I guess we need to go to the pictures so you guys can see the pictures to see that that house is extremely nicer than mine and the one that's I took pictures from the back, the front.
Would you say it's not necessary to look at Gonzalez? Did we, is
They're-
it sufficient?
Their homes are very comparable to one another, but they are both extremely, I mean, I was a realtor for a couple of years. They were way out of my class. I had a home in a subdivision in St. County and they were comparable to the
Go to
one.
district closing now.
The district closing, is, let me tell you, let me go back just real quick, because I don't know. I do know. Weren't we at equity
600.
600? That's a district closing. Equity at 600.
Is that it?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, you have a minute? Protest or close?
I don't really know what else to say. I mean, you can pull those other two houses up on there and on my flash drive.
You have a minute, maybe Scott can show, a photo. I mean, it's okay if we can do it. Let's do it. Can you scroll?
That's
through?
the back of my home.
Well,
With
let's
my
scroll.
belong to me now for my new neighbor. That is what I thought was Souls, but maybe I have the two of them backwards. It doesn't matter there.
Either way, that's,
That's the other home. So one is Gonzalez, one is Soul. If you keep clicking, you'll get, that's the front view. You can tell that's much nicer than the house that I have. And I don't have barns like those. And then these are various homes that I took from Cape
yeah,
Valero.
very sure. Do you have a picture of the
Yes,
front of your house? Lori?
Yes, sir, you know. That's proof of my square footage. That's the front of my house right there. So I have a big
that's
garage
not
on the
bad.
front and then I have a carport for the boat. But I mean, as far as it's 2,000 square feet versus 3,000.
What makes you think, why do you think like Bowles' house or Gonzalez's house is better than yours?
First of all, the limestone, because I built 6 times, so I know the construction, I did real estate, so I get all of that. But the limestone that we built, stucco on saltwater, which is probably gonna be disastrous at some point, but I figure hurricanes can destroy it before it can start becoming dilapidated. And also because the county, and I don't want this to come off as an accusation or,
We're not
attack,
counting,
but
go ahead.
Right. They changed the laws after Harvey. So I moved here from Impact County knowing that subdivision had been completely wiped out and the water, title surge was at 10 feet. So I had to put a lot of dirt to build it up 6 feet high before I could even pour a slab. The problem with that is I have tiles cracking, I have cracks in the concrete because I'm not on level ground. I'm on 6 feet above sea level dirt. So I mean, that in itself makes my house less valuable because when I go to sell it, I know for being a realtor, somebody's not gonna want to buy that house with cracks in the driveway that I have after only living there for 1.5 years, 2 years. My front porch tile is literally popping off and that's make nest in it because the house has shifted so much because of the county rule that I had to abide by. So other than that, just the makeup of the house, I mean, if I could buy one out there, it would be one of those two.
Okay, the ARB has 5 minutes.
Yeah, I'd like to ask, you said the, square footage was off,
Yes, sir.
off by how much?
They have me at 2320. I should be at 2106 and the documentation's included in that flash drive.
2120.
2106. Yes, ma'am.
That's about 10%. There,
There, first floor, 2106, garage, and then, car.
There's an additional page from the appraiser in there as well to document
That is the appraisal, right?
it. Yes, that's
Yeah.
one. Yes, sir. That's the sketch, but there's an additional page in that.
I see.
So how does that affect the? Yeah.
we can spend a lot of time wagging feet here.
Yeah.
In the interest, well, I'll throw out an option, which is 540. And that is arrived at taking the 600 from the district and taking another 10% off because of the difference in square footage. And that's a totally unscientific approach. But-
Well, we can put the square footage.
Well, I was just trying to save a little time.
Yeah.
But if you want to do that.
Yeah, I want to do that.
See, yeah, let's see what. it
Okay,
changes.
excellent.
So what am I being directed to do here?
To change the square footage on the MA,
So only on the MA.
So 2106
yeah,
from 23.
only on the MA.
Yeah.
Now, we'll see what that does. That's,
Scott, just tell them what the number is.
417580.
that's,
That's the improvement, right?
That's the improvement. The entire thing is 593220.
593220.
And the district was at 600.
And all that comes down to the opinion that you guys put on my house being nicer than the other two that are in the subdivision.
This is. I'm good with that.
593, yeah, 220.
Okay.
Okay, so I'll make a motion that, I'm sorry, Julie.
Join.
No, I yeah. Okay, the motion is, concerning, case number 2022-822, account number 66270. The ARB agrees that we will reduce the value from 623,410 to 593,220. We've addressed the incorrect appraised value and the appraisal ratio exceed median level. We did not address the homestead exemption in this.
My name is Michael Little. I do solemnly swear affirm the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct. And this is just for the purpose of just affirming to Mrs. O'Reilly that that homestead has been applied. If you can just show the property card or the property right now. I did do it last week. We are in the middle of the busiest season. I do apologize, but pull it over. Or you need to do it.
It's okay, you can switch away from it.
Yeah. And just wanted to affirm to you, Ms. O'Reilly, that the homestead, in fact, it's different than what the evidence that you showed, but it is here. And you can see, even though that they arrived at 593,220, is that right? Is that the number?
Yes.
That
Yes.
your assessed value is at 428 because you applied in the year 21. It's a supplement retroactive is what it is. And so we have to go through that process. But again, I just wanted to see that. So
So it has been done.
yeah, they just got put in the system. That's why you see the HS. And if you looked at our evidence before, it's on the tablet. It doesn't have that again.
Right, it does. So
You can change your
and that I'm sorry, I changed it to.
No, I'm saying, I'm saying that you can continue, and I wanted to answer the question for you because that
Okay.
was under protest. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, and then the homestead exemption has been addressed.
Yeah.
I'll second.
All in favor? Anybody opposed?
Lori, do you get the assessed value versus the market value thing that he was talking about?
The thing that Mr. Soto was talking
Yeah,
about.
the assessed is what your tax at, and the market value is just what we say.
Right.
So that's a 10% cap is what that is. You couldn't go up more than 10%. So the retroactive homestead is beneficial because it's going to limit 10% in at a time.
Right.
Just let you know.
Okay.
Sometimes that's common knowledge. Sometimes that's like, what are y'all talking about?
No, we normally file it right away. And like I said, we sent it in 3 times. The third time I sent it electronically to make sure it got here. So I thought I would have to wait, like you said, until July or August, which is
I did
fine.
feel, I was pretty surprised.
Mike was great. I mean, he followed up with me. It's been good. I just still, like, I don't feel like we really addressed a lot much. But there's always next year and,
I would agree with that statement.
this is better than nothing. This is already stressful enough, so. What do I do? Yes, ma'am. What do I do? Just wait for a packet in the mail?
Okay, is your address in PO Box 513
In Portland, yes, I have a better shot of getting it there than at Dockside from
Okay.
Rockport Mill.
Yeah, and that's the one we have for you.
Yes.
Rockport Mail gets. It's like everybody.
That's what we call Blackboard.
Mail, yeah, everybody's.
If you have correspondence with us, if you don't get something, try to get it a couple of different ways. It is our busiest time of the year. We're sorry, we have literally thousands.
It's fine, I understand.
Yep.
Okay, so is there anything I need to sign to see my quickly when I leave here?
You just get
That'd be
our,
great, and
you get our standard, you did a good job, and you're not just saying it, like you did a good job. Yeah, your stuff was good.
Thank
It helps.
Good afternoon.
Yeah.
Okay, Carol.
Thank you.
Thank you again.
Oh, I can't.
Is it you?
I can't forget this.
I'll turn out the lights on my way out.
I'll move that we adjourn.
I need this though. 'Cause I'm gonna want this information.
Okay, I'll leave it right
Everybody
there.
a check?
We did it during.
Yes, I made it. It's another bottle.
See y'all tomorrow.
Oh, I guess.
Battery gone.
Do we have to?
Yes.
I'm gonna go look for it.
We get the big bucks.
In December. That's the one they have to.
Tell you what.
Well, sort
I'll,
of.
I'll be like H&R Block. I'll write you a check, but I get the check in December.
I have to tell you,